How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
So you know what happened to me today? You guys know what happened to me? Let me put the chat on the screen so you can see yourselves, because I know that's all you guys really care about is seeing yourselves chat on the screen. You guys know what happened to me today? I had to get up early today, and you know that pleased me because I have some sort of cold that my husband brought home from his job, and so now I've gotten sick through no fault of my own, and I have some sort of cold. And so I was especially pleased today when I had to get up early. You guys know how I hate getting my ass out of bed before noon. I got up at 9 a.m. It takes almost a Herculean act of God to get me to ever get out of bed at 9 a.m. Like there's got to be it was terrible, Reagan. It was terrible. It was awful. And the reason I had to get up at 9 a.m. is because I had to go to the Apple store at the mall in order to get the battery on my phone replaced. And this is partially my own fault. Okay, Trendlin, I'll look into that in a sec. This was partially my own fault. Thank you for the money, Trendlin. I appreciate the super chat. I don't know what you just sent me, but I'm in the middle of a story here, okay? You're interrupting my story. It's all about me. We are about to enter Aries season, guys. We are on the literal cusp of Aries season. By the way, just so everyone knows, I will be at my peak narcissism level during Aries season because it really is all about me. This is my time of year. It's not your time of year. It's my time of year. This is all about me. It's tomorrow. We are like almost there. We are almost out of Pisces. I'm slogging it out of fucking Pisces. Like I can't, we're so close. So you can expect my levels of narcissism to rise significantly starting tomorrow for about a month. This is known as Karlyn's month of narcissism. No, there's nothing you can do about it. And if you try to argue with me in any way, I'll just kick you out of my channel, and that's fine because it is my month. I'm an Aries. Aries is the #1 sign of the zodiac. We are #1 for a reason. And, that's just the way it goes. Anyway, back to my story. I had to get up at 9 a.m. today to go to the fucking mall because my iPhone desperately, and I mean desperately, needed a new battery because it's just not holding a charge anymore. And I'm going to the No King's Day protest next week. And I was like, well, Karlyn, if you actually want to be able to get footage, probably time to actually deal with the battery situation on the iPhone. Now, I went to the Apple store 2 days ago. And when I went to the Apple store 2 days ago, they did all the diagnostic on my iPhone. They made me sign all sorts of forms. They made me sign like 4 or 5 things saying, we might destroy your phone in the process of fixing it. Are you okay with that? And I was like, yep, just fix the fucking battery, asshole. And then the guy was like, okay, it'll be a 2.5 hour wait for your phone. And I was like, no, that's not going to work for me, bro. I have to get home and stream in like an hour and a half. So I'm going to have to come back another day. And so then I said, is there any day that like you could recommend where it would be like quicker? And he said, well, if you come in at the beginning of the day before anyone's here, we can usually get you in and out pretty quickly. And we'll just have you sit over there. And so just come in exactly when the store opens and you'll be able to get in and out. And so I was like, fine. Okay. So I had 5 days to go back to the Apple store and still have all those forms that I had just filled out mean something. So this morning I got my ass up at 9 a.m. because the Apple store opened at 10 a.m. and I got dressed and I even looked proper and I got my ass to the fucking mall to be there right when the Apple store opened. Well, I went up to the Genius Bar and I said, hey, I was here the other day and this guy made me sign a whole bunch of forms and I just need to turn in my phones for you guys to put a new battery in it. And how long is that going to take? And the answer was an hour and a half. And I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. I was here 2 days ago and the guy who checked me in and made me do all these fucking forms then said it would take like 20 minutes if I got here at the basically opening time for the store. And then the guy looked at me like I had 3 heads. He's like, oh no, it's never going to take that. I was like, what the fuck? So I was good and pissed fucking off. I was like, listen, I inconvenienced myself by waking up early to get here right when you assholes open, because 2 days ago you told me it was going to take like 20 minutes if I got here that early. Oh no, we're already banning people from the channel? Oh no. Imagine disrupting my story to complain about me yelling. So I was good and pissed off. And then I was like, all right, well, I have to get the fucking battery changed. So I gave them my phone and relinquished it for an hour and a half. And I had to go figure out something else to do that did not involve my phone. So I left the store and I'm pretty pissed. And I start walking out of the mall. I start walking back to where my car is parked because I had an idea for something I was going to go do for an hour and a half. And as I'm walking through the mall, you guys know how malls have kiosks? And I wasn't wearing anything special, by the way. I was wearing jeans. I was wearing a black t-shirt. I was wearing a black jacket over it. I was wearing my sunglasses. I had my red Croc Alexander McQueen bag, so that looked pretty fucking sick. And so I wasn't wearing anything special, but I was leaving the mall. I was already pissed off. I was wearing sunglasses indoors. And pro tip, if someone is wearing sunglasses indoors, that is a sign they don't want to talk to you. Okay? So I'm walking through the mall, and you guys know how there are like kiosks and things at the mall. And always at the kiosk, almost always, even in New Hampshire, which is supposed to be a white metropolis, even in the white mecca of New Hampshire, the only people working those mall kiosks are fucking immigrants with accents. And so I was storming out of the mall. And then all of a sudden, one of these immigrants with some sort of African accent starts yelling at me to come over to his kiosk because he wants me to buy some sort of product. And when they target you when you're walking by them, they don't just let you walk by. Now, I tried to ignore him. I was like, no, thank you. I just kept walking. He started chasing after me and then he started like yelling things at me. And he said, "You look like CIA. You look like CIA." And I turned around and I said, "No, honey, no, I'm DHS. Maybe I'm not the person you want to be bothering when I already told you no thank you." And he walked right the fuck back to that kiosk, and I just kept walking out of the mall. And I got in my car, and I drove down the street to a Barnes & Noble. Now, I was like, I haven't been into a Barnes & Noble in years. How many of you have been into a Barnes & Noble recently? I used to love going in Barnes & Noble or any like bookstore, really. I used to love going in like any bookstore, but like Barnes & Noble is just like a reliable thing. It's got a fuck ton of books. It's usually got comfortable chairs. You can sit down, you can read, you can kill some time. When I was traveling a lot for work, it was just a really easy way to kill time, honestly, was to go to the Barnes & Noble, walk around, see what books are out, see what's going on, see what cool little things they have in there, sit down in a chair, get a cup of coffee, read if I need to kill time. So I was like, all right, went down the street to the Barnes & Noble. And I walk in and I am hit in the face with propaganda. Because after you see through all the bullshit and after you realize that literally everything around you is orchestrated at all times to present a narrative, I was just like overwhelmed with the amount of Zionist propaganda that was featured in the display cases at the Barnes & Noble. And you know how you guys know how they have those like featured book sections where they're like, here are the things we want you to look at. And so I go over to the featured book section, and do you know what was one of the first featured books that I saw on the wall of featured books at Barnes & Noble? I shit you not. It was a book about the tragedy of the fall of the Weimar Republic and about how we can never let something like the fall of the Weimar Republic happen again, because the Weimar Republic was a good and robust fledgling democracy. And democracy failed when the Weimar Republic fell. And I was like, bro? I was like, I can't handle this shit. I can't handle this shit. I can't. It was like being in an alternate universe. I swear to God. And so then I started just walking around the Barnes & Noble because I was like, I got 90 minutes to kill. Like, what else am I gonna do? Like, what other bullshit can I find in a single Barnes & Noble? And this is the part, guys, I never want you to doubt that the universe has some sort of plan for you. When you think everything's going wrong, when you have been told by the Apple Store that it's going to take an hour longer than they originally told you to fix your phone, and now you don't have a phone for 90 minutes and you're really pissed off about it, and some sort of immigrant tried to sell you some shit you didn't want, and you basically threatened to deport his ass in the mall, and then you have to go to the Barnes & Noble to kill time because there's just nothing else to do in the area. Never, ever, 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 ever doubt that the universe has a plan for you. And regardless of whether you know it or not, the universe is setting just a bunch of coincidences in place at all times to deliver you exactly the things you need at any given time. And in order to understand what I'm about to show you, I have to go back to this book. Now, people who have been around my channel for a while, does anyone remember this book and where I got this book specifically? Does anyone remember anything about this book and where I got this book specifically? It's been, you can see it's been being used as a coaster on my desk for a couple years now. Does anyone remember where this book came from? Wow, you guys are slacking. You guys are slacking. This book, which is an illustrated guide to queer history and queer Marxism, is a book that I purchased in the bookstore at the 2023 Socialism Conference when I was undercover at the Socialism Conference, pretending to be a socialist so I could secretly record them. I bought this book in 2023 while I was undercover with the left. And this book is a great introduction to queer Marxism. It is all sorts of absurd nonsense. It is insanity. Okay, so you have to know there's a history here with this book that is relevant. Okay, so I'm walking around the Barnes & Noble, just like not even really looking for anything, just seeing what's there. And I happened to stumble upon this book. Now, the interesting thing about this book when I stumbled upon it is that it wasn't even in the section of the Barnes & Noble it was supposed to be in. Someone had picked up this book from another section in Barnes & Noble and had sat it down on a shelf that it was not where it belonged. And it was 30% off, which is even better. And this book is called, from the creators of the acclaimed Queer Graphic History, Sexuality, a Graphic Guide. And so the same people that wrote this introduction to queer Marxism that I literally bought at the Socialism Conference in Chicago in 2023 have published at least one more volume of this epic illustrated guide to all things queer. And it is called Sexuality, a Graphic Guide. And so I was like, okay, this is why the universe has sent me to the Barnes & Noble at this particular time and location. So I picked up the book and I went to the coffee shop and I sat down and I started reading the book. Well, I'm not going to go into a lot of it, but let me just read you a little bit from chapter 1 of this book. You guys are going to love this. You guys are going to love this. You guys are going to love this. On page 27, heteronormativity is the real monster. People are suppressing their true sexual urges because of heteronormativity. On page 28, patriarchy is the real monster. People are suppressing their sexual urges because of the patriarchy. On page 29, colonialism and white supremacy are the real monsters. Yes, white supremacy is responsible for you suppressing your sexuality and not, and it gets better. Page 30, body normativity is the real monster. Oh, that's fat studies. That's fat liberation. Body normativity means fat liberation. And this is the kicker, guys. This is the kicker. On page 31, capitalism is the real monster. We've seen that industrial capitalism required women to work unpaid in the home and to reproduce. So sexuality and sexual relationships are intrinsically connected to the economic order, class, and the financial valuing of some labor, male, upper class, more than other labor, female, and working class. As with racial others, working class women have often been portrayed as sexually available or insatiable, to be kept apart from middle class women in the case of adverse influence on them. The devaluation of women's labor, the separation based on class, and perceived sexual availability feeds into whoreophobia. I'm going to say that word again. Whoreophobia, or prejudice against sex workers. Sex has been interwoven with consumer capitalism since the inception of modern advertising, with the sex sells ads of 1950s to today's ads, which fuel anxiety about sex and bodies in order to sell us products to fix them. And then they've got a character down here, and in this quote, them is saying, neoliberal capitalism has brought a turn from sexual objectification to sexual subjectification. Instead of others policing our sexualities, we police them ourselves. And that is from gender scholar and author of Mediated Intimacy, Rosalind Gill. So guys, there you have it. This is the reason that it took too long to fix my fucking iPhone today. So I had to go to the Barnes & Noble specifically to walk by the shelf that this book was on at exactly the right moment when this book was on it, because someone just set this down there, and it was in the perfect location for me to find at exactly the right moment so that we could add this book to the collection of weird leftist bullshit Karlyn has in her office to do deeper dives into queer Marxism. Yup, it was the Adjustment Bureau. It was the Adjustment Bureau kind of day. It was the Adjustment Bureau kind of day. All right, Trendlin sent in a super chat earlier, and it seems as though she sent me something that's 1 minute long. So let's honor Trendlin's super chat. He, what the fuck Trendlin sent me in this super chat for $5. Thank you, Trendlin, for the super chat and allowing me to finish my story before you interrupted me with nonsense. What is this, Trendlin? Let's see. This better be safe for the stream, Trendlin, or I'm going to be mad.
Maddie.
Hey. That's what the link that you sent me, Trendlin. That's why okay, Trendlin. Hey, you know what? If you want me to watch something else, Trendlin, you sent in the wrong link. You can send me another super chat. Before you get started, would Candace play this song? I don't know if you deleted it, Naruto. I don't think I can, so I apologize. I can't pull that up, but thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate that. And then we've got Nick in. Rip to the ultimate legend, Chuck Norris. Yeah, that's real sad, man. Chuck Norris died. I don't know exactly how to feel about that. I didn't have any special affinity towards Chuck Norris myself, but it is undeniable that Chuck Norris is a cultural icon. So that's, pretty sad. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Listen, he lived a good life. He lived a real good life. So that's that's all we can really ask for. All right, guys. All right. Now that we've had a Trendlin error clip out of the way, and who knows what the fuck is going on today. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It is happy hour on the stream. What do we do on Fridays for happy hour? We watch drama content, and lately Candace Owens has been the most entertaining of all drama content. Okay, Trendlin's okay. Take two, Trendlin. Okay, Trendlin, this better not suck this time, all right? This better not suck. Oh.
We got married in the spring. To prove it, here's my wedding ring. I always think of my blushing groom whenever I see the pansies bloom. Oh no! Say it cannot
all right, thank
be.
You, Naruto.
Queer things are happening to me. A groom should bring bring his bride some joy. A boy supposed to be a boy. I told
A boy's
him about
supposed to be
the
a
birds
boy.
and bees, but he still wears those pink shimmies. Oh no! Say it cannot
Oddly appropriate, actually, Gwendolyn. Okay, I'm here for
Queer
it.
things are happening to me. His hair is curly as can be. He uses curlers just like me. When I find lipstick on his tie, he says there's no other woman, so it must be a guy. Oh no! Quelle tragédie. Queer things are happening to me. He's so big and he's so strong, I can't figure out where he went wrong. Must have got caught right in between. His name is Chris, it ought to be Christine. Oh no! Say it cannot be. Queer things are happening to me.
All right. We get the basic gist of the song. Thank you, Trendolyn, for the song on a Friday. We appreciate it. It is a good song. I'm getting bored and I don't want to listen to it anymore. Okay, Naruto says we got to listen to this song, Candace Owens, Shabbat Shalom, before we get started. Yeah, we can do that. We'll listen to that before we get started. I just want to explain to people what we are doing today. Okay, guys, it is happy hour on the stream. Happy hour is on Fridays. We are celebrating the fact that it's Friday and that we made it through another week, and we covered some pretty heavy leftist content this week, and that's all fine, well and good. But sometimes you need to take a break. Sometimes you need to let your hair down. Sometimes you need to engage in the dramas of the internet because we have to, and it gives me an opportunity to comment on current events and things like that I might want to say. And in this case, to tell Candace to go fuck herself, because even though last week Candace Owens retweeted me, because I don't have Candace blocked on Twitter, she has me blocked on Twitter. Even though Candace Owens retweeted me to present evidence that people were changing their mind and supporting her, that bitch never unblocked me. Even with all the people who asked her to unblock me, she never unblocked me. So go fuck yourself, Candace. I tried to play nice with you. I don't actually have to play nice anymore. Not that it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but as a reminder, I think that Candace Owens is a narcissist, and I think that she will say and do whatever she needs to say and do to make money. Now, do I really care about that? It was extremely rude. It was extremely rude. Like, how fucking dare she? How fucking dare she not unblock me after using me to promote her, to say that I had changed my mind and agreed with her? Candace, I was making a joke on the internet, you dumb bitch. I was making a joke on the internet, but I would have played far more nicely had Candace unblocked me. But since she doesn't want to, she can go fuck herself. I'm going to say exactly what I think. Happy Friday. Glad the universe helped you grab a good book. Yeah, it's always nice when the universe hooks you up like that. Always nice when the universe hooks you up. Thanks so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. But the thing of it is that even though Candace is a narcissist and Candace has obviously gone off the deep end with all this ERIKA KIRK bullshit, what I care about, and what I think many of you care about, is being entertained on the internet. We work hard on this channel. We do a lot of in-depth research. We listen to leftist shit that no one else on the internet is listening to. We deserve to let our hair down and be entertained by the absurdity of whatever is the most absurd thing on the internet at any given time. And for right now, and for possibly the foreseeable future, the most absurd thing going on the internet is Candace Owens and the ongoing content she's doing around ERIKA KIRK and the unhinged conspiracy theory that she keeps weaving about this being a military something or other to execute Charlie. And I don't even really know the point that she's making at this point. But I feel like we need to keep going. I feel like we've now committed. We've done multiple Candace marathon streams where we've just gotten caught up with all the content in a single like stream, so that we can know what's going on. Listen, you can't deny the fact that what Candace is doing is a cultural phenomenon. It's going to influence the conversation. Whether we like her, whether we agree with her, it doesn't honestly really matter. What Candace is doing is watched by millions and millions of people, and there are lots of people attacking her for it. And so we should probably have an educated idea of what this crazy bitch is saying on the internet that's pissing so many people off. And we have some episodes to catch up on. Now, we're not going to watch all of these because it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's been 7 episodes since we last checked in with Candace. But I want to watch this one. Did ERIKA KIRK know Jeffrey Epstein? I want to watch this one. What ERIKA KIRK was doing in Epstein's orbit. I want to watch this one. The exclusive footage behind Charlie's head. I don't care about watching the shit about Israel, at least right now. I'm going to skip ahead. Humiliating, Trump loses a war hero. ERIKA KIRK loses Arkansas. That's going to be a good episode. And then we will round it off today with the latest episode of Bride of Charlie, in which ERIKA KIRK is depicted on the thumbnail holding a gun. What message could Candace Owens possibly be sending with ERIKA KIRK on a thumbnail holding a gun? What subtle message do you think Candace is trying to convey there with the thumbnail? That's a good one. That's a good one, Candace. Hey, Flex Mink, because thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the cult. Thank you so much for your support. So, guys, that's what we're going to be doing today. But before we get into that, just a reminder that on Sunday, I'm going to be holding an informational event or an educational event, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to be holding a free webinar on Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. That is so that people don't have the excuse that they're going to work, unless you work on Sundays, and then you still sign up for it anyway because you can watch it later. This is going to be a live training where we are going to discuss how we are going to create an all-volunteer army to go to No Kings events all over the country on March 28th. So basically, I'm going to be giving you information and tips and tricks for how to go undercover with the left and to successfully infiltrate this event, to go and see what far-left groups are showing up, go collect their propaganda, go take pictures of their stickers and graffiti and whatever else you might find. Go see what's going on directly for yourself. The reason we are targeting the No Kings protest for this is because the No Kings protest is not a far left protest. It is a progressive protest. And progressive protests are going to be a safe environment for people to be in. As long as you are not doing anything to provoke anyone, chances of you actually being in physical danger at a No Kings protest is very, 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 very low. So what I need to do right now, because people are starting to recognize me when I go undercover, is I need to create an army of people all over the country who are going undercover at leftist events. The No Kings protest, which will probably end up being the largest single-day protest in American history, presents an excellent opportunity for people who have never interacted with the left in their spaces before. You've never gone to a protest, you've never gone to a leftist rally, you've never actually seen one of these things in person. This is going to be an opportunity for you to practice being in their environment that is going to be a very safe environment for you to be in, and is going to provide you an opportunity to get used to this, so that maybe someday, if there are more left-leaning events or far-left groups in your area that you want to infiltrate to be able to gather information for us, it's like dipping your toe in the water to understand what it's like to be at leftist events, because it is very different than being at right-leaning events. And so if you've never done this before, you need to get used to it. I mean, we need to crawl before we can walk, sort of thing. We're crawling on this one. This is not going to be a hard event to infiltrate. They'll all be public. You're allowed to go to them. Just dress normal. Don't dress like what you think Antifa looks like. Just dress normal, jeans, t-shirt, no Christian shit, no Trump shit, no political shit. We are not going to disrupt. We are not going to provoke. We are going to observe, collect propaganda, collect flyers, zines, pamphlets, take pictures of stickers and graffiti and thing, film things if there's something important that you want to film to make sure we're documenting the event. If you see anything going on, keep track of the far left groups that are going to be there, all that good stuff. That is why we are going. We are not going to intervene in the situation. We are going to document what is going on. W's in the chat, Chitalogo. Thank you for donating the channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. So if you want my tips and tricks for how to do this successfully, I will be walking you through those on Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. This is going to be a live event, but if you can't make it at that time period, that's okay. Just sign up anyway, and you will get a recording when it's done. This is a totally free thing to go to. There is an option to donate if you want to donate. If you don't want to donate, that's totally fine. Just uncheck the box when you sign up. It's not a big deal. This is free for everyone to go to. The on-demand recording will also be available for free. And this is to set you up with just basic information like, no, you don't need to get fake tattoos. No, you don't need to pretend to have a nose ring. No, you don't need to wear all black. You can wear, plain jeans and a t-shirt and a sweater. Bring a bag. Don't provoke them. Keep track of all the different groups that you see. Like, it's going to be basically a whole bunch of tips and tricks for here is how you do this successfully so that you can feel more confident going into this. And again, I'm making the assumption that most people have not been to one of these things. Maybe you've seen it on TV, but being there in person is a totally different thing. So there's still time to sign up for this. Again, you can find the link over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can also find the link on decodetheleft.com. It's right on the homepage. So sign up, join us on Sunday, or watch the recording after, either way. And we will be doing a whole effort, and I'll talk more about this next week, to gather as much information as possible about what is going on the ground, what groups are going to the No Kings protest, what far left groups are showing up, what propaganda they're handing out, what zines they're handing out, what events they're having in your area. We are going to get a mass group of people, of volunteers all over the country to go to No Kings protests in their area to bring this information back and create the largest pool of on-the-ground intelligence that exists about this event. Now, you guys know this event is not taking place in a vacuum. They've already got the 4th No Kings protest planned for later this year. They're already planning another one after this. There's also the May Day rally or general strike that is coming up on May 1st. That is going to be a big day of national leftist action. There's probably going to be a lot of things going on in between there. We are about to kick off what I think is going to be another summer of protesting and things like that. And do you know what the funny thing is? The right doesn't even see this coming. Conservatives don't even see this coming. Conservatives think that the No Kings protest is stupid and it's going to be small and it's dumb, and they don't even know this is happening, guys. And I know this because last night I posted, because Dominic here says Trump seeking to lessen the attention of the deportation push and directed his advisors to adopt a new approach, becoming convinced that some policies have gone too far and that voters dislike the term mass deportation. So now we know for a fact Trump isn't doing mass deportations. Trump is disavowing mass deportations. He doesn't even like mass deportations. And what that means, of course, is that the left won. The left won. This is what the left wanted. The left won because of all their anti-ICE organizing, because of the constant activism, because of the constant bullshit going on outside of the ICE facilities. The left won. The Trump administration gave up. And now the left has been so successful at changing public perception that Trump is convinced that mass deportations are a bad idea because all Trump responds to is public perception and public validation and stuff like that. Like, literally, the left won, and the left knows they won, by the way. We saw this on the organizing call last night that we watched for Spy Stream. The left knows that they won. The only people who do not know that the left won are conservatives and magatards who think that all of this is some big joke, who think that the No Kings protest is some big joke that's not really happening, who thinks that the left has gone away and they've been defeated by the hero Trump. And this is just one reply of many that I got to this, guys. I just want to demonstrate this. So I tweeted, the left won, they defeated Trump, and they know it. And they're about to swing into several months of action and mass protests as things get warmer. No Kings on March 28th isn't the only protest. It's just the beginning. And we have the leftist, or excuse me, the magatard, the MAGA retard Susan with the eagle and the flag, of course, in her profile. Ha ha. Best laughable post on the internet today. Thanks for the levity. Andrew Wilson told you the left is losing because Gen Z is the most conservative ever. Andrew Wilson is also a massive retard. And if Andrew Wilson ever wants to find his balls and debate me on this point, I am more than happy to debate Andrew Wilson on this point. Of course, Andrew Wilson won't find his balls and debate me because he is scared to death of me and he knows he would lose. What a fucking idiot, man. What an idiot. Oh, we got a retard. Excuse me. It's been liberals blocking mass deportations. No, retard. No. You think that because you obviously consume too much conservative bullshit media, and they've told you the Democrats are to blame for this, when in fact what's going on is there's been anti-ICE activism outside all the major ICE facilities in major cities all across the country for months and months and months, actually since January 2025. You idiots didn't even know about it, and you laughed it off for months and months and months, and the anti-ICE protesting got so bad that it completely impeded the ability of Donald Trump and the administration to do anything in those cities, so they packed up and left and then fired Greg Bovino and then pretended they didn't fire Greg Bovino. You're probably one of those retards who thinks that Greg Bovino wasn't fired because he got moved into a do-nothing job, except that Greg Bovino just retired because he was fired and allowed to leave gracefully. I'm very sorry you don't know what the fuck is going on and that your conservative media have lied to you, but perhaps you could smarten the fuck up. Trump literally just got on stage and said illegal immigrants are nice people who are working on our farms. Yeah, Trump loves illegal immigrants right now. And obviously conservatives love illegal immigrants too. Conservatives went from, no one here illegally, they have to go back, to we love illegal immigrants, we just don't like criminals, as though illegal immigrants aren't fucking criminals. Anyway. No, I am never going on the Whatever podcast. That will literally never happen. Oh, we got another retard. Oh, this is like one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. Why do you underestimate Trump when you claim to read The Art of War? Can you guys please shame this retard in the chat? Can we please shame him? Are you serious, bro? Do you get down on your knees for Israel as well? Do you take the cock of Israel in your mouth every fucking night? Are you smart enough to be here? My God. So guys, this is what we're dealing with on the right. The right does not take this seriously. The right has no fucking clue what's going on. Conservative media has made their own audience stupid. They are not hinged into reality at all. And so someone needs to go and collect evidence on the ground of what is going on. Someone needs to hinge things back into reality, and that's going to be us. We are going to create the largest all-volunteer army that exists to document what the left is doing on the ground, collect their propaganda, identify the groups involved, make sure that this information is communicated out, is pooled together, and then communicated out. And we will do the work that the right refuses to do. We'll do the work that the fucking FBI refuses to do. We will do it. We will make it publicly available to everyone, and that is what we're going to be talking about on Sunday. So join me for that. And again, if you can't make it to the live event, sign up anyway. You will get sent the recording afterwards, so you can watch it then. I will be posting the recording afterwards, and we are going to do the thing that these people who claim to be fighting the left refuse to do, because they are more interested in lies and bullshit and propaganda than they are in hinging into reality and actually solving the problem. Cynthia in the chat. Cynthia, the queen, the goddess. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Now, before we watch this video from New Year 2, I have an announcement. The latest and greatest pair of sunglasses has arrived. And these sunglasses are cool because, do you guys remember I told you that Vintage Frames is the place on Whatnot that I get all the really cool sunglasses from? I told you that Vintage Frames did a special stream where you could buy the frames and then they customized a specific color lens for you. Oh, no, honey. You seem to think that arguing with me is going to make us think that you're less stupid. No, we think that you're retarded. Now sit back, shut the fuck up, and listen. Do not interrupt sunglass time with your conservative retardation. So I got to pick out these sunglasses frames, and then I got to pick out exactly what color lens I wanted. And the sunglasses frames are Gucci, and the lenses are purple gold flash lenses. And guys, I think I may have found the greatest pair of sunglasses of all time for me. Come on. I've been looking for a smaller pair of sunglasses that's like a little one, not like the big oversized ones like I usually wear. And I mean, come on. Could these be any more fucking cool? I love them. I love them so much. I'm not sure they're great to wear on screen because you're going to see what I'm seeing, but that's fine. That's fine. I love them so much. They're purple with gold on them. And if you turn, you see different colors and that sort of stuff. They're sexy, right? They're sexy. This is like an all-time sunglass victory. Vintage frames is the best. They're awesome. I know that Corey Shapiro, who's the owner, is Jewish, but it's not his fault. It's not his fault he's Jewish. And he's not one of those Jews that has tried to destroy my life either. I don't care if people are Jewish. I care if they've tried to destroy my life because I don't support Israel. That's all I care about. Corey Shapiro hasn't done anything to me, man. He hasn't done anything to me except provide me with W sunglasses over and over and over again. And these sunglasses are an epic fucking win. And so, you know what? Sometimes Jews fucking rock. Like when Jews give us bagels rock. Bagels are amazing. We got to be honest that like Jewish food generally is actually pretty fucking good. I mean, I'm not going to be a hater about this. You got to call a spade a spade. Their food actually does tend to be pretty good, and they have delivered me amazing sunglasses. I can't be mad at him because I can't be mad at the Jews. In fact, for this brief moment, I might like the Jews even better than I like the Christians, and certainly better than I like the blacks. No offense. No offense. And the Mexicans, and the Somalians, and the Indians, and the Haitians. Old sub sale, our 5-channel memberships. Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, latkes are fucking delicious. Potato pancakes are fucking delicious. Like you can't, like, so you got to give Jews credit where credit is due. Okay, sunglasses, bagels, food. They know how to do mystical magic that controls the world. Obviously, disavow. I'm making a joke. Obviously, Jews don't control the world. Just making a joke. YouTube. For the idiots play the shut the fuck up video. I should play the shut the fuck up video, but I'm too much in a joyous mood right now to play the shut the fuck up video. Okay, let's see what Naruto. Now that I have my awesome sunglasses and we're ready to go. Let's see what Naruto wanted us to watch. This is the preview, and then we'll get into the CANDACE coverage of ERIKA KIRK and all her crying and complaining and stuff like that.
He would walk through the door, drop his bags, daddy's home, take his phone, Friday.
Yo, check out the Bucharest sticker tags. Thanks, Old Sub. Everyone check out that link that Old Sub posted. He's been posting Decode the Left stickers all over Europe. And that's pretty rad. Thank you so much, Old Sub. I so appreciate it. I did see that on Twitter earlier today. It's awesome. Very well done, bro. Thank you so much. Everyone take a look at that link when you get a chance. Let's watch this video.
Night, Shabbat Shalom. Throw it in the junk drawer.
Shabbat Shalom.
I'm in here.
Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home.
Oh my.
Goyim's gonna goy.
Oh my.
Goyim's gonna goy. Switch hitting shapeshifter in the sparkling suits. In the teens, probably thinking they're cute. Room to the nines, but we're about to go max. All these Sabbath lies, never sticking to the facts. Stop in the name of God, just stop. That's it. It's never been convincing. You really should quit. Don't answer.
No, I haven't seen this.
The public demands. I swear. Shabbat and you're about to throw hands. He love locks. The logic's not faulty. They're delicious. They're crunchy and they're salty. Enough is enough. If the dreidel made of clay. Charlie had a goy toy and he'd be spinning it all day. Man, I should've known. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Yeah, I should've known. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Blake, pick that closet. closeted, homosexual vibe. 8-inch part like Tim Pool, really selling that lie. Tyler swinging both ways, embezzling the till while he screws with the boys and the donors get the bill. Mikey hips swaying away with the perfect Russian beard. Walking from the scene like the truth disappeared. Andrew COVID on his knees for whoever will pay. Bad at PR and a submissive cuck every day. He love locks, the logic's not faulty. They're delicious, they're crunchy and they're salty. Enough is enough.
What does that even mean?
Charlie had a goy toy and he be spinning it all day. Man, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Yeah, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Baby, turn off the phone. Let the goyim unwind. Shalom in the home. Leave your Christian faith behind. We get it, Blake. Charlie like really love Shabbat.
Wow.
He love rocks, the logic's not faulty. They're delicious, they're crunchy and they're salty. Enough is enough with the dreidel made of clay. Charlie had a goy toy and he'd be spinning it all day. Man, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Yeah, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Man, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, throw down the phone. Yeah, I should've known. Shalom, Shabbat shalom, throw down the phone. Man, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Throw down the phone. Yeah, I should've known. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. Throw down the phone.
Okay, WAI song, indeed. What the fuck? 738. Why is there a 738-pound video right next to Ethan Ralph being arrested video? By the way, can we talk about, just because we have this thumbnail in front of us, can we talk about Ethan Ralph's stomach in this thumbnail? Can we talk about that? Can we just quickly, just because fate has led us again to another moment today, can we talk about Ethan Ralph's stomach in that thumbnail? Because the thing of it is, I'm old enough to remember, when was this, like a week ago or something? Hang on, let me find it. I can find this. Where the fuck is it? Not that one. Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Oh, found it. I'm old enough to remember when I posted a few pictures on March 14th. So yeah, about a week ago. And I said, "Hi, Ethan, we're going to play a game. This is me today in a men's X small hoodie and skinny jeans, front and side view. Now take a picture of yourself in the same clothes, same size, and post them. We'll wait." And that was me from the front. But since I always get accused of having angles and doing some mysterious fucking filtered thing, anytime I actually look good in something, I took a photo from the side as well, so that people could see that as of this photo being taken, I had actually already lost about 45 pounds. I'm closing in on about 50 pounds lost in, when was it? December, January, February. Not even been 4 months, and I've almost lost 50 pounds. Just saying, starving yourself and only eating chicken, or just starving yourself, as I've been doing the past 2 days because I've had a cold. Like it is actually effective. And so I took a little picture here to demonstrate that, you guys, I may once have had a stomach. That stomach is now gone. I'm just saying. And so I said, "Ethan, why don't you put on a men's extra small hoodie, just like I have on a men's extra small hoodie?" In case you guys don't believe me, that's a men's extra small hoodie. And I said, "Ethan, why don't you put on a men's extra small hoodie and then take a photo from the front and side, so that we can see how the men's extra small hoodie would fit you?" I mean, it's not the most perfect test in the world, but I think it's a pretty damn good one to assess how people, actually look. And Ethan Ralph never did that. And I think we now know why, because if we look at this thumbnail, Ethan Ralph has quite a fucking stomach, and Ethan Ralph seems to have boobs that are bigger than mine. My boobs have gotten a lot better since I started losing weight, though. I'll tell you what, my boobs look and my boobs always look good. My boobs look way fucking better now that I've lost almost 50 pounds in about 4 months. That's pretty awesome, I have to say. I'm not unhappy about what's going on. I'm just saying that in that photo on that thumbnail, Ethan Ralph has bigger boobs than me. And he definitely has a bigger stomach than me. And I think that if Ethan Ralph put on a men's extra small hoodie like I have on here, I think that would be very, very clear. But, he's never going to do that. So, whatever. Sith, thanks for the $1 over on Rumble. Keep it up. Great work. Thank you. Karlyn went from hot to scorched earth. Yeah. I mean, well, like I said, it's Aries time. It's Aries time. It's my time. I've lost 50 pounds in 4 fucking months with not even going to the gym. I'm like this close to going back to the gym now. I bought a pair of gym shoes last week on Whatnot because I was like, okay, maybe if I have the gym shoes, I will actually just get my ass down to Planet Fitness and get on the fucking treadmill. And then I'll lose weight even faster than I was losing it before. We'll see. But in the meantime, what really matters is that both my stomach and my tits are smaller than Ethan Ralph, and that's good enough for me for the moment. Anyway, let's get into our Candace marathon. You guys ready for a Candace marathon? 1 in the chat if you're ready for Candace. 2 in the chat if you think this sounds dumb and you don't want to watch it. In which case you can go do something else, man. No one's forcing you guys to be here. No one's forcing anyone to be here. Guys, we are not going to have a YouTube channel membership goal today because it's a happy hour stream. But of course, if you do want to send in channel memberships to support the work I'm doing, my work decoding and exposing the left is 100% funded by you. We are entering into a big week of organizing calls. There's going to be a fuck ton of spy streams next week. We're going to be watching organizing calls and planning for our own No Kings Day infiltration. We are going to be creating the largest all-volunteer army to go undercover at the No Kings protests all over the country, gather intelligence no one else is gathering, make it useful in a way that no one else is doing. Today, we're just taking a break. We're taking some time to have fun before we prepare for a big week of doing battle with leftist bullshit. And so if you want to support the work I'm doing, please feel free to send in a super chat. Please feel free to gift some channel memberships. Gifted channel memberships will allow people to get access to the spy streams that we're doing next week, where we're going inside their organizing calls live. So we've already invited 12 more people in. That's a pretty good start. If you guys want to keep that up, that's totally cool. If you guys want to send in some super chats, that's awesome too. And but I'm not going to do a channel goal, and I'm not going to beg you guys to do it. It's just if you want to, because we're doing a fun happy hour stream. All right, guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And let's dig in. Let's go to, did ERIKA KIRK know Jeffrey Epstein?
All right, you guys. In today's episode of Everybody Grieves Differently, and by the way, I should say we are in like season 17, episode 4. The writers are running out of ideas and they're just putting up things that don't even make sense anymore. Yeah, well, on today's episode, President Trump has appointed ERIKA KIRK to the Air Force Academy's Board of Visitors. Now, if you would like to know how that further empowers this world-renowned widow who is definitely grieving, I will explain that to you. Is she qualified? Of course not. Not even a little bit. Doesn't even matter. Also, I got to speak to you about something much more seriously. I have a hunch, a growing hunch, that ERIKA and Jeffrey Epstein may have crossed paths. Something is not sitting right with me about how she just keeps dancing around.
Candace is just asking to be sued at this point, isn't she? Candace is like literally just asking ERIKA KIRK to sue her at this point, right? Candace wants Discovery bad. Candace wants to see inside TPUSA bad. She is basically begging ERIKA KIRK to fucking sue her over this shit. I have an intuition that ERIKA was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. What the fuck, Candace?
Jeffrey Epstein in her life. I am finding it increasingly difficult to believe that ERIKA just keeps coincidentally getting involved with countries and companies and schools that Epstein is involved in deeply. involved with deeply. So I went ahead and messaged the PR team, legal team over at Turning Point USA with a very specific question pertaining to a modeling company that I recently discovered that she had some involvement with. 48 hours later, we have not yet heard back.
These
Welcome
sunglasses
back
are so
to
good,
Candace.
aren't they? Oh my God, I love them so much. Total sunglass W.
Okay, let's start with the major headline today. ERIKA KIRK has been appointed to the Air Force Academy Board. Yeah. Yeah. I'm here for it. I love it. That's what you need to know on this Tuesday morning. So you get back to work, Goyam.
Someone would have told me if Candace had shown my tweet in this show, right? You guys would have told me that if Candace shows my tweet in this show, I'm gonna be so pissed.
You'll be lucky if you ever pay off those student loans, pay down that mortgage. ERIKA KIRK, on the other hand, well, she's just being handed promotions. In case you missed it, her husband died. So now she will be advising the Department of Defense.
That's some bullshit right there.
ERIKA
Candace is right about
joins
that.
just 15 other members. That's how exclusive this board is. There's just 15 other members, and they are responsible, just so you understand what the job requires. They're responsible for making recommendations to the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, regarding changes to the Air Force Academy.
And I'm not
They're also
ashamed of it. I'm
tasked
whatnot
with
too.
providing
Nothing
an
you guys can do about it.
annual report regarding the Military Institute's morale, its finances, its financial state, and its academics. Now, you might be wondering right now, how on earth is ERIKA KIRK? How did she really just graduate from an apparent stay-at-home mother to suddenly being qualified to submit financial, academic, and military morale reports to the Defense Secretary of the United States?
Good question,
And if you're
Candace.
wondering that, you should know that you're everybody. We are all wondering this, but
we are.
I don't know, guys. Her husband died. That's what I'm told. We are just constantly being reminded that her husband died. Therefore, hey, she could be president one day.
Probably true.
That's
Candace.
what Charlie said, allegedly. There's no
Probably
you can't see
true.
where he said it, but he did say it. He just happened to say that she's going to be president one day. And some would say that maybe it's starting to look like a Claire Underwood from House of Cards situation. Maybe we don't feel so great about her ambition in this moment. But those people, you should dispel what they're saying. They would be wrong because the experts have explained things very clearly. And the experts say ERIKA is qualified because Charlie was qualified. She's literally just taking his place. Anything he can do, she can do better. Yeah, sure. Charlie was a literal boy genius, boy wonder, who had been militarily inclined since high school. Remember, his plan initially was to get into West Point, but then he established Turning Point, and it drove his life into a different direction. And sure, Charlie then built and ran that successful college campus student organization with chapters all across the nation. And sure, that organization earned him the ear of the President of the United States and every major political player in the country and world. And sure, that organization was taking $100 million in annually. But what? Like, it's hard. ERIKA's husband died, so now she's qualified to take his place. That's how this works now. And that's what she's doing. Charlie, by the way, had himself earned that appointment. And there was backlash going, wait, whoa, this is a very big deal. We shouldn't be mixing politics with this. He had earned that appointment in March of 2025. So just 6 months before he was assassinated.
Well, Charlie led a major organization. His wife
We
did
can all
not.
therefore reasonably assume that his beauty pageant wife, who makes t-shirts with biblical verses on them, is going to bring the same level of experience to this exclusive role because she's grieving.
It's in the other room.
And the math on this is really
Maybe
simple.
I
It makes
will.
perfect sense if you don't think about it at all. And you want to know what I think? I think that why stop there? Why stop there? We're so far past ridiculous. I want them to actually just accelerate things. Why not just make ERIKA the defense secretary altogether?
It's a great idea.
Why not just give her command and control over the Army, the Air Force, the Marines, the Space Force? I do not see a legitimate reason why ERIKA wasn't sitting to the left of Trump in the Situation Room when they bombed Iran. That seems perfectly logical now. I mean,
Yeah, so
her
real
husband was
Candace.
assassinated and she's a grieving widow. So, yeah, maybe she could provide counsel to the president regarding this crucial Operation Epstein Fury. That's what we're calling it. We know what this is really about. They're distracting us from the
I don't know what you're saying. I would never get high on the internet. That would never happen. I am as you all know, I am a professional streamer on the internet. I would never get high on the internet. Why, bro? How rude.
Epstein files and just doing whatever Israel wants, like always. Which brings me
Exactly. It's
to
nothing.
Jeffrey Epstein in general.
Nothing is
Speaking
happening.
of Jeffrey
What is
Epstein,
reality?
who was in fact an occult Jewish pedophile, I wanted to show you this email. I had mentioned it yesterday that took place between him and the Princess of Norway. I had mentioned it because, well, I was casually discussing how the real aims of these people is they just want they want less humans. The elites want less humans on Earth. They do not want us
time
to
isn't
be able
real.
to reproduce. They will
True.
give us whatever propaganda serves, whether you're left or right. And yeah, you're going to see this email that I'm going to show you to put it in its proper context. The lead up to this email is the two of them discussing food and antibiotics destroying living organisms. I'm very antibiotic. We'll save that for another show. Anyways, this discussion ends with a mild celebration regarding how ultimately that's going to give them the power to just create humans. This is a conversation back in 2012. Let's read it together. She writes, the princess writes, "You always make me smile because you tickle my brain, but I want the data from now, or the bill is mine. It is the cocktail of all of the unnaturals that have a profound effect on the early stages of development in humans. Soon, people won't be able to make new humans anymore. But I guess that would be La La Land great because we can just design them in a lab."
What?
So futuristic. Just design humans in a lab. I just think it's really important for me to
No
underscore to you guys
way.
that left and right, that has always been the goal. Less humans. To my lefties, truly, it was never about my body, my choice. Go down the Emma Goldman rabbit hole. Go down and understand who was behind Margaret Sanger. This was always about eugenics. The goal was eugenics. They view us all to be human weeds that need to be exterminated. To my conservative.
Did she just say Emma Goldman when she meant Margaret Sanger? She said, go down the Emma Goldman rabbit hole. We've gone down the Emma Goldman rabbit hole. Emma Goldman was awesome. And then she meant Margaret Sanger. Candace just confused Emma Goldman with Margaret Sanger. Emma Goldman, by the way, became a staunch anti-communist later in life after she realized what it actually was. So I feel some kindred spirit with her is all I'm saying. Can be smirching Emma Goldman. Fuck you,
Candace. Who, like me, truly believed that our military was out there spreading democracy all over the world.
Nothing to do with it.
Because the West is the best, and that this was going to, these wars would in some way benefit us. Nope. I think now we can accept this was about just mowing the lawn, mass murdering people, also destroying history because they want like a forever present, a forever future almost. Like we did in Iraq, like we did in Afghanistan, destroying ancient civilizations, with the added plus of stealing country resources that are going to help them further poison the general Goyim population. Poppy seeds for opiates, followed by an opioid crisis in America, get everybody addicted, encourage them to kill their offspring. Big pharma in a nutshell. Okay. Yes, it is also their ultimate goal with IVF. They want all of us to have to come to them, the government overlords, to be able to have a family. A lot of women today are struggling with fertility issues. That's a real thing, and that is not by accident. That is by design. So there was all of this panic yesterday online. The show was.
We got a super chat. Cheek butt nanners. I really want to thank you for not doing commercials. It's such a nice break in the world of YouTube. I don't want to do commercials, man. I would prefer, listen, I have faith in my audience. I have faith that if I don't do commercials, if I don't do ad read-throughs, if I don't take sponsorship, if I don't try to sell you guys a lot of shit outside of like, the stuff that you're going to want related to my work and stuff like that, I have faith that if I don't shill some stupid product for you guys, that you guys will reward me with super chats and channel memberships. I have faith that if I forego one type of income, because I could have put sponsorships on this channel a long ass time ago if I had wanted to. I have faith that if I forego one type of income, you guys are going to come through and reward me and say, Karlyn, we will just pay you because we value your work and we value your time and we value your insight and your information. And we don't want to hear ad reads when you're talking about socialism. We don't want to hear ad reads. And so here are some super chats and here are some channel memberships to support your work, because we know that you are not making as much money as you could be as a way to preserve all of our sanities. I'm just saying, if you guys want to donate to the No Karlyn Ad Read Ever Fund, please feel free to do so. Cynthia in with the 5 channel memberships. W's to Cynthia in the chat. Well, actually, I am an affiliate of Whatnot. I actually could do affiliate links for Whatnot. I've just been kind of lazy about it. But Whatnot did actually, beyond the invite links that I've been sending out, everyone gets an invite link. Whatnot did actually approve me to be an affiliate. So I can actually go into a website and create affiliate links now. I just haven't done it. Okay. So don't think this is off the table. I just haven't done it yet. That's different though. That's different. Don't worry about that.
Trending because we're beginning to discuss the occult. We're discussing mysticism. These people are literally summoning demons, and they're making blood sacrifices. And now the world recognizes that. I think it's now a mainstreamed conversation, which is fantastic. And I wanted to follow up on that note and show you another clip of Father Ripperger discussing this on Sean Ryan's podcast. He's on there discussing as an exorcist the things that he has come across. It's a fantastic conversation. It's like 4 hours long. You should watch the entire thing. But in particular, in this clip, he's going to discuss how coming into contact, Freemasonry, essentially, and how people can raise the ranks through the occult families, how they get involved with these mystic cults in general. Anyway, take a listen.
If you are in the occult, you just arrive at that level where you're doing satanic rituals, or do you graduate?
Do you just start doing satanic rituals when you join the cult, or do they make you go through some sort of training exercise first? Hey, Ginny in Texas over on Rumble, $5 F commercials. Thanks, Ginny. I appreciate that. I love that. Guys, when you join a cult, do you jump right into the satanic ritual part?
Anyway, take a listen.
I should come up with some satanic rituals.
You just arrive at that level where you're doing satanic rituals, or do you graduate?
Some graduate. Some are actually they're trained in this stuff from the very beginning. Sometimes they're actually groomed. They'll watch them in college, or they'll watch them and then they'll introduce them into this through various secret societies and things of that sort. They'll get them into engaging in the occult. There's a few of these people, not many of them, that are actually part of a pedigree or history that extends back to the late 1500s, 1600s, where the occult practices has been in their family lineage literally for 300 to 400 years. And so they're so proficient in the knowledge about how this stuff works and what is actually involved. They know that.
Does anyone else feel like we are in... So we're doing a bunch of movies that I like for my birthday month, obviously, for movie night coming up. And one of the movies we're going to be watching, I'm pretty sure, is The Ninth Gate. Has anyone in the chat seen The Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp? One in the chat if you've seen The Ninth Gate and you know what I'm talking about. 2 in the chat if you haven't seen The Ninth Gate yet and you're going to come to movie night when we watch it in the supporter Discord. Lisa, old granny, this is the only cult you're in. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Kevin, I bet you have to watch safety videos before doing anything satanic, probably for insurance purposes. So real, Kevin. So real. So true. So it looks like some of you know what The Ninth Gate is. Some of you don't. Again, we will be watching it for movie night. It is one of my favorite movies. I love The Ninth Gate. The Ninth Gate is basically about this guy who is an antique book dealer. And he's going down this rabbit hole of trying to find this really rare book about the devil. And he's going into this weird subculture that like they're all in this like satanic worship thing where they're trying to like bring the devil back, and they're trying to amass all these old books from all throughout history to bring the devil back. And this guy's going to try to figure out like which one of these books is real and which one is fake or something like that. There's some sort of plot to it. But like the bigger point that I'm trying to make is you kind of watch this guy Sith over on Rumble says Ninth Gate is amazing. It is amazing. You basically watch this guy who doesn't know anything about satanic cults or any of this, and maybe isn't even really convinced that this stuff exists. You watch him go through this journey where he all of a sudden realizes that the occult is all around him all the time. And I kind of feel like we're in a little bit of a distorted, perverse version of the Ninth Gate, where all of a sudden, all we hear around us, maybe this is just me in my echo chamber, that's entirely possible, but like all of a sudden, we're starting to hear about all this occult bullshit, and it's always kind of been there in the background, and people would like, you know, watch videos about it as entertainment and conspiracy theories and all that stuff, and you talk about it in movies, but now all of a sudden, we're hearing about all this real life occult bullshit because of all the Epstein stuff, and you're starting to realize, like, have I been in an occult horror movie this entire time? Like, we are in an occult horror movie. We're like in the Ninth Gate doing the rabbit hole wind of understanding the occult nature of our reality and all these different sinister groups that exist around us and all of these people that are trying to do shit to summon the devil and eat kids and like all this crazy shit. Does anyone feel like we're like in the beginning stages of a horror movie right now? And there's nothing we can do about it because like literally there's nothing we can do about it. We're just on this fucking ride. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe it's just me. That's entirely possible.
There's demons and God, etc., and they know that their
Demons,
activity
God,
in the occult is
etc.
getting demons actually involved. They fully know that. In fact, their knowledge of this stuff is almost on the same level as mine, and so they have a full understanding of it. But they're on the side of evil, and so they tend to raise their children generation after generation with
Yeah. Thank you, old sub, for being a member of the channel for 4 months. Bucharest is totally anti-communist. It's awesome here, and they party all night. I hope you're having an awesome time on your trip, old sub. Keep us updated. We love seeing your pictures. We love seeing those stickers show up all over the world. That's awesome, bro. Thank you so much.
in that particular occult set of practices.
That is exactly right, ladies and gentlemen. These bloodlines are ancient. These practices are ancient. And the reason why they're constantly moving people all over the world is they don't want you to have this ancestral knowledge. They don't want you to know that they're doing this stuff in broad daylight. The revelation of the method. They're kind of telling you they're doing these things. More on that later. The point here is that Epstein was definitively of the mystic Frankist ilk. He was practicing mystical Judaism. There is no question about that. It always involves occult rituals, which involve harming innocent children. And regarding Jeffrey Epstein in particular, I want to throw it back to this tweet that I published on Thursday, January 29th of this year. It's really interesting in retrospect because I truly did not know what it might amount to. So the backstory here is that I had received a couple of emails from people that follow and watch the show at the White House, and they said, "Hey, Candace, Andrew Colbert, Mikey McCoy, and a couple of women look like Mikey McCoy's wife. They were in the West Wing, and we just thought that's kind of odd because Andrew just presented as though he was live on the Charlie Kirk show doing a phone call with Kash Patel, but actually he's here. He's in front of us here in Washington, D.C. on the other side of the country." So I followed up with them and I asked them specifically who was Andrew Colbert and allegedly Mikey McCoy and co meeting with. Could you guys ask around and figure this out where you saw them? And they said, well, and I'll quote this, the offices in that general region are senior White House staff. It could be Susie Wiles, Stephen Miller, James Braid, the vice president's hallway and the situation room connect to that lobby. So any number of people could have been in there, a Kash, the NSA director, Pete. The cabinet meeting had just let out 15 minutes prior too. So that also adds any members of the cabinet. I didn't know what to make of this, right? So I just instantly put the information out there. And this is what I tweeted. I tweeted just in case. I said, tweeting this in case it's relevant down the line. 2 days ago, Thursday, January 29th, Blake Neff and Andrew Colbert hosted Kash Patel on Charlie Kirk's show. It appeared as though Kash phoned into the show live, but he did not. Andrew Colbert was actually in the West Wing in DC that day, taking a meeting with top brass. The episode was pre-recorded. People in the White House and all around the world think Andrew is shady and intentionally wanted the public to think that he was in Arizona for some reason. So they asked me to release this information. The next bit is unconfirmed, but they believe Andrew was accompanied by Mikey McCoy and his wife, Elizabeth. If you see something, say something.
I love how Candace is just constantly inviting people to feed her bullshit through her email tips. And you really have to keep this in mind. There are many, many, many people. I don't even know if Candace understands this. There are many, many people who are emailing Candace Owens right now who are purposefully feeding her bullshit to get her to say crazy, fucked up shit on her show. There are many, many people who are emailing her, maybe being well-meaning, but being one of those conspiratorial conservatards like the QAnon people. The QAnon people, I'm sure, unintentionally are just emailing Candace so much crazy shit because the QAnon people just make stuff up all the time and then they pretend it's real. So Candace is not only getting emailed bullshit from people who are purposefully trying to fuck up her show, she's also getting emails from her fans who are like QAnon psychos that transitioned over to Candace, and now they're feeding her bullshit as well, but they all think that bullshit is real, whereas the other people are just trying to fuck up Candace's show. And then maybe every once in a while she's going to get an email that actually has real information. She may not even be able to identify that it's real information among all the bullshit that she's probably getting fed through all these emails. And she doesn't seem to realize any of this. Yeah, I wonder how Candace is vetting all this information that's coming in through her email. Thanks to Rudy for the super chat. Like in Pirates of the Caribbean, you best start believing in ghost stories, Mr. Swan. You're in one. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, another great Candace freeze frame. Another freeze frame W. Let's take this one for next Candace episode.
Okay, so I share that. And what struck me as immediately odd was that Andrew Colvett and allegedly Mikey McCoy and his wife were making an effort to fake alive on Charlie Kirk's show with none other than Mr. 33 Kash Patel. Like, why do that at all? In that particular episode that they had with Kash Patel, Kash called in and it was all very performative. I never do this. I never call. Like, it's like, you guys are like together in DC. What are we doing here? I had also replied on January 29th, which you can find this tweet to someone. And I said like, hey, I'm trying to figure out why Andrew Colvett's in the White House. Now, Andrew, the reason why this also should stand out to you is because Andrew has missed plenty of episodes of the Charlie Kirk show. Sometimes it's just Blake Neff. Sometimes it's just, it's Blake and Mikey. Sometimes it's a guest host. Sometimes when traveling, Andrew even calls in for a segment. But this was, for some reason, pre-recorded and intentionally presented to the public as though it was live. I never do this. So I thought through that and I said, a fair assumption is that they did not want people to know that they were taking a meeting at the White House. And that's a very unusual desire for Turning Point USA, right? They normally love to promote the fact that they are involved with Trump, throwing flashy events at the White House, Mar-a-Lago, posing, all glammed up. So then I had asked myself, well, what in particular was it about this meeting on this day in the West Wing that they wanted to fly under the radar? What could have been the subject that they wanted to fly under the radar? I wasn't sure. Like I said, felt important enough to tweet about it just in case. And lo and behold, the very next day on January 30th, the Epstein files were released. And I thought, oh, how precise.
Oh,
Is it possible that the meeting was related to the Epstein files?
Candace is saying they were in the White House because ERIKA KIRK has something to do with Epstein and they were afraid of this information getting released. So they're trying to figure out is that the argument being made?
Files, which are heavily redacted and obviously not complete. And said to myself, well, ERIKA was heavily involved in the pageantry world, really her whole life. Trump was also heavily involved in the pageantry world. More specifically, Donald Trump was actually the 50% owner of Miss America alongside NBC Universal when ERIKA was crowned. And Trump and Epstein's relationship, to be sure, seemed to be centered around pageantry and the modeling world and parties. There was even a lawsuit that was filed back in 1997 over a pageant company wherein one of the guys had said that during a meeting for his company that Jeffrey Epstein was there, which is kind of like an honorable mention. So, okay, and Trump has never denied that he hung out with Epstein. He said, I never went to the island, but there are obviously photos. So that's interesting. And I want to make sure you understand what Jeffrey Epstein did, how he was trafficking. It's important to remember that Jeffrey Epstein was specifically trafficking women from Eastern Europe through modeling agencies. Okay. So it's a great cover, whether he was working with Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner hands him the keys and all of a sudden he's like a casting director looking at all of these models. Jean-Luc Brunel in Paris, his agency, MC2 Modeling, Jean-Luc Brunel kills himself. The media doesn't want to mention the fact that they also had offices in Tel Aviv. Jean-Luc Brunel did. And that's how he was accomplishing it, because when you see a lot of women at a modeling agency, you don't go, oh, maybe these women are being trafficked from Europe. Maybe these women are, not actually happy to be here. Maybe they're in some danger, right? It's like the illusion when there's just a lot of models at any event, whether it's a pageant, anything else, is that this is normal because it's just the world of fashion or the world of beauty or the world of modeling. Okay. So Victoria's Secret he's doing casting for. And also when you go through his emails, it seems like he's also hand-picking girls for certain pageants. And I've read through some of them. Like he had clearly a very strong relationship with the Miss North Carolina one year. I thought, okay, maybe.
The argument is, it's not a good freeze frame. That's much better. Much better freeze frame. Hang on. Always got to make sure Candace has a freeze frame dub when we pause the video. Anyway. Is the argument that Trump handpicked ERIKA KIRK to have some involvement with Jeffrey Epstein through the beauty pageants? Trump picked ERIKA KIRK to have some involvement. Thank you, Victor. I appreciate it. Trump picked ERIKA KIRK to have some involvement with Jeffrey Epstein in the beauty pageants. Okay. All right, Candace, let's keep going.
The Miss North Carolina one year. I thought, okay, maybe still another coincidence, right? Erica's in pageant world, Trump's in pageant world, Epstein's in pageant world-ish. Then we took a week off to investigate ERIKA, and I was even more stunned by some more coincidences, and I'm going to run you through them here. Okay, so in 2010, we know Jeffrey Epstein, based on the emails, begins procuring models from Romania. We also know that that's the same time and year the Black Sea Rotational Force in Constanta, Romania, is being led by Erica's cousin, Lieutenant Colonel Denis Franțve. It's the first time America is operating a base in Romania, which is later going to be accused of prostituting underage Romanian children. Okay. Brothel, Colonel Otto Buscher. Same time frame, Tyler Boyer goes out to Constanta, Romania, and he's hanging out and he's partying and he's drinking with Romanian models and parliament politicians. Then Tyler is going to return from Romania around September of 2010. Makes sense because he was attending Arizona State University. So school's got to get going. And then that same year, Jeffrey Epstein begins giving money to Arizona State University, specifically for their Origins project. Okay. 4 months after that, ERIKA, and this is now into 2011, in May of 2011, Tyler Boyer is going to get unusually elected to the Board of Regents. And I say unusually because the governor, he kind of didn't go through the normal process, and the governor just decides Tyler Boyer's the guy.
That's not unusual.
And then 4 months beyond that, ERIKA is going to enroll into ASU for her final year of college from 2011, 2012. And immediately 2 months after that, after the semester begins, she wins Miss Arizona USA, right, in November. And right after winning, we know she's going to establish this working partnership with the U.S. Marines Black Sea Rotational Force in Constanta, teaming up with them to run the Romanian Angels Project through her 501c3 Everyday Heroes. She's going to go out to Constanta. She's working with Colonel Otto Buscher, that same colonel who's going to be accused of trafficking and prostituting underage Romanians.
Wow.
Apparently up and through.
Okay, I have to say, this another dubbed Candace, dub freeze frame Candace. This timeline that Candace is putting together is actually very helpful to me in order to like understand the argument that she's actually making. I feel like Candace should have made a PowerPoint like 4 or 5 episodes ago, because I'm just completely lost about all the different like accusations that Candace is making at this point. So having it very clearly laid out in a timeline is very helpful. Okay, so basically we have Tyler Boyer mysteriously appointed to ASU at the same time that ERIKA chooses to enter into ASU. And then also ERIKA won Miss Arizona, which is affiliated with the Trump beauty pageant system. And then as Miss Arizona, she teamed up with some organization with the Marines. Sorry. She teamed up with some organization with the Marines to do something in Romania connected to someone who is connected to Epstein, who is a human sex trafficker. Okay.
Tel Aviv. And I do want to also say about that,
and
in
Israel.
general, why did she partner with the US Marines at all? That's not a requirement. Okay. I went to Romania twice. My best friend was Romanian and actually lived, her family, like she grew up here, but her family lived in Constanta. You can just go do charity. You don't have to team up with the US Marines. This is a
True.
EU member state. Okay. You don't need the protection of US Marines to be in Romania and decide that you want to drop off some Christmas gifts. Really, you just need an address to do that. But for some reason, this particular charity felt that they needed to team up with the US Marines. I just want to point, no one's really recognized that. You don't need to do that. I can go do charity anywhere in Europe right now. Doesn't demand a partnership with the US Marines. It's very strange. Then we have in 2014, 2015, ERIKA begins tweeting that she's a casting director or casting recruiter in Los Angeles. The same time, she's kind of trying to break into the industry herself, which we've shown. And I also want to say that during this time that she's trying to get involved in reality TV, we find her floating around Mark Burnett. Mark Burnett is also running Mark Burnett Productions. He's running Trump's Apprentice show. A lot of synergy happening around this time. I do believe that ERIKA knew Donald Trump before she ever met Charlie Kirk. I think that's honestly evident. And so it really makes you wonder if this kind of brings in Colvet, because Kairos Company is working with Mark Burnett via Johnny Moore. It's very weird around this time frame, but it's this next little time frame that I want to get to you guys on. All right, so I'll tell you how I got this information. I had received a tip a while ago saying, "Hey, you know, their Next Model Management in New York City, Faith Cates, who was the co-founder of it, had to step down because of her involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. She's like in his emails like 4,000 times, even after he got arrested for pedophilia. She's like, I will never betray you. I will never, ever betray you. Like, you know, I've got your back to the end. She was very close. I mean, look, she's inviting him here in this email to her son's bar mitzvah. And this person said, just so you know, ERIKA was involved with Next Model Management, right? So this is a tip. And this person did not work with Next Model Management. So I was like, okay, tip, let's see where it leads, you know, kind of investigating things. And I kind of reach into some old contact cards. I'm going, that would be very curious, because Next Model Management apparently had tons of Eastern European girls all around the office. And like I said, you can look more into the Faith Cates thing, but it's not great. Right? It's not great. The relationship that Faith Cates had with Jeffrey Epstein, Eastern European models all around Next Model Management office. He was helping this model agency in particular. And so I decided to see if I could get some more people to verify that ERIKA was involved. What was she doing? Was she modeling? No. Well, I was able to confirm it, not just once, not twice, 3 times, 4 times with people with direct knowledge that ERIKA KIRK was multiple times taking meetings at Next Model Management and dealing with the people, like the suits that would surround Faith Cates, people like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, they did not say they saw her meeting with Jeffrey Epstein, but they said essentially Jeffrey Epstein was always there because he was so close with Faith. This cannot be denied. You can go through their emails. They're very close. And so he would sometimes come in and he would take a meeting. And so he would just kind of, when you're friends with someone, I'm going to take an office, and nobody knew what the context of these meetings were. They are saying that in meetings like that, meaning ERIKA was not there because of a modeling contract or because they don't know why she was there. They don't know why ERIKA was in that same category of Suits, right? Of just like Suits, and they were not to ask questions, and ERIKA is there and she's taking meetings at Next Model Management. So now feeling 100% certain that this information was real, like I said, confirming it 4 ways, I decided to go out and ask ERIKA what she was doing there. Because if people with intimate knowledge situation don't know what she was doing there, that's not great, right? What are the chances? What does ERIKA have to do with Next Model Management? What is she doing there? And I went out to her and I, of course, copied the spokesperson, Andrew Colbert, and I said, what specifically were you doing at Next Model Management in New York City? What's up? What do you do? Did you run into Epstein? Like, I just want to know, like, what is your relationship with faith? How about that? Give me the context of this. Crickets. I feel like that would be a very easy email to answer. One question: what is the context of your relationship with Next Model Management? We've now confirmed that you were taking meetings here. What was the nature of those meetings? And I mentioned, she's obviously had a falling out regarding she had to step down because of the Epstein emails, and she retired. She said it's like the nice way of I'm deciding to retire. And nothing. Wouldn't you just answer that instantly? Like if someone just emailed me and said, what is the context? You're ASU, you got Romania going on, you're not this modeling agency. And they said like there were constantly Eastern European models all over the office. I mean, like it was just everywhere. And Epstein would just come all the time. Like, this was his friend. Why wouldn't he come into his friend's office? Wouldn't you like rank that really high in terms of just giving it?
I'm going to say this though. Actually, another dub. Candace does not miss on the freeze frame ever. So I'm going to say this. I do actually find it suspicious. ERIKA KIRK started doing cease and desist letters this week. So there was a guy on Twitter who goes by Project Constitution, and I think he's a little paranoid, if I'm being honest about it, but whatever. And so he posted some stuff on Twitter that turned out not to be true about ERIKA KIRK being on one of the Epstein tapes. And then ERIKA KIRK sent him a cease and desist order, and then he ignored it and he started justifying it and all this stuff. And like, whatever, that's going to play out however it's going to play out. I don't really care so much about that as I care about why is ERIKA KIRK sending the Twitter guy with one bad tweet a cease and desist order, but ERIKA KIRK is not sending Candace Owens the same cease and desist order. And what I got from people is like people were saying that ERIKA KIRK has sent Candace Owens a cease and desist order, but I haven't heard anything about that. Has that actually happened? So that I do actually find to be a little bit suspicious. Why is ERIKA KIRK sending the Twitter guy that, quite frankly, I don't think most people consider to be a reputable and credible source of news? Why are they sending the Twitter guy who already got community noted anyway a cease and desist order when they're not sending Candace a cease and desist order? Okay, where was it published? Did anyone publish it? Because people keep saying, Pinky swear, trust me, bro. She got a cease. Where the fuck was it published? And if it was true that she got one months ago, then why hasn't ERIKA followed up on it? Because a cease and desist order says, stop doing this shit or we're going to sue you. And then if you keep doing this shit, which Candace has obviously and clearly still kept doing it, she gets sued. So where the fuck is the evidence that you haven't seen it? So stop like listening to stuff without primary source evidence. There's no evidence that Candace has gotten a cease and desist letter. And if she has gotten a cease and desist letter, then why the fuck hasn't ERIKA followed up on it?
Comment and being like, I was there for, I don't know what would be an appropriate answer. I literally don't know what would be an appropriate answer. I don't know why she'd be there, but wouldn't you just offer that answer if there was a good answer? I find it to be very strange. I find that to be very strange, especially when we now add in the fact, going back to the way that she's dancing around Epstein, pageant world, Romania, ASU. Now we have Next Model Management specifically, and real estate. We can't get an answer on that. ERIKA being the busiest person in the world in 2018, receiving degrees, starting and running a business, a clothing company, also taking interviews with Turning Point because she's going to help them, but then falling in love with Charlie. She also unusually receives her New York real estate license to work with Corcoran Real Estate. And that is under the stewardship of Pam Lehman, featured in the Epstein files, was helping him with real estate deals. But also, we can't find any real estate deals that ERIKA completed in New York. And real estate agents are reaching out to me saying, you can't just get a license and work for Corcoran. That's not how the real estate world works. I guess they have certain requirements. They're like, this is backdoor stuff. Somebody just made that happen for her. And there does, like I said, does not appear to be any record of her having completed that. But we do then learn via Jeffrey Epstein's emails that the president of the Corcoran Group is actually Linda Rothschild. And Jeffrey Epstein is working directly for the Rothschilds. He himself is saying that Corcoran Real Estate Group is all over his emails. Okay.
So Jeffrey Epstein got ERIKA KIRK the job at Corcoran Real Estate out of college.
Says it right there. Someone read a background on Linda Rothschild, has all of her different names that she uses, and also has her listed as the president of the Corcoran Group. What was ERIKA doing for the Corcoran Group? Who got her that job? Who recalls sitting with ERIKA for her real estate license? Do you do it online? I don't know.
Okay. Did she actually show it? Did she actually show the cease and desist letter? And if that and if she didn't show it, then why didn't she show it? She always shows this shit. And if that did happen on the 1st of January or the 21st of January, it's now 2 months later. So the cease and desist letter didn't stop anything. CANDACE has been doing this shit for months. Why hasn't TPUSA followed up on the cease and desist letter? I don't think the cease and desist letter exists. But even if it does exist, it honestly doesn't matter. They should have followed up on it.
Oh, I'm ignorant about.
Oh shit, that was another dub. I totally missed that freeze frame. My bad.
Real estate license. I will say that
next time.
But I do know that there is a general understanding that if you want to move money, real estate is a very good way to do that. It's a very good way to do that. It's a good cover if you're trying to move money.
Just ask
real estate's
questions.
A very productive means to do that. And I am starting to have just how many times can her life path keep intersecting with Jeffrey Epstein before it's weird? Her relationship with Trump just like here, something is not feeling right. Jeffrey, we got him gaslighting us. We got Andrew Colvett. We got this meeting at the White House that they didn't brag about. They love the photos. They love the photo ops. They're there the evening before, and they're in the West Wing. Yeah, they met with someone very important about like, hey, can't you just come out and say what you were meeting about? What was the context of that meeting? I would like to know. I mean, you guys are saying everything else. Something is not right. That's almost redundant at this point. The fact that something is not right with ERIKA, but I would like an answer as to what specifically ERIKA was doing, sitting down in offices with suits at the Next Model Management Company. I think that's a very simple question to ask. There may be a very simple answer. We will see. We'll be right back after a brief break.
All right, Candace, that's a good question. Did ERIKA know Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, what else did you have to say in this one?
And that Trauma Show as the might. I will say the entire ERIKA story feels like, as I refer to on the show, as the Midas touch. Somebody just pulling her through the ranks at all times. I don't know if she's even smart, but they're telling us that she's like the brightest in the entire world and that she's doing it all. And no one can even confirm that she did graduate summa cum laude from ASU.
Dub freeze frame. Boom. Naruto, thank you for the super chat. I feel like if Candace actually got a cease and desist order, she would have been plastering it everywhere as evidence that they're trying to silence me. I feel like that too, Naruto. I think it's a really good point. Thanks so much for the super chat.
You But by the way, she has since removed that from her bio. She is slated to speak at Hillsdale College, and the students have all messaged me about it because they don't want her there. And they similarly just feel like she's just being hoisted upon them. And you just go, the woman I'm speaking to, like that we're listening rather to her speak, is not a super genius. You didn't have to guess whether Charlie
Blueberry
Kirk was a genius.
snowflake.
You know what I mean? But they're just like, she is. She's so qualified, hyper qualified. We can't show you where on the resume where she's qualified, or how you go from like modeling agencies and dating reality shows and pageantry to where she is now, the Department of Defense. No one can explain that, and they don't even care to. It's giving Jeffrey Epstein when he just like becomes a math teacher and someone's pulling him from the ranks.
I actually do agree with Candace on this one. Like the whole Air Force Academy thing is such bullshit. I did a whole rant about this. For people who don't know, I worked in higher education for 10 years. I worked with college executive teams. I worked with boards at colleges. I did corporate retreats for them. I know all about all this bullshit. There is no universe in which ERIKA KIRK is qualified to be on a board at the Air Force Academy because of who she married. There is no universe that that's real. And so on that point, I do actually agree with Candace. Again, we are looking for evidence, not pinky swear. Trust me, bro. I want to see the fucking order, and I want to know why TPUSA hasn't followed up on it. And LPS, Candace, why haven't you asked why TPUSA isn't following up on that cease and desist letter? Why hasn't Candace asked that? It's a good question, pertinent question.
Someone is Bill Barr, right, who gives him that job because he's running that school. Something's just really weird about everything. And I also wanted to tell you, this is kind of happening on X right now. Turning Point tried to remove it from the podcast. They did actually remove it from the podcast, but not before the internet grabbed it. It's this clip of Blake Neff. He's one of my favorite characters because he always just says too much and it's never good. And Blake Neff is explained on Charlie Kirk's show earlier today that ERIKA says that Charlie, if he had a choice, he would stay dead.
Milkshake, and I can't have a milkshake, and it's very sad. And it's like, man, I was looking at some sugar-free Oreo fluff recipe last night, and I couldn't bring myself to make it because it's like, it's not that it has carbs in it. It's like it doesn't really, but it's like it has so many calories. I couldn't justify it eating it instead of chicken, and I was just like, man, I can never have good food again. The keto crash starvation diet has consumed me, and I can't even have milkshakes anymore, and it sucks. I fucking love milkshakes. I like peanut butter milkshakes. I like coffee milkshakes. I even like vanilla milkshakes. Milkshakes are fucking awesome, and I can't have one, and it sucks because I'm on the keto crash starvation diet, and if I go off the keto crash starvation diet, see, now I have incentive, because if I ever go off the keto crash starvation diet and gain weight back, Ethan Ralph will throw that in my face forever, and he'll actually be right on that one. And so now, you know what? This is what fucking around on the internet gets you. Now that I'm thinking about it, now I can never go off the keto crash starvation diet, because inevitably somewhere I will gain. If I have one fucking milkshake, I'm going to gain like 10 pounds back, and like instantly, like overnight. And then everyone's going to throw it in my fucking face just because I've been so like, belligerent about I lost weight, you assholes. And so now I can never have sugar again. It's over. I'm eating chicken for the rest of my life. It's over. I can never have another milkshake.
Take it away, Blake Neff.
Blake, any thoughts? It's ERIKA said
I could have a protein
Charlie
shake.
was
You're
given
right.
the choice
Actually, you're right. I could have a
undo
protein
what happened
shake.
and come back. He wouldn't. She thought
not the
because
same.
of what was unleashed by it.
We tried to get like the full clip, but they've since removed that. And Blake is like, that's just because of the faith revolution. And like, he would be so happy to see that people are being driven toward churches that he would pick if he was in heaven and given, he would just say, I'm just going to stay here and I'm going to let my kids grow up without a father and really without a mother, because everything seems to be going according to some more divine plan. And ERIKA has taken my spot everywhere. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's actually talk about September 8th, because I now feel like now that we've learned more about ERIKA, the Fort Huachuca story, I'm leaning towards Mitch. Allegedly, ERIKA. He saw her on September 8th,
Allegedly.
Fort Huachuca. It caused mass panic. They spent tons of money getting people to attack me. And that now, with everything we know about the way ERIKA moves, didn't really know in the beginning how to feel. But I'd like to add, I guess, just some more data points to September 8th. Now, remember, ERIKA's claim before they sent me a cease and desist was that she was making dinner for Charlie that night.
Where's the
but
cease and
no
desist?
one else has been able to independently confirm that. Frank Turek does make the claim.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Candace claims there's some sort of cease and desist letter that no one has actually seen. She then does something that overtly flies in the face of that cease and desist letter and is basically like, ha ha, fuck you. You can't make me do it, ERIKA. Fuck you. So Candace is like giving the middle finger to the alleged cease and desist letter. And then TPUSA does nothing about it and ERIKA KIRK does nothing about it. Well, at the same time, they're issuing cease and desist letters to other people. Why, if there is a cease and desist letter, Candace is obviously, this is another dub freeze frame, by the way. Candace is obviously fucking ignoring the cease and desist letter. So why the fuck isn't ERIKA KIRK doing anything about it?
That Charlie had dinner with his family, but he doesn't mention ERIKA. He doesn't say his wife. And I find that to be interesting because I think Frank Turek is actually a smarter person involved in this. He hasn't made the same mistakes as everybody else. He's he says just enough. So this could just as easily mean that Charlie had dinner with the kids. That's the vibe that I get from September 8th. We're going to go through this timeline is that Charlie was the parent that night. Listen to what Frank Turek had to say.
You know, the last walk we went on, Megan, was Monday.
So the alleged cease and desist letter wasn't even sent directly to Candace. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Night. So the terrible day was Wednesday.
Duh.
And so we spent some time Monday, and then we both went to dinner. He wanted to have dinner with the family, he's a family man. So he said, hey, can you come back at about 8? We'll go on a walk. I said, yeah, okay. So I came back down at 8 and
it's a big ass bottle of water. Holy shit.
I said, okay, I'm about here. He said, coming out. And then a minute later, he said, shortly, Gigi just got up. So he was obviously taking care of the baby, taking care of his daughter, because that's the kind of person he was. And then we went on this long walk, and there were 2 major issues that kept coming up that he wanted to be better at.
So we received an email which made this even more interesting. I don't even know how I missed this, but they said, Candace, Charlie on September 8th was very obviously watching the Bears football game. He was a massive Chicago Bears fan. Everybody knows that. And it was like kind of always this feature on his show of him being upset with the chronic upsets that comes apparently with being a Chicago Bears fan. And he recounted with remarkable detail, at least, and this is again, I'm happy to yield and err on the side of caution, but I think we can confidently state that Charlie definitively watched the second half of that game glued to his screen. Take a listen to Charlie discussing the Bears game on September 8th.
Blake is such a Packers fan. He said, what should we talk about? Oh, talk about the Bears. I'm not talking about the Bears, okay? You see, I even put in my group chat. I said, the Bears are winning by 14 points. This is a very strange thing. I don't know how to handle it. The Bears put on a masterclass, one of the worst coach games in the history of football. It was so bad. They challenge in the second. You never do this in the second half. You should be smacked across the face. He challenged what was not even a close call of Noah Sewell, with a fumble. What happens when you lose a challenge? You lose a timeout. So you lose a timeout. You need to stop the clock. And they only have 2 timeouts left, and they can't do that. And then some rocket scientist on the Bears, I'm screaming at my TV. I woke up everyone. They decide, well, we have to kick the ball, and it was like 2 minutes and 2 seconds left, okay? And they're down by 3 points. 2 minutes, 2 seconds left. So with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left, you have to make sure that the ball either goes out of bounds or that you kick it off so that they can't do a turn. You only have 1 timeout left. Why does that matter? Well, because then the 2-minute warning stops the clock, and that is a built-in timeout for when the Vikings run the ball inevitably. What do? They allow the Vikings to return the ball. They're basically ending the game.
I don't think there's any question that Charlie watched the second half of that game, and he says he was screaming at his TV, okay? So we are now able to tighten up that schedule on September 8th. I'm going to show you guys that, what we have here going on. First and foremost, I do want to note that that article appears in the Jezebel.com regarding the witches cursed placed on Charlie's life. That was at 9:49 a.m. All of this is in Arizona time, just to be
The
clear.
witches! The
9:49 a.m. That article
witches!
appears in Jezebel
Double,
regarding a witch's
double
curse that was
toil and
placed
trouble.
on Charlie. Exactly 1 hour later, to the minute, ERIKA breaks her years-long Twitter silence, and she tweets out a Bible verse, Ephesians, for by grace you have been saved through faith. Okay. At 10 o'clock a.m.
Candace is arguing that an hour after Jezebel reported that witches placed a curse on Charlie Kirk, ERIKA responded on Twitter with a Bible verse. And Candace is implying that ERIKA was responding to the witches who placed a curse on Charlie. Okay, Candace.
Charlie appears from his home studio live on Charlie Kirk. That is what that's a different episode, not the one that we just watched. At 10:45 a.m., Lori Franzfey has an appointment at the clinic, and Charlie allegedly meets up with her, accompanies her. These appointments apparently run for an hour. So Charlie and Lori are together. From 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m., Charlie appears from his home studio on the Ingram angle. There was that notorious picture going around where Charlie looked angry, like he was looking off to the side. Well, he's got to be looking at Frank Turek. I would suspect, based on this timeline, that Frank Turek was with him. That would track that he's, because it's getting tight now. The game is about to kick off. ERIKA's about, her alibi is going to be she arrived home. And so, yeah, you guys, everyone investigating this should now copy this timeline. I think Frank Turek was with Charlie. I'm not saying Charlie was angry at Frank, but they, like, I still don't believe Frank's story that they went on a walk to talk about pointers about how Charlie would debate and college. I never bought that he was just suddenly in need of so much debate help. I think there was something going on. There was some sort of crisis that required Charlie speaking to a rabbi, a pastor, and a priest within 48 hours. I think that that's a fair assumption to make. ERIKA, and again, Frank has never said these portions about dinner. He says dinner with the family. But ERIKA will allege that she arrives home at 5:24. And then at 5:41, Charlie is allegedly, as she's coming up, she's already upstairs. Charlie then's allegedly going to text her and ask her what time dinner is, despite being in close quarters. ERIKA is then, because, it's a very small apartment, wake Gigi up by opening a fridge in the middle of the night. Charlie is then going to text ERIKA and ask, like I said, what time dinner is. And then ERIKA is.
I literally just texted my husband, who was downstairs earlier, and asked him to bring me something in my office. It's like, am I the only married person that texts their spouse when they are like actually in the house, because one of you is upstairs and one of you is downstairs? And Victor texts me all the time if I have my door closed, because he assumes that I'm streaming, and so he texts me instead of just coming and asking me.
Going to text Charlie that dinner is ready. So this is a fast dinner. I have to fit in everything. And then you can kind of see we've gone through and went back to the game.
Candace obviously
people's
doesn't
tweets
text
of when
her husband from
exactly
inside the house.
Noah Sewell forced a fumble on TJ. That's what he's talking about there. And you can see that this timeline is starting to tighten up. So I wanted to share this with you because I have a strong inkling, and it is not a fact, but it is a strong inkling that Charlie was at home alone with the kids. That is why when he woke Gigi up, it would track that he went to have dinner with his kids and his quote unquote family. And that is why when he was shouting at the TV, which would
Victor always likes to text me, do you want pizza, when he wants to get pizza, because he doesn't want to take responsibility for getting pizza. So Victor oftentimes when I'm streaming at night will text me, do you want pizza? Not so much since I started the keto crash starvation diet, because I'm going to tell him no now. But he used to text me, do you want pizza, to signal that he wanted pizza. And then I would say, Victor, do you want pizza? He would say yes. And then we would order pizza. But this would all happen over text, because he doesn't want to admit that he was actually the one that wanted pizza, and he wanted me to take responsibility for the pizza.
In fact, wake a toddler up around when is he shouting at the challenge around 7:16 that he then screaming at the game, whenever Gigi wakes up, he then tells Frank, hold up, because the Chicago game is on, which Frank hasn't mentioned that, which I find to be interesting. Might be a talking point of why he was running late. But
Hey,
this is
no rush
it's getting interesting.
No,
It's definitely
rush in the
getting interesting.
chat.
That game ended at 8:30, so he definitely was not walking with Charlie at 8 o'clock because he is very clear that he was screaming. And then he comes down a little bit late. Charlie is then going to be seen at 9 o'clock walking with his bodyguard Heath and accompanied by a tall man who is not Frank Turek. So locals did not see Frank Turek on this walk with Charlie. They did see Charlie on a walk. He stopped. He spoke with his neighbor for a few minutes about his upcoming tour, said hello to the dog. Yeah. My suspicion is Frank was there for some reason. It's not, you don't just like sort of invite a pastor over and then say, come back. And there's something going on. There's something going on. And I think Frank would know the answer. I think Frank could answer, by the way. I will get an email out to him as to whether or not he was the person that was in Charlie's studio when he looks off to the left before the Laura Ingraham hit. And I think Frank could actually answer whether or not ERIKA was home. It's a yes or no question. Was ERIKA home? Did you see ERIKA? Nobody yet. And I will keep putting out an APB for September 8th for ERIKA KIRK. No one can confirm seeing her anywhere. And she was very well known in this neighborhood. Charlie's entire family is well known. People will tell me when they see the kids, who they saw the kids with, that they saw the kids with Tracy Martin's husband. I mean, you could say any person, they know, because Charlie Kirk was a celebrity. He was a fixture. So they knew his family, they knew his kids. And no one can confirm that they saw ERIKA KIRK on the 8th. And I'm troubled by that. Even anywhere. When they went to go pick up the food from the grocery store. I don't know. Given how much she pathologically lies, and given how aggressive the campaign was when we merely mentioned Fort Huachuca, and I had not yet dropped the fact that he thought he saw ERIKA. We were actually holding that back. And then she does this tour and gets like real aggressive and just stop. My vibes, my spidey senses are telling me that ERIKA was not there on the 8th. I find her pretending not to understand the instructions or the middle person, what we're trying to get to confirm that this text correspondence really took place between her and Charlie and not her and somebody else or two other people. I don't buy it. I don't buy anything really that ERIKA says. She lies a lot. And I think we've proven that thus far. Anyway, we'll take a break here and I'll answer some of your questions.
Okay. Episode 1 done. Let's see. What was ERIKA KIRK doing in Epstein's orbit? We are continuing, guys. We're doing a CANDACE insanity update. We are just binge watching some CANDACE episodes, not all of them, but some of them, to get a basic idea of how Candace Owens is still going after ERIKA KIRK. And this is all for entertainment, for people who are new, for people who might be CANDACE fans. I don't care. I actually don't care. I don't care if Candace is right. I don't care if Candace is wrong. I will say I agree with Candace when I agree with her. I will say I disagree with Candace when I think Candace is behaving like a psycho. We will make fun of this. We will enjoy this. We will mock this because this amount of obsession that Candace has with ERIKA KIRK is next level, regardless of if she occasionally has a point or not. But ultimately, I don't care. I'm just here to be entertained. It's a Friday. It's happy hour. We're chilling, watching some drama content, and that's what we're doing. So please feel free to hang out in the chat. Please make sure you mount the like button for me if you would be so kind. And as a reminder, we'll be doing Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. So if you want serious content about the left, come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. I could not care less about this, bro. This is about unwinding because we do serious shit on this channel. Unlike Candace, who makes shit up on the internet for the living, we do serious shit and serious research, but we have fun as well. So that is what we're doing here. I don't give a flying fuck whether this is true or not. I just want to be entertained. That is the most important thing, is that I am entertained. Anyway, we are continuing on. Who wears sunglasses inside while streaming? The coolest fucking streamer that you've ever seen, that's for sure. But obviously, bro, obviously, listen. Obviously, you and I are not on the same page. Obviously, you are not a good fit for this channel. Let's do a deportation vote. Let's do well, Candace has 200,000 people. I don't give a flying fuck. Deportation vote for this asshole. One in the chat if we are deporting him from the channel for obviously not being smart enough to be here. 2 in the chat if he can stay. We're doing a deportation vote, ladies and gentlemen. 1 in the chat if we are deporting this asshole from the channel. 2 in the chat if he can stay. It is up to the community. The community decides who gets to stay and who gets to be at our cool kids table and who doesn't. Oh no, bro. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, bro. It's over. Deportation from the channel. See, you insulted the sunglasses. Your first mistake, asshole, just so you know, was insulting the sunglasses. All right? Bye-bye. Let's continue.
All right, you guys. Well, I can tell you that this young lady is my whole mood today.
I'm just telling you right now, if ERIKA KIRK is ever on a ticket, I am not voting for ERIKA KIRK. I will vote for anybody else. I will vote for somebody foreign before I vote for ERIKA KIRK.
I'll vote for somebody's pet fish before I vote for ERIKA KIRK. I am done. I have seen enough. I can no longer bear people defending ERIKA KIRK in any way, any shape, any form. It has to end. It has to stop. Okay? It has to stop right now. Because we received some follow-up information regarding ERIKA's time in New York, confusing time in New York, specifically more details pertaining to what the hell ERIKA was doing, parked at a modeling agency that was frequented by Jeffrey Epstein. And you know what? This information feels pretty.
You know what? Listen, any reasonable person loves the sunglasses. If you don't love the sunglasses, you don't belong here. That's just the way it goes. Andre, sing I wear my sunglasses. I'm not going to sing that. I'm not going to sing that, but yeah, goddamn right. I wear my sunglasses at night and no one can tell me otherwise. They're my sunglasses. It's my office. It's my computer. It's my lights. I'll do what I want, assholes. It's my YouTube channel.
Explosive. I would say it requires a response. We can't keep pretending that this is just some godly woman who's just being attacked by the internet. ERIKA's past is checkered. It's very checkered. Her mother, her acquaintances, everything about this girl should be sending off alarm bells, especially for the people that keep defending her. Look at the people that keep defending her. They themselves are the biggest red flag. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
I did almost sing it. It was a close call. Dave.
You know, our new rule here is if you see something, say something. We open up investigations to the world because it tends to be that you get a lot of information when you do that. It really is incredible. And as soon as we opened the door to the plausibility that ERIKA and Jeffrey Epstein may have come across each other, certainly plausible. They seem to be just swimming around each other. More people began talking and remembering some things. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying that we did not go out to ERIKA for comment regarding today's episode because it makes very little sense if someone ignores your first email question to think that they're going to be willing to answer a related follow-up question. Let's get back into this. Next Model Management. It was co-founded by Faith Cates. We told you this yesterday, a dear friend to Jeffrey Epstein, all over the emails, 4,000 plus times. Her offices had a ton of Eastern European models that were going through it. She's actually known for having made the careers of various Eastern European models. And like I told you guys, Jeffrey Epstein was around this office a lot. He frequented the office as you would if it was your friends. All of this is a fact. Now, another interesting fact is that Faith Cates, she actually knew Epstein since before she co-founded Next because she was actually the vice president.
All right, we got a super chat from Linda. Thanks, Linda. Hasn't Candace's friend Andrew Tate been arrested multiple times for trafficking in Romania? Linda, that is a great point that I hadn't even considered. Candace is friends with Andrew Tate, isn't she? And Andrew Tate has been arrested multiple times for sex trafficking in Romania. Touche, W. Linda. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Of the women's division over at Wilhelmina Models first. Wilhelmina Models was co-founded by Fran Rothschild. Okay. Frances Rothschild is her name. Now, why is that interesting? Because you will recall in Jeffrey Epstein's recently released emails that he said to Peter Thiel that he works directly for the Rothschilds family. He's spreading around their money. I will show you that email here so that we can confirm it. is Jeffrey to Peter. He says, as you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. I was hoping to figure out a way for the bank that has 160 billion in management to do something in tech. Best client list in the world, prehistoric products. It can wait. Okay, just asserting that as a fact here. All right. Now, what is also a fact is that the Rothschilds credit themselves with creating the modern state of Israel. Zionism was therefore their platitude. Zionists were also the people that were squeezing Charlie Kirk at the end of his life, morally blackmailing Charlie Kirk, stressing out Charlie Kirk, pulling money away from Charlie Kirk and the organization. Charlie himself said that he was done with the pro-Israel cause. But then he was murdered. And his wife did a complete 180 like LBJ, inviting, frankly, deranged Zionists into the fold immediately. Ben Shapiro, who was in fact an enemy to her husband, effectively opened AmFest. She came out first, and then Ben Shapiro came out second. He was also allowed onto Charlie Kirk's show and appeared in person rather in his studio. Very odd. I want you to park that into your mind. She never came out and said anything about Josh Hammer lying when he said effectively that Charlie never blinked on Israel. She never said anything at all about what Charlie was going through. Never said, oh, that donor took money away from him. I'm so angry about that. Not once. Actually, you could argue she did the opposite. She was setting up interviews with the likes of Barry Weiss, pushing Charlie's final book, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Okay, we got it. Now, what is also a fact is that some of the employees and some of the people who were associated parties with Next Models remember ERIKA Franzwey at the office taking meetings. Weird, because ERIKA KIRK, despite her very illustrious, multi-hyphenated career, she's actually never made the claim to have worked for a modeling agency. So what was she doing? That was a question we went out to her with. What were you actually doing here, parked up at this office? What is your connection here to Next Model agency, Next Model Management? And do you know Faith Cates? How do you know Faith Cates, ERIKA? Did you see Epstein walking around the office? Fair questions. Well, what we can now confirm, and these are eyewitness accounts specifically, that they recall ERIKA because she was taking meetings at the office, and those offices were pertaining to real estate. Real estate for the models that were coming from Eastern Europe, who were being packed like sardines into apartment buildings. Now, on background, in case you're not familiar with the modeling industry, as I am not, the sources confirm that what is typical in the modeling world was for agencies to find places for girls to stay while they were in New York. They tell me, and I'm going to quote this here, I quote, younger girls, when they first get to New York City, they pack them in like cattle into one apartment, end quote, which makes ERIKA's role curious because multiple people remember and they say that ERIKA Franzwey was the contact. Specifically, what they recall is she was the contact for a white building on the Upper East Side around 68th Street and 2nd and 3rd Avenue. It's pretty specific. Yeah, that she was the contact. Now, why? What? ERIKA's the contact. Got these girls coming in. ERIKA's got these people in, and we've all been trying to figure out what she's doing in real estate. But yeah, that is the memory of the people who were working with meetings and around Next Model Management. Real estate contact. And they said, we don't really know why. They don't know why, and I don't know how. Because the issue that I'm having here is that ERIKA did not actually have her real estate license yet. Remember, real estate licenses are a matter of public record. So how could it be that ERIKA was working with one of the top modeling agencies in New York City, full stop, regarding, what would you describe it as, real estate deals, allegedly? Was she, maybe she was the property manager? Well, I have another clue, actually, and this is a fact. ERIKA told people specifically during that time that she was doing.
Hey, Shelly, thanks for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank God for this stream. Everything else on is slop. Enjoying this Candace stream that I did not know I wanted to listen to. Yeah, it's like a guilty pleasure. It is. And also, can we just say another dub freeze frame by Candace? Holy shit. That might be the most dub freeze frame yet. Yeah, this is our guilty pleasure. This is our reality TV. Candace is creating her own world, her own venture into the occult-like underworld. It's basically like watching a found footage movie at this point. It's great. It's great. We do this every Friday when Candace is streaming because it's awesome.
Doing real estate deals
Entertainment.
with her family. Keyword here, family. But which family? Who's the family? I mean, we can, I think, reasonably assume that she's not referring to her family back in Scottsdale. Lori doesn't do real estate. She's a tech genius, remember? A sustainability tech genius, sustainability. It's much more likely that she's in New York and she's saying this, that she's referring to the Rothstein family. Now, you will remember ERIKA at this time was living with Nicole Rothstein, and it is a fact that Nicole Rothstein did work in real estate, not at the Corcoran Group, but she has a long career in real estate. She went to school for real estate, and she currently runs her own real estate company. And her father, Alan Rothstein, ERIKA is extremely close with him. She calls him uncle. He was the chairman, might still be the chairman of Wynn Haven Real Estate. And yeah, like I said, this is what she wrote about him in on Instagram in 2017. This post reads, there's something powerful about God's strategic planning when it comes to the people that he has surrounded you. How blessed am I to have individuals like you, Uncle Alan, in my life that are filled with spirit, constantly seeing life in bloom. I have watched you face adversity and triumph, and in doing so, pass a gift of courage and a message of understanding to those around you that if you live boldly and fearlessly, the impossible is possible. I love you. Okay. She loves her Uncle Alan. Now, I bring this up because I'm just asserting that it is very plausible that these were the people who introduced ERIKA to the world of real estate. I will also add here that I haven't gone down the Rothstein rabbit hole, but I do know that Rothsteins in New York, if they are at all related to Alan, to the Rothstein that was involved with fixing the White Sox game, that's a Rothschild. That's a Rothschild family member. His mother was a Rothschild. Again, I don't know if that is true, but it sure would be interesting to find that out. Very clearly want to say I'm not asserting that these two did anything wrong, Alan or Nicole. I'm just trying to put the pieces together to establish how ERIKA, who was herself at this time trying to be booked onto reality TV shows for fashion or really anything, the American Race, dating, whatever she could, I'm wondering how she pivoted so seamlessly into the genre of real estate. How was she able to climb the ranks so speedily, so high? And by the way, we should read her real estate bio because it really is something to read ERIKA's real estate bio so you understand she was a power player, okay? It reads, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit small for me. ERIKA Franzfey is a multi-dimensional entrepreneur. She keeps writing that, and I don't really know what that means. Like, is she in 2D? Is she in 4D? Is this like a Tesseract again? Anyway, ERIKA Franzfey is a multi-dimensional entrepreneur with a bold and steadfast faith that has sustainability, her borderless heart. She has lived all over the world, from Los Angeles to China, working in the entertainment industry as an agency, represented model, actress, and casting director. She does it all. Several years ago, after her heart was captured by the contagious inspiration of America's most transnational city, she bought a one-way ticket to New York City and made it home. ERIKA is known throughout her community and deep network base as an influential and positive voice. Her experience working on the developer side of the New York City real estate industry is a tremendous asset to her role as an agent. With a work ethic that is unmatched and a zealous disposition to make a difference, her main focus is the fiduciary relationship. I'm sorry, excuse me? Is she in finance now? With her clients? Is she managing their money? I don't know. While placing their real estate needs as her top priority. Who are these clients? Her focus, she says, is fiduciary. It's interesting. We go on. ERIKA is also the founder and CEO of Everyday Heroes Like You, a 501c3 charitable organization that assists other nonprofits globally.
This bio is actually insane. Everyone understands that, right? This bio is like, is this like AI slop? Is this early? But was AI even around back then? Like, who the fuck wrote this? This is actually crazy. Linda, thanks for being a member of the channel for a month. 6 degrees of separation. Actually, ERIKA is the illegitimate daughter of Emmanuel Macron's wife. Wouldn't that be something? Thanks so much.
Globally, the organization celebrates their 12th year and their long-standing partnership with the United States Marine Corps by expanding into China and Costa Rica, while continuing their community outreach programs in the United States and Constanta, Romania. ERIKA's perseverant spirit has been the driving force behind her eclectic background, from being a former NCAA women's basketball athlete to Miss Arizona USA 2012. She knows what it takes to set a goal and fearlessly pursue it. ERIKA graduated magna cum laude. We have not been able to confirm that. That seems to be made up, but so is the rest of this bio appear to be made up. So we'll just keep going with a double major in political science and international relations. That also appears to be made up because international relations was not offered at that year. From Arizona State University, and is currently pursuing a Juris Master degree at Liberty University. It's a lot. It's a mouthful. I just would like to know what I would like to know more than anything is what any of it means. And maybe I'm thinking out loud here, but how exactly do impoverished girls from Eastern Europe, young impoverished girls from Eastern Europe, afford apartments in one of the most expensive cities in the world?
It's a fair
How are
question.
they
Candace,
making money as
actually.
young models from Eastern Europe? Why is ERIKA the point person on that? Allegedly, but the people that dealt with her directly say so. I'd like to hear ERIKA's feedback on that. What was she doing? Who are these clients, these real estate clients that she's helping with their finances? Also, as an aside, why am I?
And Goro made this point over on Rumble, and he's correct about this. Fiduciary doesn't necessarily just mean finances. Fiduciary means you are acting in like the best interests of your clients. You have an obligation to those clients. You have like to do right by them, essentially. Now, obviously, finances plays into this a lot of time. You don't want to make shitty business deals. This is all another dub Candace freeze frame, by the way. Hang on. That is a massive dub of a freeze frame right there. There we go. But like, it doesn't necessarily have to mean just like the financial aspect of it. There are other aspects of it as well, but it's basically just like you're doing right by your clients. You're not fucking them over, stealing their money, or stabbing them in the back, or doing some shady thing where you're connecting them with one person because you're getting a kickback, and you're setting them up with a deal that isn't the best deal for them. If you're getting a kick, it's like something like that.
Unable to confirm ERIKA's New York real estate license. I am indeed able to find a relic of it on a third-party site, but I'm not able to independently verify it on New York State's Division of Licenses website. Now, the New York State, as from what I'm seeing at first glance, is supposed to hold this information for at least 6 years, but I can't find a shred of proof regarding which real estate deals ERIKA completed. All right, so maybe you guys can help because we're coming up to the 6-year deadline. That should be October of this year. Here is her real estate license, the relic of it that I found. It's license number 104-013-22765. Okay, it was issued to ERIKA. They are active for 2 years, so we can discern that it was issued on October 24th of 2018, and it was valid at least until 2020. You should. Anything, real estate people in New York, let me know what you can find if you can confirm ERIKA's real estate license and what she sold. Because that bio sounds legit. She's managing some serious clients there, helping to manage their money, okay, in real estate deals. I'm very interested in that. Now, if you see something, if you know something, maybe you were featured in one of these dimensions with ERIKA. You went 2D, 4D. I'm in 3D. But maybe you went somewhere else and you saw her, please, we'd like to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com.
Great idea, Candace.
Like I said, this is one of my primary responsibilities while helping Turning Point USA, filming a reality TV show, also in school full-time to get her Juris Master's, followed by her law degree at Liberty, while also studying the mandatory 77 hours to achieve her real estate license, while also running an international charity in partnership with the U.S. Marines halfway around the world and in China, while also running a faith-based clothing company, plus, giving advice to Turning Point. Doing all-
Yeah, again, this is bro. What I was going to say was Candace is actually making a very valid point with this argument. Like, how in the fuck was ERIKA KIRK doing all that stuff allegedly at the same time? It doesn't actually make sense. But what's really important here is that dub over freeze frame. Okay, let's continue.
all that at the same time. That's a struggle for me. I can't get there. I don't think she was doing that because I keep not being born yesterday. So hard not being born yesterday. Also, if we're asking questions, how is it that ERIKA is always so tied to Eastern Europe? Why is she just like kind of floating around? Just this girl from Ohio. How does she get linked to Romania and the United States Marines? And today, I should be clear, she presents it as though she was just sending gifts. That's kind of the new thing. Oh, I was just, helping to send Christmas gifts to kids in need in an orphanage. That was it. Organizing gifts being sent, which of course, again, the common sense, that would not require the support of the
someone
United
just got me
States
$10
Marines.
credit on Whatnot.
You can do that right now today, team. Phone up someone in Romania and ask them for an address and you can send gifts, right? It's expensive to ship. You could probably ground ship that. I don't, Her involvement was much more. How do I know? Well, because before the scandal broke and accusations of child trafficking onto the military base, ERIKA used to claim that she was a bit more involved, a lot more involved. I'll let you take a listen to ERIKA in her own words during her audition tape for the American Race with her ex-boyfriend. Here's what she says about Romanian Angels. Take a listen.
We just have a borderless heart to help people and to give back. And, I have been to Romania and teamed up with the Marine Corps to open up and sustain an orphanage with 75 beautiful children. And that's called Romanian Angels through my nonprofit, Everyday Heroes Like You.
She opened up in partnership with the Marines. She opened up and she sustained an orphanage. So I would like to know more about that. I do. I now need to know more about that. I do think that the TikTokers were not so crazy, instantly going down that rabbit hole and asking for more information. And I feel even more compelled to get information about that because according to one of the former children, now an adult, the former child, now an adult, who was adopted out of Antonio's placement center, that is notably a corrupt orphanage. Okay, this is, and she's referring to Antonio's placement center. Just to make it clear for you guys, Everyday Heroes is her 501c3, and then they do various projects. This was called the Romanian Angels Project, and they did this. The Romanian Angels, so to speak, were living at Antonio's placement center in Constanta, Romania, where our base was. And I'm going to read you this email from someone who was placed from the Antonio Placement Center. It reads, Dear Candace, I am writing to share personal historical context regarding the Antonio Placement Center in Constanta, Romania, which may be relevant to your reporting on ERIKA KIRK and the Romanian Angels Project. While independent fact checkers have found no evidence linking Ms. KIRK's work to illicit activities, I believe the history of the Antonio Placement Center warrants further investigation. I was personally placed in this center under dubious circumstances involving misdiagnosis and institutional pressure before being adopted internationally. This center in particular, are notorious for corruption and illicit activities, such as trafficking children, which is why I was shocked that out of all of the placement centers in Romania, this was a center that she chose to partner with. It is noteworthy that Ms. KIRK's promotional materials from approximately 2012 to 2014 specifically referenced the Antonio Placement Center as a partner for her international efforts. This intersection is significant because the institution has been part of a broader system criticized for lack of transparency and the documented practice of placing children in care based on catastrophic language rather than medical or social necessity. In my own case, I was labeled with severe impairments that were not supported by my developmental records. Given how much history there is about Romanian institutional practices, adoption controversies, and the experience of people who...
Hey, nerd dude, thanks so much for the super chat. Someday Candace Owens will bite on one of the things Amolex is trying to sell her, and I can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Amolex going to be real happy when that happens. Thanks so much for the money.
Grew up in these centers, it seems important to look beyond the social media claims and consider the history and operations of Antonio Placement Center itself. Best regards, Larissa. Well, I hear that call, and I would like to hear from some more people who were adopted from the Antonio Placement Center in Constanta. Also, if you live in Romania, you have access to documents. I would like to know, I would like to separate fact from fiction, or ERIKA from ERIKA. Did they start and open the Antonio Placement Center? Does that mean they took over the Antonio Placement Center? Was the U.S. Marines operating it? Or were they just pretending to give gifts? I want to know as much as there is to know because I have the ick. And speaking of the ick, we should talk about Tyler Boyer, ERIKA's friend, her dear friend, who introduced her to her husband, but for the life of her, she cannot remember how they met. It's a difficult one, tricky one, very tricky one. I had a person sent me a recent conversation that they had on social media with Tyler, because he gets, gets a little snippy on social media, gaslights people, pretends he's a good guy. And this is his excuse for why he was in Romania in 2010. It's good to see it. Tyler says that this person was his business partner. I'm skipping to the bottom here. I studied Romanian in college to complement my Russian studies and did a few weeks studying abroad in school. Not everything is a conspiracy. I feel it is a conspiracy. I don't think it is just ironic that you happened to go right when the military base got set up and when Dennis Franzfei was there. I don't buy that. And I got interested because I said a Romanian program. That sounds unique. Does Arizona State University have a Romanian program? And they do, and the history of it. I actually was shocked. Romanian programs are rare, and there's no major, but Arizona State University is actually the only university in America that you can even achieve a minor in Romanian studies. How random. And the history of how this program developed is pretty precise. In 2010, the very year that Tyler Boyer went over to Romania, Arizona State University became the site of an honorary consulate general of Romania in Arizona. Effectively, just to understand that, a Romanian embassy on
weird.
ASU campus. An honorary Romanian embassy was established in 2010. And then in 2011, the program inaugurated the first Romanian doctorate, the first in an American academic environment. And it was funded by a Romanian language institute. They also launched, ASU, the Central European Cultural Collaborative, which facilitates partnerships with Romanian universities. Now there's a bit of a revolving door. 2010 was one hell of a year for Romania and Arizona. That's what I would definitely say. But this relationship has continued, you guys. You're not going to believe this, but big news. Beginning in July of last year, a few months before Charlie was assassinated, now Arizona is becoming further embedded with Romania. They are the first and the only state to open a trade office in Romania. This was announced. Let's check out this headline. I promise you, Arizona to be the first U.S. state to open a trade office in Romania. That sure is something. The Romania to Arizona pipeline sure feels like something. So I would like to say, in closing, that we should pay attention to this. We're starting to see how this world works, and this is weird. This is weird. Do not let Tyler gaslight you in conversations. It's odd.
Yeah.
This should be screaming at you as it is screaming at me that something's not right. Turning Point headquarters, a location picked by Tyler Boyer. Charlie Kirk didn't even open the organization. So it started in Chicago. He says, oh, this is going to be great. They choose a spot for their campus that is a trafficking hotbed, factually. ERIKA's strange attachment to Tyler Boyer, but lack of a memory regarding Tyler Boyer. Superfeed Incorporated, where ERIKA's mother is serving as a board member with Tyler Boyer. And Superfeed, by the way, read the fine print on Turning Point USA's app. Superfeed owns the copyright, which means that's where your data is going. Just pretty interesting there. Turning Point allegedly getting into real estate. Tyler Boyer being at the forefront of that, according to the tips that we've received. That's a little bit of ick, right? Charlie establishing a Doge 7 days before he died. BB's phone call in the Hamptons. Donald Trump, pageantry world, the Epstein files. What Epstein files? Are we still talking about the Epstein files? Trump trying to make fetch happen with ERIKA KIRK. Photos. Oh, we're supposed to just view her as some sort of a leader, as if she was promised it for some reason, like she was.
Amalek says, sometimes I feel myself becoming less racist, and Candace always brings me right back. She has that effect on people, doesn't she?
Guaranteed the keys to Charlie's empire. Why? All of this stinks to high heaven. You know it. I know it. Any rational people in the world know it. And we're not going to let up. We'll be back after a break.
Okay.
All right, you guys, need me skin
No commercial. No.
Now, some of us were actually grieving Charlie KIRK. Turning Point USA, on the other hand, was grieving differently, just differently. Turns out there was no pathway in which these goblins were not trying to strike gold off of his name, including, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it, at the DMV. Man, I had quite a chuckle about this. They were like, what else can we do? The DMV, let's make some money. So apparently what happened was back in January, Arizona Senator named Jake Hoffman. Now, I should let you know, Jake Hoffman is a dear friend of Tyler Boyer, a partner of Tyler Boyer. He formerly used to work at Turning Point USA. They make money together. I knew Jake Hoffman. Okay, this ain't some senator. I didn't know Charlie, but I was impacted. And just no, okay, he's embedded with Turning Point USA. And Jake Hoffman, back on January 28th, introduced a bill for a state license plate to honor Charlie KIRK. You know, guys, it's all about honoring him.
We manifested you, bro. It was
now,
all
they proposed a specialty plate, which was going to be referred to as a Charlie KIRK memorial plate, was essentially going to feature a photo of Charlie and the Turning Point USA logo in front of an American flag background. A little shameless promotion. And below the license plate, as you just saw, the words were going to read for Charlie, because it was definitely for Charlie. Okay. I'm sure somewhere there's an interview where they're going to explain to us, like, oh, I had a conversation with him and Charlie said, wouldn't it be so great if my face was on a plate? I'm sure, right? The ghost of Charlie, always when nobody's there, says exactly what they're trying to accomplish.
I'm sorry. Turning Point USA was Charlie KIRK's life. I don't think Charlie KIRK would have any fucking problem with being put on a license plate, just like Charlie KIRK wouldn't have any issue with another dub freeze frame. Oh my, that goes really great with the last one we just got. There we go. Boom. Just like Charlie KIRK had no issue with his wife selling fucking hats after he died. It's like Charlie KIRK would want his wife and Turning Point USA to take advantage of the situation as much as possible, to raise as much money as possible, if for no other reason than it makes them less reliant on the Zionists in Israel. Of course, that didn't really work out for them. But the idea that Charlie KIRK wouldn't want to be on a fucking license plate. Charlie KIRK was on South Park, for crying out loud. Charlie KIRK was everywhere. They had t-shirts. They had all this fucking merch. They sold the stupidest shit at TPUSA conferences. Does anyone remember when TPUSA rebranded bottled water as Freedom Water or some shit like that, and they sold that at the TPUSA conference? They do that shit for everything. So why wouldn't Charlie KIRK want himself to be on a license plate after death? It doesn't make sense, Candace.
Anyway, so this goes through and the Senate passed they passed the bill 16-2. And then the House of Reps also voted in favor of the bill 31-23. And now, in case you're thinking, maybe that's sweet, maybe this really was for Charlie, you should think again. You should remember that we're speaking about Turning Point USA.
You have a freedom.
There's got to be
Watch,
money
I didn't make
somewhere,
that
right?
up.
There's got to
That's a
be
real
ka-ching,
thing.
ka-ching somewhere. So how it actually would have worked is that you would have paid a $25 fee for that specialty plate, $17 of which would have been an annual donation deposited into a conservative grassroots network special plate fund, according to the legislation. And while the recipient of the grassroots network special plate fund was not explicitly stated as being Turning Point USA in the bill, it did note that the director of the fund would allocate the revenue annually to a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 that focuses on restoring traditional values and maintaining a grassroots activist network on high school and college campuses in Arizona and assisting college students with voter registration and absentee ballots. They just, no shame. There's no shame. It's amazing. It's amazing to think through the new CEO really being up there like, these YouTubers are making thousands of dollars investigating who killed my husband. Thousands of dollars they are making. Look at them. I can't believe it. Shame. Well, what happens thereafter is Katie Hobbs, who is the governor, vetoed the bill quite rationally, I might add. She wrote a very nice letter. And basically her reasoning, her letter, I'll read it here. She said, today I vetoed SB 1439. Charlie Kirk's assassination is tragic and a horrifying act of violence. In America, we resolve our political differences at the ballot box. No matter who it targets, political violence puts us all in harm's way and damages our sacred democratic institutions. I will continue working toward solutions and bringing people together, but this bill falls short of that standard by inserting politics into a function of government that should remain nonpartisan. Sincerely, Kate Hobbs. Yeah. Maybe if I was governor, I would add a couple lines about y'all are shameless, you're crazy, your mama should be ashamed of you, but I'm not the governor. I'm probably never going to be a governor, for being fair. Now, of course, Turning Point USA is in for the spin. They're outraged. Jake Hoffman is outraged. Were there going to be kickbacks? Who knows? There's a lot. There's a relationship there. The Farnsworths, Jake Hoffman, Tyler, thick as thieves. Here's what Jake Hoffman said on Fox News regarding her decision.
What's your response to the governor when she says that honoring Charlie Kirk, quote, falls short of that standard of bringing people together?
Well, listen, the only thing that falls short, unfortunately, is Katie Hobbs's track record actually trying to unite the people of Arizona. Look, Charlie Kirk was an incredible man. He was a friend of mine for 11 years. And when he passed, the memorial we held, it's the only time in Arizona history that we filled 2 professional sports stadiums to honor and run tribute to the life of an Arizona citizen. He built a national organization with a global impact, reaching all the way from South Korea to London when he passed away. There's no doubt that he was a uniter. He was someone who championed free speech, and he was a civil rights leader of our time.
Jake, here's what I don't get. There are other license plates, including some that are tied to conservative causes, that have been approved. We have Choose Life. That's from the Arizona Life Coalition and its mission to promote anti-abortion advocacy. We have one from Alliance Defending Freedom, talking about conservative Christian legal advocacy, yet the precedent that she says isn't there. Is there anything different in these Charlie plates versus what you're seeing on your screen?
No, the reality is that Katie Hobbs has repeatedly been petty and partisan in everything that she's done, whether it be her nominees that she appoints to run the...
I don't know. Candace might disagree with this, but I actually kind of think that the license plate is a nice idea. I don't know. I think the license plate is a nice idea. I think it would have been nice if the license plate had been approved. I think it would have been meaningful to people. I think it's a nice gesture. I like the left is so good at myth making, of like making martyrs of like anyone who dies and blowing them up to be much more mythical in death than they ever were in life. It's like the right never does this shit. And so I like the license plate idea. I wish they'd gotten the license plate. I think that's cool, actually.
state
At least they tried. At least they fucking tried to do something for once in their fucking lives.
agencies, or whether it be her veto track record. In fact, just last year, she vetoed about 9 of my bills, and I chaired the nominations committee, and she used the acronym of the committee as her reason for the veto. She's legally required to give us a reason, and she used the acronym of the committee to do it. She is nakedly partisan, and this is why we have to make sure that there is a new governor elected come this November.
No, I don't care if Katie Hobbs wins the gubernatorial race. I don't care if a Republican wins. I am just so disgusted with politics in general that we're even pretending this is a left or right issue. Just say we want money. Just say we want to grift off of Charlie's death every which way and manner that we can. Just say we want the $17 out of the $25. Let's stop pretending.
Oh yeah, Amalek. That's another great another fucking dub Candace freeze frame. How am I gonna choose from all the fucking amazing freeze frames I have next week? Amalek, no. Do you know what I actually need to read? Do you know what I actually need to read? The book I got at the Barnes and Noble today, Sexuality: A Graphic Guide. That's far more entertaining to me than whatever thing you're trying to make me read about Christianity or whatever. Just saying.
It's about politics. Let's stop pretending it's about Democrat versus Republican. Let's just acknowledge that on both sides, everybody's filth. Everybody is filth.
And that's about queer sexuality, just to be very clear. It's a leftist book written about how sexuality is socially constructed by capitalism and oppression and all that. It's not actually about any fun. It might be called Sexuality: A Graphic Guide. It's not actually about anything fucking fun. It's about queer studies.
And the people that they want to steal from
I just realized,
are the people that come to the DMV who have souls and actually will look up and go, wow, I was really impacted by Charlie's assassination. And I would like to have that plate so that it can be in memory of him. And at the end of the day, who's that going to? Who's that money going to? It's going to his wife's organization now. And the messaging is apparently you can always honor Charlie with your hard-earned money. I want you guys to know that. This is the messaging coming out of Turning Point USA. You can always honor Charlie with your hard-earned money. But you can't honor him by remembering the words that he said. You can't honor him. We got to take down all of his episodes. We have to make sure we hide interviews of things he said. We have to direct the ghost of Charlie. We have to pretend he's didn't have all that going on with the Zionists at the end. We got to welcome them into the fold as all of his enemies. Just give us money. We want your money. At all times of the day, we want your money. It is the only way that you can honor Charlie. Just absolutely disgusting. And I had to share that with you guys because I just thought to myself, there's just no end. And by the way, of course, Tyler Boyer jumped into the fold because that's his boy. And here's what he said on X. He wrote, every nonprofit in Arizona that has major roots has a license plate. Katie Hobbs vetoed this over politics after Charlie was brutally murdered. Disgusting. Yeah, I'm sure you just wanted that in memorial. I'm sure that was it because that's obviously who Tyler Boyer is. And these were Charlie's best friends in the world. That, my friend, is the problem. Anyway, we will be right back to answer some of your comments after a quick break.
All right. We're done that episode. Let's see. Where are we going now? Exclusive video. The footage behind Charlie's head.
All right, you guys, it's going to be a hell of a Thursday.
Uh-oh.
What do I have for you? Trump, Kash Patel, Jared Kushner. Why does it now feel like everyone is implicated in the Epstein file cover-up, right? Crazy question for you guys today. Do you believe that the Epstein files may have something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Because for the life of me, I could not fathom how Charlie Kirk, who was a friend to all of these people, all of these very powerful people, could have been so deeply betrayed by all of them in the sense that when he died, they all immediately wanted to turn the chapter. They weren't interested. He dedicated his adult life to empowering these people. And I just remember thinking to myself, what's going on? These people now occupy the highest offices in America. Their dear friend was just assassinated, and they seem altogether disinterested in the obvious holes in the Tyler Robinson lone shooter narrative, his wife included. why does nobody in Charlie's world want a true investigation? I'm now thinking that maybe it's plausible that everyone here is implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein cover up. Like, do all of these people know each other through the world of New York real estate, beauty pageants, Israelis, and Eastern European models? I'm now asking myself, are they launching a world war that nobody wants to distract us from the Epstein files? Could the world really be this evil? And on that note, I think it is high time to share the video footage from behind Charlie's head. We will also be sharing the remaining photos that we have in our possession from the inside of the vehicle that Charlie was transported to the hospital in. We're going to release everything because maybe Charlie's vision was correct. He said that he was going to die to help awaken humanity. Let's see. Welcome back to Candace.
Yeah, Brandon Tatum's been a paid shill for years. I wouldn't listen to him.
Let's begin with an interesting update. So yesterday and the day before, we began breaking the news, the story that in particular, ERIKA's involvement with Epstein's favorite modeling agency, Faith Kate's Next Modeling Management, a Rothschild spinout. We broke the story that her dealings with them involved real estate in some capacity. ERIKA Franzwe was, as we were told, the point person to the firm when it came to housing young models. More specifically, ERIKA dealt with apartments in a white building. They had remembered that that white building was located somewhere near 68th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue.
All right, guys, I gotta pee. I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back. Another dub free. How many dub freeze frames have we had today? Is that like 12? All right, I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
Well, lo and behold, a few of you guys sent us a building that could potentially match that very description. A building that was owned by Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, who inherited all of his wealth. I want you guys to check out this article, which was published by the New York Post. It reads, in part, Exposed, this is the title, inside the New York City condo building where Jeffrey Epstein secretly kept his underage victims. And the article tells us, quote, newly unsealed records reveal that Jeffrey Epstein kept some of his underage victims in an apartment building just 10 blocks from his Upper East Side townhouse. The address is 301 East 66th Street, a 16-story post-war condo between 1st and 2nd Avenues, with a 24-hour doorman, hid another sordid operation. The files show the building functioned as a logistical hub for Epstein's world. And according to civil complaints and sworn testimony, the underage girls that he trafficked. More than a dozen apartments also cycled between wealthy guests, notable foreign dignitaries, and Epstein staffers. Elsewhere in the article, we learned that, quote, one victim had previously described arriving at the building and being shown a small apartment stocked with domestic comforts. She says, I remember the apartment clearly, she said in her 2022 account. It was relatively small, and there was Dannon yogurt in the fridge and a basket of fruit and cookies on the counter. It was a gesture showing the guise of care before she was taken about 9 blocks away to Epstein's townhouse at 9 East 71st Street to give him a massage. She said, quote, I remember feeling quite special, she recalled in the interview. It was a part of the manipulation, though. Here, we are caring for you. We are providing for you. That's all part of the grooming process, end quote. Isn't that ironic? Here is the photo, which they've embedded into the article because it has an interesting caption. It says, some apartments were labeled in his address book, as apartments for models.
Ew.
Wow, apartments for models. And civil filings allege the condos were used to house young women brought from overseas and provided with living quarters, transportation, and other benefits to secure compliance. This photo is also courtesy of Corcoran. Wow. Corcoran Real Estate. I love that the photo is courtesy of Corcoran Real Estate because remember, the Corcoran president, according to Jeffrey Epstein's files, was a Rothschild. Why is this just giving massive conspiracy? White building right there. The person remembers ERIKA dealing with models. He's just putting in his phone? Apartment for models. What's going on here? Why wouldn't she just simply answer an email and clarify her relationship with Next Model Management? This feels to me, again, like a massive conspiracy, which could have potentially implicated many more players who were involved in the New York City real estate scene and who also happen to radically support the nation state of Israel, given that the Rothschilds credit themselves with having created that nation state. Yeah, it wasn't biblical, it was banking. The Kushners are involved in Manhattan real estate, right? The Trumps are involved in Manhattan real estate. And from where I'm sitting, it looks like Donald Trump and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi colluded to lie to the American people about the Epstein files.
You don't
At the very least, we can
say.
now assert that they intentionally covered up for Jared Kushner's Israeli business friends who sold Ivanka and Jared their Miami mansion, and they were just found guilty of sex trafficking. Remember, Kash Patel said there was no evidence of trafficking in the files, none. Yet, these Israeli-American brothers, Tal, Oren, and Alon Alexander, were indeed in the files. And we can assume that because of their relationship with Jared Kushner, they enjoyed a warm relationship with Donald Trump. He certainly visited the White House multiple times. They even were invited to the annual Hanukkah party. And I'm wondering if it's because of that they had their last names redacted from the Epstein files. We were told that the redactions were limited to protecting us from child pornography. Well, it turns out that too was a lie.
You don't
As we always knew
say.
it was. Trump is protecting his friends. He's protecting Jared's friends. He is protecting Israel. And I got to tell you, it is good to be an Israeli piece of filth that is in with the Trumps and the Kushners. The redactions didn't matter in the end, thanks to the crusade of Congressman Thomas Massie, among others, who Trump now wants primaried down in Kentucky because Israel wants him out. He's not a Zionist. The brothers were revealed because of him, and they were, like I told you, just found guilty in a major sex trafficking case. And well, I guess let's just check out this news clip to see what sorts of people this administration is working to defend and cover for. Take a
Great
listen.
idea.
3 brothers have been convicted of sex trafficking after weeks of emotional testimony. On Monday, a jury found that the Alexander brothers had repeatedly trafficked and engaged in unlawful sexual activity with young women. 2 of the brothers rose to prominence, closing high-end real estate deals in New York and Miami. Tom Hansen joins us now with more. Tom, good morning.
Hey there, Vlad. Good morning to you all. The Alexander brothers were found guilty of all 10 counts against them in federal district court here in Manhattan Monday. Their defense team had argued the brothers were womanizers, but not criminals. The jury disagreed.
More than a year after the Alexander brothers were first arrested on charges including sex trafficking, a jury found the trio guilty of all 10 counts against them Monday. Mark Agnifilo represents Oren Alexander.
We believe in our client's innocence, and we're not going to stop fighting until we prevail.
Oren and his brother Tal rose to prominence as real estate brokers to the mega rich, with a splashy profile in the New York Times and appearances on cable business shows about their multi-million-dollar sales.
It's a family affair with us.
Alon Alexander, Oren's twin, worked as an executive for a private security firm owned by the family.
The Alexander brothers worked together and with others to repeatedly and violently drug, sexually assault, and rape dozens of female victims.
All 3 brothers were arrested in December of 2024. During the trial, the jury heard from 11 women who accused the brothers of rape or sexual assault, including allegations that the Alexanders had drugged the women before assaulting them, even recording certain encounters without consent.
Bullshit is about.
The jury found Tal, Oren, and Alon guilty of sex trafficking charges. Tal and Alon guilty of sex trafficking a minor, and Oren and Alon guilty of sexual abuse. Their sentencing has been scheduled for August, and the brothers face life behind bars.
And now that their federal trial is over, the Alexander brothers still face additional legal trouble, including in Florida, where Alon and Oren are
heard about
charged.
this. Another one of the Duggar kids was arrested for. Sorry, wrong chat. Another one of the Duggar kids were arrested for child porn. Like, that is wild. Can you imagine having 2 of your kids? Like, you raise your kids in this, whatever, like Christian cultish household where you're not even allowed to kiss anyone until after you get married, and you have not one but 2 sons so far that are guilty of like stuff related to, that's crazy. That is wild. It's also really sad too, if we're honest about it.
With rape in state court. They have pleaded not guilty. The details pretty disturbing, guys.
Why are Israelis like this? Like, what is wrong with them? I'm asking seriously. And allow me to reiterate what's going on here. So Kash 33 Patel, and the President of the United States, likely under the instruction of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who everybody knows is running the White House. He was running the White House back in 2020. He's the reason Trump has already admitted that Jared told me to bomb Iran. He told me that they might preemptively strike. Everything he does is because Jared Kushner tells him to. So Trump is essentially just being, on paper, he's running the White House, but it's always been Jared Kushner. Okay. He was the one that also told him to lock everything down during COVID. What's going on here is they have just proven they were willing to lie via redactions to the American people to protect rapists, Israeli rapists, and sex traffickers because they donate to the IDF. You can apparently traffic and you can rape humans as long as you support Israel. That's the most important thing. Oddly, though, trafficking, this just keeps coming up, right? It's a common theme that nobody expected. Throughout our investigation to Charlie Kirk, who killed Charlie Kirk, we keep coming up with themes of human sex trafficking and Israel and the unjustified redaction for the Alexander brothers sure adds a lot more smoke to that mysterious meeting that Andrew Colvett and other Turning Point USA affiliates had with top brass in the West Wing the literal day before the Epstein files dropped. Told you I thought, could it be for are they redacting and doing things for their friends? Little hush-hush meeting that Mr. 33 Patel wanted to help Andrew Colvett camouflage by way of faking a Charlie Kirk live episode. I'm calling in. I never do this. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, you're together in DC. I think it's fair to ask what other pieces of human filth this administration would be willing to help for Israel. Now Trump has proven he will do anything for Israel. He will send your sons and your daughters to die for them. That's actually the plan they seem to be imparting upon us right now. So poor Charlie for having held him in higher estimation. This brings me to the utterly deranged campaign to foist ERIKA KIRK upon the masses, right? The widow who was clearly not grieving, the media dismissing her obviously problematic past, no interest in her obviously problematic past or her obviously problematic mother. And now it seems they're taking it a step further, trying to get ERIKA's Turning Point into high schools all across America. That's been the push. They're even trying to establish something in Ireland. Ireland, wake up, pay attention. Korea, wake up, pay attention. No, okay. It's weird and it's problematic. But let me ask you guys, with everything that we now know, how do you feel at home about the prospect of ERIKA KIRK, Tyler Boyer, the Farnsworths, and the Turning Point staff being heavily endorsed for high school classrooms in particular? Because that's what's happening. It's Club America. That's what it's called. Yesterday, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and yes, that is Mike Huckabee's daughter, might be relevant to the theme of Israel, signed a proclamation with ERIKA KIRK by her side, announcing her support for every high school in Arkansas to adopt a Club America. I want you guys to watch ERIKA in this clip, by the way. Pay attention to ERIKA's mannerisms in this clip because I swear everything about her screams fraud. Terrible, not even D-list, E-list actress, because now she's going to take on this sheepish and scared ERIKA in her mannerisms. All right, let's watch and listen to this.
We are here to welcome one of the conservative movement's most talented, most outspoken, and most faithful leaders, ERIKA KIRK, to our great state. We're so proud to have her, and we're so proud of the incredible work that she is doing to help encourage students across the country to engage and join Club America, which we're launching here in Arkansas. And we're just honored to have you.
Thank you. God bless you. We're so grateful. And thank you for honoring Charlie and his legacy and his mission to have a Club America on every high school chapter across the country. So God bless you guys and thank you.
It's just so performative and it gives me the ick.
Yeah, it is
Because
performative, I agree.
somehow, as we have demonstrated, child sex abuse allegations, scandals, that seems to follow that sheepish girl that you just saw on the screen. She's just unlucky that way. It's never her. It's the U.S. Marines, Colonel Otto Busher. It's everyone around her that seems adjacent to these sorts of scandals. Take, for example, United Hands Romania. That's the organization that ERIKA partnered with on her Romanian Angels project. Okay. She partnered with an organization known as United Hands Romania. And something that immediately flagged me as weird is that when giving an interview about United Hands, ERIKA mentioned that the Romanian orphans did not trust the woman that was running it. I want you to take a listen to what ERIKA says about this woman who's running United Hands. Take a listen.
The Black Sea Rotational Force Base got moved to Norway in 2018. And for the past, I want to say 8 to 9 months, maybe even 10, the woman that is the boots on the ground in Romania for United Hands Romania Association, the head of that lives in Ohio. She has all of these backpacks and back to school supplies and all of these different things for the kids that she wants to send over there. And our contact who was at the base in Constancia is no longer there. And the people who are there don't trust her because they don't have a connection to her. And so I have literally been praying to figure out how to get a hold of someone at that base to be able to be like, hey, we're going to be shipping in. Because I use a different shipping company to get there. I never use the militaries.
The kids don't trust an adult woman to give them presents? Again, that flagged me as very odd. Children not trusting a woman, so much so that they don't want to accept gifts from her. Nope. Been around, have 4 kids, have a lot of toddlers around. It's not right. I've heard of shy kids that need to warm up to strangers, right? But what ERIKA is describing there is a woman that has been involved with the organization for over a decade. She's been involved with this orphanage for over a decade. That signals to me that the kids know something about her. There's a reason they don't trust her, even when she is holding gifts. That was my gut instinct. So I went to investigate who that woman was and was gratefully sent an article by Romanians. Thank you guys so much for the work that you've done here. This article was published in 2017. And I'll show you first and foremost that ERIKA discusses her partnership. The woman's name is Renee Crossman. Okay. She thanks her in this article. The quote reads, "We have formed a partnership with the Antonio Placement Center in Constanta. And as we promised, we are doing everything possible to take this friendship further for the benefit of Romanian children. We fell in love with these children and with the idea of repeated help over time. So we included this action in our list of international initiatives. I am happy to collaborate with the United Hands Romania Association and Renee Crossman, the president of this organization, but also with the representatives of the Antonio Placement Center." Okay. She says, "Truly, thank you to the many Romanians who sent," I'm sorry, that's me. So like I said, you guys, thank you very much for sending me all of those articles. And it allowed me to look further into this
Candace is reading off a
Crossman.
teleprompter. By the way, if you just didn't get what just happened, Candace is literally reading off a teleprompter and she just read a section that she wasn't meant to read out loud. Did everyone catch that? I know people might not have caught that. Watch again.
Crossman, the president of this organization, but also with the representatives of the Antonio Placement Center. Okay. She says, "Truly, thank you to the many Romanians who sent," I'm sorry, that's me. So like I said, you guys, thank you very much for sending me all of those articles. And it allowed me to look further into this Renee Crossman and what her background is, and a clue as to why maybe the children don't trust her. Vulnerable children don't trust Renee. It might be because Renee is a member of a cult. You may have heard of this cult. It used to be known as Children of God. Yeah, there are documentaries which are dedicated.
Is that the cult that Jennifer was in? Is that the fucking cult that Jennifer was in? I'm pretty sure that was the cult that Jennifer was in. That's crazy. Oh, Jennifer is going to be so thrilled. Jennifer is connected to Jeffrey Epstein through the cult that she was raised in, which is also connected with something having to do with this orphanage that ERIKA KIRK ran. Holy shit, is Jennifer... Has anyone searched for Jennifer in the Epstein files? Do we... Someone should probably go tell Jennifer about this, like, right now. I'm like 75% sure that's the name of the cult that Jennifer was in. I don't remember exactly.
To discussing the Children of God cult. And I'm going to tell you about Children of God. Actually, I'm going to read you verbatim words written by a Romanian investigative team, because this is going to sound familiar to you. This investigative team in Romania began looking into United Hands, began looking into Renee Crossman and the religious sect that she came from, the Children of God, which is now referred to as the family. It was founded by evangelist David Berg, born in California in 1919. The article tells us Berg had a very turbulent life, one that included incestuous sexual relations with a cousin, and even one of his daughters, Faithy, whom he made into a sexual partner when she reached the age of 12. Around 1970, Berg began aggressive proselytizing, especially among young hippies, whom he convinced to leave.
This is it. This is the fucking cult that Jennifer was raised in. Now listen, it's not Jennifer's fault. She was raised in a cult. Her parents feel real bad about it and everything. Jennifer's parents are wonderful people. I've met them. They made me a cocktail at their house when I was out there in Colorado. Like Jennifer's parents are cool now, but you know, they did raise her in a cult. This is wild. Also, wait, hang on. Freeze frame.
This is going to sound familiar to you. This investigative team in Romania began looking into United Hands, began looking into Renee Crossman and the religious sect that she came from, the Children of God, which is now referred to as the family. It was founded by evangelist David Berg, born in California in 1919. The article tells us Berg had a very turbulent life, one that included incestuous sexual relations with a cousin, and even one of his daughters, Faithy, whom he made into a sexual partner when she reached the age of 12. Around 1970, Berg began aggressive proselytizing, especially among young hippies, whom he convinced to leave their jobs, give up education, family, and all material possessions in order to join the Children of God. In the United States and Canada, as well as in London and other major cities of Europe, Australia, Latin America, Berg was in the habit of finding justifications for sins through prophetic words, arrogantly proclaiming himself to be God's prophet for the end times, making known God's word for today, taking verses and examples from scripture and out of context in an attempt to validate his new doctrines. Berg instructed the Children of God to spread throughout the world, first in Europe in 1971 and later to reach every continent by the mid-1970s. The Children of God began calling themselves the family of love. Sexual excesses inevitably led to child sex. Faithful to his personal history, Berg claimed that incest and sex involving minors were permitted. And thus soon, a series of cases appeared of mothers and fathers becoming sexually intimate with their sons and daughters, and even of young children committing sexual acts with other children or with adult members.
Okay, maybe
mixing
this
his
isn't the
sexual
same thing
immorality
Jennifer was
with
in. I'm
occultism,
rethinking that now.
Berg claimed that he maintained relationships with the entire pantheon of pagan goddesses, including Aphrodite, Diana, the goddesses of Atlantis, Macumba, which is in fact the name of the Afro-Brazilian cult, which is similar to voodoo, and many others, while continuing to proclaim salvation through faith in Jesus Christ. End quote.
No, it's not the right one.
Okay.
Different cult.
Talking
Okay.
about
Probably for the best.
occultism, weird sex stuff happening.
Probably for the best if Jennifer was raised in a different yet also crazy Christian cult.
happening.
If people want to know about that, Jennifer actually recorded an interview with me a long ass time ago. If people are more interested about like the Christian cult that Jennifer was raised in, we talked about it on the channel like a long ass time ago. You can just look up Jennifer, and I'm sure the interview will come right up.
Saying that you're doing things in the name of Christ, access to children. Yeah, you know what? Back in 2018, actually, Megyn Kelly did an interview, a profile piece, and an interview with a woman who left the cult and wanted to share her story. Her name is Christina Babin, and listen to what Christina told Megyn Kelly about her upbringing. Take a listen.
In 1976, David Berg introduced flirty fishing, which encouraged female members to show God's love through sexual relationships with potential converts. As for young girls like Christina, she says they were encouraged to engage in what Berg called sexual sharing.
Father David had sent out a letter to everybody and said that children should be shown how to have sex. And an adult couple came and got me in the night and showed me how to have sex.
No, I don't think this was the same thing Jennifer was raised in. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I retract. I don't think this sounds right.
And I knew by that time, I already knew that women were supposed to be prostitutes and we weren't supposed to say no to sex and that sex was part of our life. So I knew mentally what was expected of me and what I was supposed to feel. But when it happened, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel good. And I thought there was something wrong with me.
To be clear, Renee Crossman, ERIKA's partner on Romanian Angels, who the children, according to ERIKA, do not trust, is a self-admitted member of this cult. She has not been accused of any wrongdoing. No, the U.S. Marines that she partnered with were going to be accused of wrongdoing. They're going to be accused of prostituting children. But Renee Crossman herself has not been accused of anything. And she says she defends the cult which was subsequently instructed to disperse and hide themselves in the world of nonprofit, according to the investigative piece. Are we to believe the U.S. Marines didn't catch that in a background check on Renee Crossman? She's an American. I would imagine there was a background check involved in that. Like I said, everything and everyone around ERIKA, just not ERIKA. Why is it that everything about Turning Point right now reminds me of a religious cult, right? The way ERIKA speaks, her mannerisms, her inflection, her saying Turning Point is her family. That's what they call themselves, a family. This is my family. What? Are you a CEO or are you not a CEO? Her choosing to have Stacy, the chief fundraiser over there at her side, rather than her biological family members after her husband was assassinated, that's proof that she does believe it is her family. Nothing was weird to her. This is my family. Her defense of sexual deviant Tyler Boyer. Well, how do these people know each other? The way in which they are trying to seed the public and convince the public that this is what God wanted. God ordained this. ERIKA is so godly. She cannot even get a sentence out without saying the Lord. And I'm going to be honest, it creeps me out. The whispering creeps me out. It does not fill me with any sense of light. In fact, it fills me with quite the opposite. I feel uncomfortable. I feel like I am watching a religious cult try to indoctrinate the masses. I felt like Charlie's entire assassination was a cult, as I presented to you. Like it was a cult and it was meant to hypnotize the world. I mean, the whispering, let's go back and actually watch this clip of ERIKA on Jesse Waters when I say I'm speaking about the way she whispers makes me uncomfortable. Take a listen.
And I truly believe that if the Lord, which this does not happen, but if the Lord gave him an option to return back to earth, and if the Lord said, this is what your death is going to be the catalyst for, do you want to go back and exchange it? He'd say no. Wow. He'd say no.
Really? He'd say no? He wants his kids to grow up alone. But again, this is a part of brainwashing. It's brainwashing tactics for a cult. That's how I feel. I have a right to feel that Turning Point has turned into something else. I feel it was infiltrated. I feel ERIKA is very obviously taking it in a direct.
I totally agree. It's fucking creepy. ERIKA KIRK is weird, man. ERIKA KIRK is weird. ERIKA KIRK is creepy. And I understand that, like, I know you, man. You typo, whatever. I understand that you can make the argument that ERIKA KIRK is a pageant girl and she knows how to do, and she's been trained to do pageant stuff. And I do agree with that to a certain extent. But, like, it's still creepy. And I think it goes even beyond what even pageant people do. And it's like, at this point, just because ERIKA's creepy doesn't mean CANDACE is like right. But it's like I'm being forced to give more consideration to things CANDACE is saying because ERIKA KIRK is so fucking creepy.
That makes me uncomfortable. Everything we've seen about her background and the manner in which she was raised screams fraud to me. She lies pathologically as if she herself was brainwashed, as if she doesn't know that she's lying. It should tell you that something is not right here. And now we have to go max for Charlie. That's how I feel. We need to go max for Charlie because when I look at all the players on the board, when I look at her relationship with Trump, when I look at the way that they are continuing to defend her and to try to tell us that she must be accepted, no. It screams at me just the opposite. And when we get back, we're going to be releasing the remaining photos and the video evidence that we have from September.
Okay, let's see the evidence.
Code can't work now. I have no spits out tape. George, can you your product? It's been 6 months, and I frankly think we all feel pretty.
Just as a reminder, I don't do any ad reads on this channel. It's not that I couldn't get sponsors to do it. It's that I don't want to do ad reads, and I don't want you guys to suffer through ad reads. And the reason I don't want to do ad reads is that I trust you guys that if you want to support the work I do exposing the left and, you know, spending all my time researching it, is except for on Fridays when we get fabulous freeze frames like this of Candace. That's just like one of the best yet. Like, except when we're doing stuff like this, I spend all my time researching the radical far left in America. And I trust that you guys are going to come through with super chats and channel memberships to support the work I'm doing. I'm not saying you have to send in super chats and channel memberships, but if you want to fund the work I'm doing and keep me streaming with you guys, that's the very best way to do it. And in exchange for you guys voluntarily giving over the super chats and distributing channel memberships like a channel membership fairy, in exchange for you guys doing that, I won't do ad reads on the stream, and I won't try to sell you guys products that are stupid just because they'll pay me money to say things to you guys that they want me to say. And I promise I will never do that as long as you guys come through with the super chats and the channel memberships. This is the deal we strike. We got to fund the stream somehow. This is the deal we strike. Anyway, let's continue.
Confidence that Turning Point there's some sort of a brand hostile takeover going at the very least, right? Zionists are in there. They didn't kill them, but they are going to now force people that Charlie didn't like at the helm of this company, right? They're going to defend those individuals. And I think we are very much entitled to that opinion that something's not right. In the beginning, I was not sure about ERIKA. I thought maybe she is dealing with a lot behind the scenes, trying to figure out where the snakes are. I do not feel that way today about ERIKA. I now feel her motives are impure. And that's putting it lightly.
Impure.
And I know for a fact she is dishonest. Her background, there are pathological lies all throughout it. And so the internet must have everything because the people that should be defending Charlie are not. No, they're not defending Charlie at all. They are going around actually trying to spread this Fed slop and trying to guilt us and trying to tell us that we're demonic for recognizing that something we were forced to all, I guess, not partake, but
it could potentially be true. It could both be true that ERIKA is actually some kind of operative, and Candace can also be wrong. Like, both of those things can actually be true. Candace can actually just be making shit up, but accidentally in the making up of things, she stumbles upon something that's true, but she doesn't understand why it's true because she got all of the other peripheral facts like wrong. But it could be true that ERIKA is some sort of weird operative and that she was directly involved in the assassination of her husband. And it could also be true that Candace is completely wrong about how the whole thing played out. I don't believe that that's true. I don't actually think ERIKA KIRK had anything to do with this. I think ERIKA KIRK is just really fucking weird and shouldn't be running Turning Point USA. I think there should be someone else running it, at least on an interim basis. And I just like, I think the whole thing is just really irresponsible. But who knows? Stranger things have happened.
What was an occult ceremony. I believe Charlie's death, the setting of it, everything was planned down to the T. I believe he was sacrificed. Okay. And so we want to share all the evidence that we have so that the people that I bet Charlie wishes he was friends with, the YouTubers that have spent time on this, the people that have put things together to try to figure out what did happen on that day. I bet he wishes those were his associates and not the people that he spent so much time building up. All right, so first, let us begin with the photos inside the van. We had only showed one. I'm going to show you this one here so that you guys can take this. Here is a closer bit. I do want to point out that it does very much look to me like there is some sort of shattered glass in the back. I know some people think that this could be a part of his mic that he had on him. And so I just want to say that I do see that all across the back seat, which is interesting. And I know some people are working, Baron Coleman being one of them, working on trying to examine why they told the story about how Brian Harpole was hanging out of the SUV, which wasn't the circumstance when they pulled out. So it's a bit confusing. Hopefully this helps. Here is another photo. And I should have said viewer discretion advised. They had told us this story about how they had so much gauze and and all this stuff. We were able to find basically what you see in the corner there that kind of looks like a UPS ticket, like a UPS. Yeah, I guess you could say a UPS package ticket. What that is actually Instaclot, and which is essentially instant gauze. And there's just one on the floor. So unless he opened one and then put the rest of the packaging in his bag, which would be unusual, there's only one on the floor there that we could see. Hopefully, again, having looked through these photos and taking a look around, if you are one of the people, and this is another side angle, if you are one of the people that has been working on this story, you can, hopefully I'll just see you in the online universe and I can share these photos with you. Because again, this now feels important, and I have no understanding as to why Turning Point USA would not share every piece of footage they have. Obviously, the feds are not telling us the truth, and also Kash Patel has been caught lying. I don't understand how Kash Patel is still in office, but I guess everyone is just.
I agree.
If you lie for the right people,
yeah, I agree.
Which seems to be always be Israel, then you will be protected. Even if you rape people, which we've just learned, you will be protected somehow, redacted at the very least. Now we're going to get into this video. This is a long video. I told you guys how this happened, how I came about this. At the beginning, I didn't suspect anything with Turning Point, obviously. All changed after I had a phone call with Terrell. I recognized he was acting very strange on the phone, lying, saying he didn't know how to send a file. I was genuinely reaching out to him because I thought I could help clear his name because people thought he was suspicious for taking down the camera. And I thought he was going to give me a perfectly reasonable reason as to why he did that. Like, oh, I was just instructed by the Fed or something to do that. And I was nervous. Nope. Just excuse after excuse. And I didn't understand why there would be any reason he was lying, saying he didn't know how to send a file, but you run an audiovisual company, Terrell Farnsworth. Now I've learned about his dad and his uncles and his cousins and their relationship with Lori Franzfey dating back to 2013. And it's all not looking good. None of this is looking good. Anyway, let's get to some of this video now. We're going to scrub through this, but we'll show you. Let's get to the first few minutes of this, and then I'm going to show you some other parts. Remember, I'm on screen record here, so you can get to this. And by the way, I think at some point they said they didn't have the footage. They have the footage. Okay, this is Terrell was at his office when he showed me this, and here we go. You can just play this, and if you guys are just on audio, you'll obviously need to come cut this on video because I can't really describe, obviously, the question is being asked. At this moment right here, we had assumed initially that was his recorder or something. I can confirm, you'll see later, that it's whipping fast and it looks white when it whips fast, but that is in fact his necklace. That is his necklace. And I find that for some reason to be very strange that the necklace goes up first.
Wow.
You can see
Look
this
at the
obviously.
crowd.
And by the way, there's no gore in this. So you don't really need your discretion because like I
Holy
said, which
shit,
kind of
I've
broke the
seen this
internet,
before.
the
I've heard
bullet didn't
about
go
it,
through. And not only did not go through, it didn't even cause any sort of a mess. His perfectly white t-shirt was white until the moment that he hit the ground. Skylar, we can get to that portion, I guess, where they can more clearly see the, well, first we can show them the magnet that's still on him. I guess we'll get to that. Yeah, there you go. We can pause there. So they can see that that is his necklace. And it's, I don't know how to describe that. I don't know if you would say it's still on him. There was a lot of story. Everybody had a personal story about Charlie's necklace, which struck me as very odd. Okay. It struck me as odd because, you know, ERIKA, Frank tells the story about how he came out to get his backpack from the car as the feds were searching it at the hospital. And he saw Charlie's necklace on his backpack, which was in the car. And the feds said, we were looking for that necklace. Really? Why were the feds looking for the necklace? How did they know he had a necklace? That's very strange. ERIKA, of course, has told several stories about the necklace and how precious the necklace was to him and how grateful she was that she got the necklace back. I think maybe even Brian Harpole had a story about that. I got to go back and look through it. But everyone's got a story about the necklace. It seems like a strange focus of this day. And so I want to just point that out, that it is the necklace that is hanging. You can see that. And maybe you can see it clearer when it's on my phone. So like I said, I'm happy to send around, but you can at some points even see and observe the chain. Again, this is after Charlie is hit. So you are seeing 0 blood heading backward. That feels wrong to me. That instantly felt wrong to me for what they are telling us took place here, which is a 30-06. It's not even enough to pretend that this was like an event where it already is, I would say, insane to try to say this was some
Amalek, if you're still here, can you please provide us with your thoughts on Candace's analysis? Thank you.
miracle event and, you know, Charlie's neck stopped this. It gets even crazier when you say, but it didn't even cause any blood. Everything you saw was blood that came because an artery got hit and that went forward. So I just want to say that. I will never buy the narrative that a 30-06 is what killed Charlie Kirk. I'm just not accepting that narrative whatsoever. We can continue and we can sort of point out some more portions here. I just keep going through here. Okay, you can see Charlie was not down. He was always also upward, which I know a lot of people know stuff about. We can kind of look close at that. Is that a recorder? The magnet clasp right there. Some people were wondering. Some people thought that the magnet clasp. I know there was a lot of stuff about the magnet clasp. That's it. It's still on him. I know those things are very powerful. And I think John Bray explained to me that the magnet clasp would have stayed on, but what was behind it would have fallen off because he has a theory. And I think I would say it's a well-adapted theory that the Rode microphone is what was shattered in the backseat of the car. And so I wanted to show that as well so you guys could see that. We can keep scrubbing through here.
That's crazy.
Only, as you can see on his hand, because blood went forward, is the only place that you see any blood drops here. Whipping again, for sure. You can see Dan actually pushes him, by the way. Dan takes him to the ground, which he should do, but I think it's important to note that. You can see what's on the table there, which I think is good too, from what's behind the table, in case there's any clues here. Some people thought that that guy had grabbed something on the table, and I had confirmed to you that he did not, because I saw that. And when he slides across, you want to go back to that slide so they can see that, Sky? Yeah, there's nothing on the table that he grabs. There's a book. It looks like maybe Charlie had a notebook. It looks like, I don't know if there's a way to like slow that down a bit. Yep, there you go. You can see when his hands first come on the table, he does not grab anything. So that is a conspiracy theory that we can shut down. Okay. And you can keep going. Have any other points here people might want to know? There we go. You can see kind of what's around him more broadly.
This is so perverse,
Speakers.
honestly.
There we go. Yeah, I think. Okay. And then beyond that, we just have some crowd shots, and you can show some of that as well. Like to scrub there. And we're just scrubbing through the parts that are just obviously pause me talking. All right. And so that's it. Yeah, I feel
crazy.
that it is our duty to share that with the public. And because our officials, the feds, politicians, they failed us. They have been so dishonest. This has been the year of really seeing how it really operates inside of DC. Everyone is disgusting left and right.
I agree
and
with that.
obviously there are a few exceptions, but altogether it's just a place of filth, DC. It's a place of filth. I really do believe that they have to sell
True.
themselves and sell their souls, and they all are just going, like, are comfortable, have sort of made their bed and like, yeah, I'm going to go to hell, but I don't know, maybe they think they're gonna come back from hell. I don't know what these people think. I know the occult, people that worship the occult, believe in reincarnation, and so all they care about, since they know that they have no access to heaven, is making sure that they are princes of this world, so to speak. And they do worship all. And
That's not what people who believe in reincarnation think, Candace. That's not actually what people who believe in reincarnation think at all.
there's a lot of occult practice.
Candace thinks that if you believe in reincarnation, that you don't go to heaven, you just reincarnate in life after life after life. That's not how it fucking works. You die, you go hang around in the spirit realm for a little while, you review your life, you think about the lessons you need to learn, you connect with other people in the spirit realm who maybe you had contracts with and all this stuff. You hang out there for as long as you want. You do whatever the fuck you want, really, in the spirit realm. And then someday, should you decide to be born again, you create a plan and create a series of contracts in the spirit realm for saying, all right, guys, we're going back to Earth. Or you could be born somewhere else. It doesn't necessarily need to be to Earth, but you can be born other places. But like, if you have very specific lessons you want to learn, you're going to come to Earth because that is the breeding ground for emotional thinking and all that bullshit. And so you make the decision to be born again. You make the decision to reincarnate. You make the decision about, what you're going to learn in this life and what you're going to do in this life, and, the types of relationships that you're going to have in this life. You make all sorts of agreements, and then you go and you be born again when you decide to be born again. It's not that you don't have access to heaven. You can hang out. You never have to be born again if you don't want to. This is what I believe anyway. Like, you never have to be born again if you don't want to. But at some point, if you're sick and tired of hanging around in the spirit realm, because in the spirit realm, you get whatever you want like that. It's like a much different plane of existence than what we live in now, because we are much denser matter, and so things have to take longer and blah, blah, blah. There's all sorts of things involved. Anyway, you have the choice to reincarnate. It's not that you don't have access to heaven. You go where everyone goes. There is no hell. Hell is a human created invention. You work through whatever bullshit you need to work through from the last life that you just died out from under. And you can go back soon, or you can go back in many hundreds, thousands of years, or you can never go back, and you don't have to if you don't want to. That's the way it works, Candace. It's not that you just get born into life after life after life after life with no existence in the spirit realm. It's that you get to choose. That's what free will is. Anyway. Naruto, thanks for the super chat. Jennifer just responded to my DM, the Worldwide Church of God. Okay, but isn't that what it was? No, Children of God. Okay, Children of God, not the Church of God. Okay, Jennifer was in the Worldwide Church of God, not the Children of God. I mean, you gotta admit it's a close enough name that you could understand my mistake.
And worship, and it comes up as different names. It's Frankism, it's Sabbatianism, it's child of God, but really what is manifesting is the same ideology sort of redressing itself as something else.
I gotta pee again. I'll be right back.
Inevitably children are harmed. That's what it is.
I'm gonna let this play.
And look, as even more evidence of Turning Point having reversed course on Charlie's perspectives, look no further than what's going on with Thomas Massie. Like I said, he pushed for the Epstein files to be released. And so Trump is really angry at him and is stumping, and he wants to make sure he gets primaried down in Kentucky. And the facts are that Charlie Kirk named Thomas Massie as one of his favorite congressmen. You don't have to take my word for it. You can take Charlie's. Take a listen.
One of the most exciting developments from last week's negotiations is the new church committee. And one of the members of that new church committee is one of my favorite members of Congress. He loves the Constitution. He loves liberty. He's honest and he's tough, and he's going to really go after the intel agencies. It's Thomas Massie, who's just terrific, from Kentucky. Congressman Massie, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Charlie.
I've had private conversations with Charlie. He loved Thomas Massie. So you can imagine Thomas Massie was a bit confused when Turning Point Action, which is run by Tyler Boyer and which kicks money back to Erika's mother via Superfeed, tweeted out that Thomas Massie was a rhino who needed to be replaced. This is Turning Point USA that had Ben Shapiro open for AmFest behind Erika. And they're shouting out Thomas Massie as being a rhino because he won't vote for more funding to go to Ukraine and Israel. Take a look. This is a real tweet. MAGA rallies are back. Trump haters are on notice. Okay.
Like literally fuck the entire conservative propaganda machine at this point. It's like, I don't know. And again, like I have so many MAGA retards in my replies today on Twitter. It's like they are so unhinged from reality. They are so completely unhinged from reality. And if you don't understand that everything that every major right-leaning influencer is saying is just pure narrative propaganda at this point, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, maybe Charlie Kirk really was holding Turning Point USA at bay for years and years and years, because maybe not for years, but at least for like the last year when he was starting to doubt Israel, all that. Maybe Charlie Kirk really was the thing that was holding all of this at bay. Maybe he was actually much more powerful in beating back some of this bullshit than any of us had any idea, because it kind of seems like since Charlie Kirk died, so much has fallen apart on the right, just with the infighting and the accusations and all the was he in favor of Israel? Was he in favor of Israel? And constant fucking fighting over that. I mean, just complete and total sabotage of anything. Obviously, Trump is missing his influence because he ended up going to war in Iran and all this bullshit. And it's just like, I'm truly disgusted when I look at conservative talking heads now. I truly find it like just disgusting, abominable behavior.
Now you can obviously see why Thomas Massie might have been a little bit confused.
I don't know why my hair flat.
And he wasn't the only one, by the way. X was apparently also confused because look at that fact check. Rep Thomas Massie was one of Charlie Kirk's favorite congressmen. Just a little note here. Stop. You just can't make this up. You cannot make up that they are now being fact-checked on what Charlie believed versus what they are now pushing for, which is the opposite. To be hit with a community note, and you are the organization that purports to be carrying on Charlie's legacy, it is just so embarrassing. And it's also sick, right? I'm glad the community note was able to inform Turning Point that Massie was indeed one of Charlie's favorite congressmen. This is just kind of where we're at with Turning Point USA. Thomas Massie, of course, tweeted back asking a simple question, which is, what has gotten into y'all? He just wants to know what has gotten into y'all. And then shows a tweet with Charlie reiterating, one of my favorite congressmen, Thomas Massie. And he's been his favorite congressman from at least 2016 all the way through 2023. And I wanted to answer Thomas Massie's question. I wanted to help him. What is going on? You want to know what's going on? Turning Point USA used to be a student organization that was founded by and ran by Charlie Kirk, a boy genius. And it has now been taken over. And it's more akin to LBJ USA. That's what I would call it. LBJ USA. They're reversing course on everything Charlie believed in. And it's not subtle. They're not even trying to keep up appearances. Like I thought, if I was being smart about it, if I was staging the Zionist takeover, the Zionist ideology takeover, I would at least keep up appearances for 1 year. Like only the people that Charlie really loved and everybody knew. And I'd be like, okay, we're carrying on his legacy. And then maybe a year later, I started introducing the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros and being like, oh, well, it's been a year and Charlie would have wanted this. No, they couldn't do it.
It is still mind-boggling to me that Trump has picked Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham and little Marco Rubio and the entire neocon establishment over the people who literally got him elected in 2016. And Trump seems to have no self-awareness of what he's doing. Literally, Trump has zero self-awareness. It's like, has Trump gone senile? I know Trump's like 80 or something. Has Trump gone totally senile to think that like Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham are the answer? I don't even know what to say. It's so bad. It's so bad. They are going to get so slaughtered in the midterms. And again, like magatards and conservatives that only listen to conservative bullshit propaganda, they literally have no idea it's coming, guys. They're all in my feed on Twitter right now. They're saying, you're a Democrat, you're gonna lose. Neener. Like, they're doing all this conservatard bullshit in my Twitter feed right now. And it's like, they really are completely fucking clueless about what is going on in reality, how people view this entire situation, the fact that no one fucking likes Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham. No one has ever fucking liked Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham. It's not inspiring at all. And it's just like, man, all right. Well, you guys are in for a surprise in November. I'm here for it. I think it's going to be fun.
Do it. They couldn't do it. It was like they were under pressure. And they had to instantly bring it all out and bring out the people that Charlie didn't like, and doing interviews with the New York Times, everyone who gave him grief while he was alive. That's something that is just remarkable. They didn't even try to fake it. Anyway, we will take a quick break and I will be back to answer some of your questions.
All right, we're moving. We're cooking with gas. Let's see. I think we've got 2 more. Mostly just because I want to watch this one. Trump loses a war hero. ERIKA KIRK loses Arkansas. Okay, guys. So listen, are we really committed to this? Are we really committed to the full CANDACE marathon? Now, I know. I said I wasn't going to set a channel membership goal today, and I'm not going to set a channel membership goal, but I've already been streaming for 4 hours, and there's 2 more hours left of this marathon. So can I make you guys a deal? Just to make sure that I feel okay about spending this much time streaming? If you want me to continue with watching the next 2 hours of this marathon, can we get like either some $5 super chats coming in or some channel memberships gifted out? I'm just saying, like, I don't want to set a goal. I don't want to tell you guys what to do, but like, if you feel like you're enjoying this, if you feel like that you want this to continue, can we, like, the super chats and channel memberships have been a little light for like the last, hour, maybe hour and a half or so. I'm just saying, if you want it to continue, let's see how much you guys want it to continue. I'm just going to see how much you guys want it to continue. And if you don't want it to continue, that's totally fine. We don't have to do it. We can do it next week, maybe. But if people don't want to do it, then we don't have to, and that's totally fine. Let's see. Yo, Cynthia's in. 5 gifted channel memberships from Cynthia. Really appreciate that, Cynthia. W's in the chat for Cynthia, picking up the slack. Just gonna wait and see. Yo, Shelly comes in with 10 gifted channel memberships. Awesome. W's to Shelly. Awesome. We've got a Soul Quest in with a super sticker. Really appreciate that, bro. That's awesome. All right, now we're cooking with gas. This is funny. Well, sometimes you guys need a little motivation. Sometimes you guys need a little bit of motivation. Deets in with the channel membership. W's to Deets. Thank you guys for that. Guys, as a reminder, if you're getting gifted a channel membership, you are going to get invited to Spy Stream, which is when we go inside a live leftist training and we watch it live. And so we have a bunch of spy streams coming up next week. It's going to be a very full week leading up to the No Kings protest on Sunday. And I will be doing coverage as much as I can. And that's going to be awesome. That it? That all you guys got? That's all people want to see? What? I have like 4 people? 4 people want to keep going? All right. Oh, we got a retard over on Rumble. You have no idea what Trump is doing. Please stick to your expertise and leave politics to people who know. Hey, Ruman. Bye. So only that many people want me to keep going? Yo, we got puzzles in. Cynthia, stop picking up the slack for other people. We need to teach everyone to contribute so you don't have to buy all the channel memberships, Cynthia. W to puzzles. Thanks so much for the channel membership. Of course, W's to our queen, Cynthia, as well, picking up the slack for other people. Let's go. Hey, Cheek Butt, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to continue this, and we're going to see how things go over the next hour, okay? I'm going to keep going. I know some of you have to wait for payday. I know. I get it. I get my YouTube check tomorrow. Totally get it. Can't buy anything on Whatnot right now. I'll get my YouTube check tomorrow. Anyway, let's continue, and we'll just see how it goes. Kazmar. Thank you, Kazmar. You rock. Appreciate it. All right, we're getting into this next episode.
All right, you guys, today is a good day. It's a good day. It's a happy Tuesday because, look, all of us, we've been fighting really hard. It feels like trench warfare.
You want to watch?
Yeah. Majority of people in the world know what the truth is, and we are up against these liars. It's like a beehive, a hive of liars, a swarm of them that are in powerful positions. There is more of us, but they are in more powerful positions. They are lying about obvious things. They're lying about Charlie Kirk's death, saying there's nothing to see there. They are lying about the threat of Iran.
Thank you to everyone who donated.
What we are doing involving ourselves in that conflict. So that's why I say today's a good day, because bravery inspires bravery. Turning Point USA just suffered a major blow. Their chapter in Arkansas just decided to disaffiliate from Turning Point USA entirely.
No shit.
The despicable treatment of Charlie's legacy in the afterlife, right?
I didn't know that. Every freeze frame is a dub. I didn't know that a chapter from Arkansas decided to disaffiliate with Turning Point USA literally right after ERIKA KIRK visited Arkansas. Wow, that's nuts.
Making Charlie would want this, he would want that. The manipulation, if you will, surrounding what Charlie would have wanted is the reason they're saying, you know what, we're done here. And Trump similarly suffered a public blow. Joe Kent has resigned as the director of counterterrorism.
So
I'm going to show you a letter that he published. Plus Theo Vaughn. I absolutely adore Theo Vaughn. He just has such a good heart. He is so relatable. You could just sense the goodness in him. And he has taken to his audience to announce that he feels that there is something satanic going on in Israel. You guys, this is the way. Okay, these are the actions that we have to take if we are going to win against these people. So let's get started. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, just a quick shout out at the top of the show to Nimi Skincare. You know I love them. They are supporting today's show. I'm very intentional. We thought through the Strait of Hormuz. And so he's out there begging everybody to get involved. Oh, I picked a fight, and actually I don't really like to fight. I don't like to get my hands dirty. I don't even touch my own door handles. Can somebody else go beat up Iran for me? And so now he's looking at India, and he went over there. It's like, hey, you guys send some troops to the Strait of Hormuz. We got to keep that open. And India came back and said, sorry, buddy, we're not getting involved. So we can add them to our ever-growing list of countries who are telling Trump, you started it, you can finish it. And you know what? He actually can't finish it. That's kind of the point of this whole thing. So there was some huge breaking news this morning. Joe Kent, that is our Director of National Intelligence, counterterrorism, pardon me, just formally resigned from his position, citing opposition to this illegal war. Now, I want you to know, in case you don't follow Joe Kent, and maybe you don't follow politics that closely, maybe you're never a Republican. Joe Kent is not just a random person who got the job without proper qualifications. This is not like a Nepo baby, right? This isn't like Jared Kushner going around the world negotiating on Trump's behalf and going, how are you qualified to do this? Joe Kent has actually served this country honorably. And just by way of background, in case you're not familiar with his backstory, while serving in Syria in January of 2019, Joe Kent, his wife, Shannon Kent, his late wife, lost her life to a suicide bomber. They met serving, and they got married, and they had 2 kids. Shannon was the first female combat death in Syria since combat operations began against ISIS. And she was also the first female U.S. service member that was killed by enemy fire in more than 3 years up until that point. And as you can see, she left behind her 2 children with Joe, just 3 years old at the time. The other was 18 months old at the time. Devastating story, right? And I share that with you because I want you to understand that Joe Kent is both professionally and personally qualified to give his opinion on the threat of overseas terror, whether or not it is worth American lives, to send American lives.
I have to show you guys this. Hang on. The 500-pound shut-in fat ass has struck again. Pinned to the top of Jill's Twitter feed. Jill is poetry painter. Someone is obviously very, very jealous of my sunglasses on replacing one addiction with another. She's written an article about me. People with addiction issues will often give up one addiction, but still needing the dopamine hit and feeling that comes with the abandoned addiction, they replace that addiction with another. Or, hear me out here, the recent trend of posting about buying designer bags and cheap Chinese knockoffs, designer sunglasses, and pictures taken in a variety of stores are an indication that Karlyn has replaced one addiction with another common addiction: shopping. Karlyn has actually always had a shopping addiction. Karlyn just wasn't talking about it publicly on the internet. Oh, believe me, I've always fucking had a shop. I fucking love shopping. Who doesn't fucking love shopping? I love the things you can find. I love even shopping the Chinese knockoff stuff because it's like a scavenger hunt. It's like, what can I find in China? What high-end, like high-quality knockoff bag can I find in China that gets me a $10,000 bag for like a couple $100 bucks? That's like the best thing ever. When you find a really fucking high-end knockoff bag in China that literally uses the same fucking materials, the same thread, the same hardware, the same construction process, it's like a scavenger hunt of finding this stuff and then be like, holy shit, this actually exists in the world. I love vintage shopping. I love going into vintage stores and seeing all the cool old shit. Like, who doesn't love seeing cool old shit in like a store? I love going antique shopping. I've been buying art my entire fucking life. Jill, I know that you don't have nice things because you're a 500-pound fat ass shut-in. I really do get it. But I've had nice things like that I've gotten from shopping, whether that be art or vintage stuff or music stuff or really cool bags, whether they were real bags or knockoffs. Because Jill, you may not realize this because you're a dumb bitch. I've been buying fucking bags for years and years and years and years and years. I just wasn't talking about it on the internet, you psycho. Are we not entertained? Are we not entertained? Yeah, people love going garage sailing. Yeah, that's like the best. I don't like doing that personally because I kind of get skeeved out at like people's stuff. But like you point me to an antique mall and I will be occupied in an antique. My husband fucking hates this, by the way. I will be occupied in an antique mall all day. and I will not fucking apologize. It is one of the few pleasures that I have in my life where I spend most of my time studying socialism. Can you believe this fucking bitch and her obsession? Yeah, you go thrifting. A lot of people go thrifting. It's fun to go thrifting. In fact, when researching addictive personalities, shopping addiction is one of the most commonly cited replacement addictions for people giving up other addictions. Karlyn has attacked other people for their appearances frequently. She even tried to say Carrie Smith, who looks like this. Carrie's getting fat. Carrie's absolutely getting fat. You look at some recent pictures of Carrie. Carrie is 1000% getting fat. Yeah, a shopping addiction is a celebration of capitalism. Absolutely, 100% capitalism. Yeah, upcycling. I do that shit too. I buy a whole I have all this like jewelry stuff. Like you can buy cool things like off of like the resale market or something and take it and make it into something else. Like that's fucking cool, man. That's fucking. It's called doing crafts. She has no life. She wishes she had my bags. She wishes she had my bags. Exactly. She's requesting to see the manager. Oh my God, Karlyn is buying too many pairs of, excuse me, Karlyn's manager. Karlyn is buying too many pairs of amazing sunglasses and we just can't have this. Excuse me. Karlyn claims, look, she got a picture of me at exactly the wrong angle when my entire body was bloating because I was sick for a week. Karlyn claims to be losing weight, and good for her. It's baffling when she so frequently attacks people for their weight. Nah. That's actually not Jill. That's the reality. That's the reality. Hey, Jill. This is a shirt that I was wearing 4 months ago. It wasn't tight on me. It's always been oversized. Jill. This shirt might fall down. People might accidentally see my tits on the internet. Wouldn't that be a shame? Jill, this is what we're talking about here. Jill, this is what we're talking about. See, what she's really upset about, what this fat, angry bitch is really upset about is that I lost a fuck ton of weight really quickly just by deciding to lose a fuck ton of weight really quickly. And she couldn't lose even a tenth of what I've lost, even by trying her very hardest. Yeah, everyone's like, Karlyn, can you show us your boobs now? No, can't see my boobs. No, no, not gonna happen, assholes. Not gonna happen. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Da. See, I look hot in that outfit. Look at that. That's my vintage frames jacket, one of my Gucci purses. What'd you say about this? But again, being a narcissist doesn't self-reflect. In her mind, she's the most intelligent, most high IQ, most honest, most real, most correct person ever. I am actually. Yup. That's actually very true. Yup. She saw herself from the outside. Bam. In my opinion, all of this shopping is just a replacement addiction. I'm going to buy another purse just because of this post. Can we get enough super chats for me to buy another purse tonight just for this? Look at her collecting all these fucking screenshots of me. And you can see it serves her fighting fetish. Now there's a Discord. Well, I was actually told there was a Discord dedicated to me, but whatever. I look hot. Look how hot I look at that. I've lost weight since I took that too. Cheek butts, thank you so much. Firing shots at someone through addiction is 100% unhinged and not cool. I pray everyone finds comfort and strength in themselves to always progress. I mean, exactly. You're using something that is bad as a known. I don't think I'm addicted to shopping. I can stop shopping anytime. In fact, I do need to cut back on shopping, mostly because I need to sort through all the shit I have and make space. Chitalago, W's for the channel memberships, bro. Thank you. I am indeed making more than 5K a week. I am indeed making more than that. At least right now. At least you see, you less boobs, more Gucci purses. Hey, always rooms for another Gucci purse. Like, why does she care how many bags I have? Maybe she's jealous. She's your biggest fan. She hasn't figured out how to applaud. Well, that's because we kicked her out for not being smart enough to be here, Cynthia. Yeah, I don't know. I really hope she's not a fucking lesbian. Why is she body shaming? She's like way fatter than I've ever been. Way fatter than I've ever been. What else she got? I hope her personality goes on a diet. Well, Jill, thanks for showing off my amazing sunglasses, Jill. And these are actually Gucci sunglasses. See, I don't know if you guys see it. It's very real small. These are Gucci sunglasses, Jill, that have been specially customized just for me. And they're fucking awesome. And I know you're jealous of them. And I know you're jealous of all my stuff because you can't get it because you're a stay-at-home shut-in who doesn't do anything cool, who sucks as a general rule, who just complains whenever anyone else is having fun or has cool stuff that they're showing off. I'm very sorry to disappoint you, Jill. Anyway, back to Candace. That was fun, guys. That was fun. Do you guys see the bullshit that I have to deal with on the internet? Do you guys see? Do you guys see? I'm not allowed to do anything. Trump, like, can we just think about this? I said this the other day. Trump supporters are allowed to buy boats that they wrap in Trump imagery, giant ass Trump flags. Trump supporters are allowed to put an entire Trump paint job on their truck just to go out and have a parade. Trump supporters can play golf whenever they want or have golf clubs or do other Trump related fucking bullshit. Trump supporters can go and spend all sorts of money to follow Trump around the country for Trump rallies, sleeping outside, spending several, but I can't buy a fucking $300 purse on Whatnot. And I get shit for that? Okay. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly.
It's over there. And he addressed his letter, as he should, to the president. That is who he serves.
Hey, we got a super chat from Dietz. Thank you. Let's see Poetry Painter for contrast. Oh, you guys want to see you guys want to see who Poetry Painter looks like? Okay, I got you. I know what she looks like. Hang on. Got to do it. We were asked in the super chat. Got to do it. I'm going to show you what she looks like. And this is a publicly available picture. And that's her. That's her. Yep. I wonder if chat will see her addiction and guess what gives her a dopamine hit. I'm going to guess sugar. Sugar. That's who we're talking about. That's who's so pissed off about my weight. A woman who has always weighed more than me and will always weigh more than me. No matter how, even Jill, even at my peak weight, you still weigh more than me, you dumb bitch. Anyway, back to Candace.
And this is what he wrote. He wrote, President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as the director of National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear.
Okay, I swear this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. Did this dumb bitch not see all the art behind me? That's a very expensive reprint art. That's a really expensive print. That's an original Brito behind me. That's fucking original. There's another create right over here that's worth like $4,000. Like I've literally had, Jill, you dumb cunt. I am surrounded by original art. I am surrounded by shawls that I knitted with thousands of dollars of yarn. I promise you, the money that I spent on those shawls in the background, the money in those shawls to buy the fucking yarn is more than I have ever spent on designer bags. Excuse me, Karlyn is buying too many pairs of sunglasses and Adidas shoes and designer purses on Whatnot on the resale market. Jill, do you understand that a skein of yarn costs $35 fucking dollars and most of those shawls have 4 or 5 in them at least? Idiots. Conservatives are idiots. So dumb. Okay, I promise I'm going to shut up about this now.
That we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in
actually.
2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of—
Thanks, Trinity, for the super chat. I've been slowly watching Joe Kett's interview with Tucker Carlson. It's worth watching. I mean, if it's publicly available, I'll totally watch it. I would love to. Maybe we'll do a whole Joe Kent day or something. I want to see Joe Kent talking to Mark Levin. That would be, if Joe Kent ever actually talks to Mark Levin, we are clearing the fucking schedule. I will sit there and watch that whole thing live. That would be fantastic.
the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform.
Yeah, I was never a size 22. The biggest I got was like a size 14 or something like that. I was never a 22. No offense. And by the way, I actually don't, just for the record, I don't care how much people weigh. Your weight is your business. It honestly doesn't matter to me at all. I'm losing weight because I want to become unrecognizably skinny to be able to go undercover again. That's why I'm doing it. I don't think people need to lose weight if they don't want to lose weight. I will never make fun of someone for being fat unless they are being horrible and toxic to me, and then game fucking on. If you want to harass me for years and years and years and stalk me like that fucking poetry painter cunt has done, that woman's been stalking me for 6 fucking years. So all bets are off. I will call her a fat fucking 500-pound shut in any damn time I want. But like in real life, who the fuck cares? Love yourself regardless of what you weigh. I think all the talk about weight and people making, I think it's like, lose weight for your health if you want to. I totally get that. Lose weight if you have a reason to, but like, never allow, no matter how big you are, and I'm saying this seriously, no matter how big you are, never allow people to make you feel bad about yourself. Never allow people to make you not love yourself. Like, never allow yourself to let other people make you believe that you are less than because of a stupid number on a scale or the size shirt you wear or anything like that. None of that shit matters. If you want to lose weight, lose weight. If you don't want to lose weight, don't lose weight. If you're struggling with it, that's fucking common. Like, a lot of people struggle with weight. But, like, don't, like, love yourself no matter what, you know?
Pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife, Shannon, in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Yeah. This is a very big deal. It is a very big deal. It is remarkable. It is brave. It is the honorable thing to do. It is why I have been also signaling to troops, this is, you should not serve. They don't care about your life. It's very obvious. You can legally and conscientiously object to a war. This is an illegal war. The entire world is responding to Trump and saying, this is an illegal war. Why are you doing this? And he is just saying, well, we're going to have it. This is what we do. We bomb Muslim children. And so listening to that and listening to me tell you what Joe Kent's story and background is, literally,
that's awesome, bro.
Ultimate sacrifice. You would imagine that President Trump would take this seriously, right? So I'll ask you rhetorically, how do you think President Donald Trump responded to this public resignation? Right? How do you think Trump views someone who served 11 combat tours overseas, whose wife gave the ultimate sacrifice to this nation? Okay, I'll let you take a listen to how he responded.
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars? You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or DC that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time, but they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site.
Are you serious?
Just rambling. First and foremost, calling somebody who's been deployed 11 times weak for actually understanding what that means, right? To understand what it means, like I said, you're going to have bots on the internet.
If we don't go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel, we will literally have a nuclear holocaust. I wonder where Trump is getting that wording from, guys. Can anyone guess what, like, the wording, we would have a nuclear holocaust? That wording seems oddly specific to me. Who do you think told Trump, if we don't go to war with Iran, we will have a nuclear holocaust? Who do you think planted that idea in Trump's head that it's either war with Iran or nuclear holocaust? I'm going to bet that came from Bibi Netanyahu and Israel, as Trump was down on his knees sucking off Bibi Netanyahu. And Netanyahu told him that if he didn't take the load he was about to give him down his throat, that and then go to war with Iran, that we would have a nuclear holocaust. I'm going to bet that's what happened. That's probably exactly what happened, actually. Deets, thanks so much for the super chat. Karlyn, did you hear Trump remove the sanctions from Iranian oil? I heard that this morning, haven't had time to research it. Strange behavior. I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea, Deets, but we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks so much for the super chat.
Internet, but you cannot make bots suit up and put boots on the ground and go fight your wars. Okay, Joe Kent did that. So he has an understanding of what it means to put people in harm's way and for them to be willing to die for the country's security. So his measure is going to be infinitely more precise than Trump's is, right? To them, they're playing like Monopoly, right? They're like figurines on a board. They don't care. Okay, how many do we need out here? Okay, how many? They're playing Battleship. It's not real. It's not real because they have never had any true stake in the game, right? They don't have any skin in the game. Does he have sons who know how to shoot? Yeah, actually, Don does. Eric does. Why doesn't he deploy them? If he needs all these troops and it's so obvious and it's so clear, it's so moral, why are you throwing it back to something that you did, which did not involve troops on the ground? You're talking about reversing a policy for security, which is what Joe Kent is saying. There is no imminent threat with Iran. And because he can't articulate one, he just throws it back to Obama, who did have a bad policy, by the way, which is a policy that I believe should have been reversed, by the way. But what does that have to do with what he just asked you? What are we doing in Iran right now? I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad he's gone. I like to be surrounded by people who lie to me. Exactly what Charlie had intimated in those messages with Brett Weinstein, that if you're close to him, if you're in his ear, that's why they're constantly around him. They create this side of hive mentality. Everybody thinks this. No, this is going to be amazing. Everyone's going to love you. It's perfect. No, there's a big threat. It's going to happen tomorrow. And they're wrong. And they're lying. They just want Trump to send Goyim to die. And now you have Trump sounding like Bibi, pretending, just uttering the term nuclear holocaust. That's just fear mongering. Okay. It is just, by the way, I do want to point this out. This always kills me about like the nuclear threat always lingering. The only country that has ever dropped nukes in the history of the world is us. Okay. The same country that's always using this idea of the threat of nukes as an excuse to allow them to invade other countries. It's us, just something I noticed. We're the only ones that ever did that, actually. And it's always the Zionists who you could argue created those nukes, right? Oppenheimer, you could argue that was a special kind of project. They're the ones that are constantly fear-mongering about it. So take a listen to Bibi Netanyahu, by the way, warning us about how close Iran was to nukes, always on the brink of nukes. Over the course of 3 decades, they've been on the brink of nukes. Take a listen.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Guys, it kind of seems to me like Bibi Netanyahu has been selling the same fucking story for literally my entire life. It kind of seems as though Bibi Netanyahu's been out there for decades after decade after decade after decade after decade, literally saying the same thing. And he finally found some stupid, senile old man in the fucking Oval Office who said, yes, I agree. And if we don't take out Iran now, we are literally going to have a nuclear holocaust.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
Totally true. It's always totally true. Just a couple of weeks, they're going to have nuclear bombs. They just lie because they need the bodies. They need the people like Joe Kent. And then to see him be so disrespected, I mean, it's just what they do. You know what they're going to do now. It's what they're already doing. They're going to smear and they're going to attack and they're going to threaten Joe Kent. Here are some of the immediate responses that are already floating online, okay? You have Lindsey Graham, who is so blackmailed it hurts. He wrote, the resignation of Joe Kent as the director of National Counterterrorism Center could not have come at a better time. What? Like, in his statement explaining why he's resigning in protest, Mr. Kent is echoing the Democratic talking points, which are devoid of fact or evidence. Hopefully, the person replacing Mr. Kent will have a better understanding of the threats presented by the Iranian regime. Okay. Next up, we have Mark Levin, our resident psycho. I wonder if this guy, Joe Kent, was about to be fired, but quickly resigned first. That's how these things typically work. He's part of the radical, isolationist, woke right cabal. Okay, so he just got called a leftist by Lindsay. Now he's woke right, radical, isolationist. Watch how the left-wing media use him to attack the president and the military campaign against Iran. In part, that's why he wrote that letter. I wonder if he was one of the leakers inside of the administration, just asking questions. Laura Loomer follows up, so disrespectful to President Trump, but don't say I didn't warn you about Joe Kent and his wife, who works for the Trump hater and radical left Jew hater, Max Blumenthal. Why does the White House allow these people to have
Laura
wins?
Loomer has
I would
gone
fire
rabid.
everyone and teach them a lesson that they would never forget. Rule with an iron fist.
Do you guys see that Laura Loomer went on like a 9-day trip to India where basically she had to kiss the ass of all of Indian society for like a week and a half, and then she had to be like, India is the greatest country that I have ever visited ever, and I apologize for making any derogatory remarks about Indians eating shit and stuff like that. It's just Laura Loomer met the Dalai Lama. Did you guys see this? I was like all of a sudden, Laura Loomer is the greatest defender of India.
Punish everyone who leaks and undermines you. Also, stop putting Democrats in the Trump admin. It was never going to end well. I told you. Alan Dershowitz just threw it back to, neo-Nazi, Jew-hating, Israel basher, quits administration. Good riddance to bad garbage. Yep. Everyone who doesn't think that we should be sending our sons and daughters to die for Israel is a Nazi.
Yep, true.
Okay, that's what we get. Everybody who doesn't think, who sensibly believes that we should not be doing that is a Nazi. And here's a tweet from Taylor Budewick, who was the former deputy White House chief, who called him a crazed egomaniac who was often at the center of national security leaks. And then you can see they're kind of going in this direction now that he's not principled.
If Joe Kent was often at the center of national security leaks, then why wasn't Joe Kent fired? Trump could have fired Joe Kent literally at any moment. If Joe Kent was really the subject of national security leaks, and the Trump administration is going to war in Iran, and the national director of the Counterterrorism Center is at the center of all these security leaks, don't you think that he probably should have been fired prior to going to war with Iran? So I don't believe any of this bullshit at all. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, he's a loser. He's an absolute loser. We only wanted him when he was willing to sacrifice his family. And then, of course, Mark Levin again is going to say now the DOJ should open a criminal investigation to determine if Kent leaked any classified information.
To jail. Yep.
That's just, this is just incredible. You cannot even,
no,
when I tell you,
this is actually fucking retarded. They didn't fire him because they were being spies, and it was 4D chess. And the reason that Trump let a leaker in the director of counterterrorism position when he was going to war with Iran, and he didn't hire anyone else to do that job because, God knows that's not a really important position, is Trump was playing 5D chess, and it was a secret undercover mission in order to get intel on him to prove he was the leaker. Are you fucking retarded? Are you smart enough to be on this channel? Did you just wander in off the street? Did you wander in off the retard bus?
Going to criminalize disagreeing with Israel. It's very obvious that's where we're floating towards. And I want to say this because they are so stupid. Like, they just never see what's so obvious. The treatment of Joe Kent is going to be consequential. It's a terrible, terrible mistake to attack him in this way. Somebody who is deeply respected by the armed forces because he served, he understands, he's been over there, he has sacrificed. Okay. So the message that they are sending right now, lock up everybody who disagrees with us, lock up Candace Owens, lock up Tucker Carlson. Well, just so you know, that's going to be heard. I hope it's heard. I hope it is heard from the troops overseas, and they are recognizing they do not care about you. They do not care about you. They just want bodies. I deeply feel that. And now we're obviously at a place where lines are being drawn in the sand. People are seeing this for what it is. It is a spiritual war. We are fighting literal demons. Like I said to you, I believe that. And I've made it very clear. I'm happy to fight with all of these people all day, every day. Something about Charlie Kirk's assassination, it just woke something up in me that will never go away. It will never go away. I will not play nice. I will not go halfway with these people. And we need to stick together. We need to stick together. The people who are sensible and who do not want to drag us into these wars, people who are effectively pro-life, pro sons and daughters and actually pro-America first. And on that note, it gives me great pleasure to announce that Joe Kent, I'm going to be interviewing him this Thursday at the Catholics for Catholics event in DC. I'm looking forward to speaking to him, talking about.
Also, and I haven't listened to this interview yet either. But like what I will say is it is crazy how many conservatives, how many Zionists are attacking this Catholic event. And listen, I'm not Catholic. Obviously, I'm never going to become Catholic. I don't want anything to do with any Catholic event, like whatever. But like the amount of Zionist conservatives that are losing their fucking mind on Twitter because Catholics are meeting and talking about Catholic things in an event for Catholics. And they're just like ripping everyone apart that's involved. It's like, how do you think this is a good look? You can disagree with these people. Okay, fine. Like I don't agree with them, but I'm not going to attack their event. They're allowed to have their event. They're allowed to be fucking Catholics. They're allowed to believe whatever the fuck they want. This is America. And it's just like the amount of vitriol that's been targeted at like literally anyone associated with this event because you're pissed off that Joe Kent outed Trump for being a retard, or you're pissed off at that Carrie girl because she didn't toe the line, or like whatever. You're pissed off at Matt Walsh just for sending a recorded message to the event. It's like, how do you think this is a good look?
The conscience and making these sorts of decisions, how we see ourselves, just the direction of travel, the way in which we are having these conversations. And this was an act of bravery. I'm so excited to be able to sit down with him. You guys can get tickets at CatholicsForCatholics.com. And I do want to also say this event, because we have Carrie Prejean Bowler speaking, myself speaking, it is hard for me to express to you how much and how persistent and how despicable the attacks have been from Zionists. This is not an anti-Zionist conference. We are not gathering to talk about Israel. It's never been billed as that. But because they are angry that people who do not principally support Israel are getting a stage. They're angry that there can be life for Carrie Prejean Bowler after she says, actually, no, Catholic doctrine does not teach that I'm supposed to subjugate myself to the whims of Israel. They have just been emailing everyone, calling everybody, asking for cancellations. And it's just incredible in the context of people that will greet Bibi Netanyahu, who is a literal war criminal wanted by the ICC, in the White House. And nobody calls, nobody threatens, nobody smears. But when they find like Catholics or people meeting in a capacity that is...
See, this is my life now. This is my life now. All I do is eat chicken and coffee with protein stuff in it and have fizzy water. That's it. That's it. No fun things to eat or drink ever again.
It's not controlled by Zionism. The nastiness that we have to deal with on the back end. Like I said, I will say a lot more when this event is over, but it has been some of the most despicable thing ever, and I will not tolerate it. There is a lot of anti-Catholic sentiment in the air right now. And I, like I said, view this to be spiritual. I'm not the only one who views this to be spiritual. I'm not sure if you saw this going viral. It is amazing. Theo Von, he is a comedian, but he sits down and he just shares his heart sometimes on various topics of politics. He was actually really early to saying, look, I know I don't know a lot. I'm not claiming to be some foreign policy expert, but what I see happening in Gaza feels really wrong. Like he said that, and he was attacked for that. And by the, the same bandit of Zionists, because how dare you have a feeling about a child in Gaza? And there is something that I feel is so especially effective when you hear Theo Von speak, because he isn't an expert, because he's not trying to be a genius, and it really is coming from his heart. And he shared some choice words regarding Israel and the war that's happening, and I wanted you guys to hear him in its entirety. Take a listen.
But I do have a lot of uncomfort about America's relationship with Israel, the Israeli political leaders. That's what I mean. I believe that group it just feels like a satanic regime. It doesn't seem, it feels like they just want to cause pain.
Mm-hmm.
They just, these they don't even know where all the bodies from Gaza are, and they're already moved on to other places that they are attacking, and that America's associated now with their attacks. And I believe that will come here one day. I don't believe that that the Israeli leaders that they
Why is how many pairs of sunglasses does Theo Vaughn have? Why is Theo Vaughn allowed to wear sunglasses on his stream, but I'm not allowed to wear sunglasses on my streams?
have any intention to stop that. I don't see that they have any care for the American people. It doesn't seem like that. I've never heard that spoken.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn is one of them.
And I believe that if we don't speak up now, that our children won't have the chance to speak up, either by law or by worse. And that may sound crazy to some people, and that's fine if it does. If it does sound crazy to you and you think I'm crazy on that point of view, that's okay. I don't, I may disagree with you, but that's okay. I do want to, I worked hard to be able to have a voice for myself.
I do like VH2
And so I hope at least you just respect that.
Real good.
Or I hope at least you just see that. Like, at least I'm trying to say what I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even pay. That is a great point. I bet Theo Vaughn pays full retail. I will never pay full retail for shit. I will literally never pay full retail for anything. I will never if you're paying full retail for something, you are being dumb.
Understand our government's relationship with Israel's leaders and with Israel's government. I don't understand it. It feels like there's this war machine, and then our soldiers are put into these spaces, and they're just there to serve an America that they believe in.
Thank you, Adam.
And it's no knock against them or anything like that. It's just, it just feels like it's causing a lot of pain and fear. And yeah, I don't understand I don't understand Trump's relationship. I don't understand our political, like, why we are so beholden to this government, this Israeli government that just seems to be obsessed with control. And it feels like bloodlust, like they just it's not enough. Like, after what happened in Gaza, I don't see how there could be any other view.
Like, I love Theo Vaughn for that. And you can just hear the sincerity in his voice versus the propaganda that they're giving us. I feel the same way. I don't know how people can look at what they did in Gaza and believe that that's godly, that it's prophecy, that it is anything but exactly what Theo says, that it just feels satanic. Like, you should just be able to spiritually have a reaction that lets you know that something's not right. And he uses such a choice word there when he says it's about control. I don't know if our kids will have the opportunity if I don't use my platform. That's how I felt. It is how I feel every day. Again, telling you if I will illuminate for you, like, what they have put poor Johnny Epp, the Catholics for Catholics. I'm literally just a speaker. I am not involved in this organization otherwise, but the pain that they have put him through, the harassment that they have gone through, because you're not allowed to have an event if it's with
so
somebody
crazy
that doesn't support mass murder in Gaza. Like, you're not allowed to do that. And like I said, there's no political theme of this conference at all. My speech is about Mary. It is a prayer for America. It is a prayer. So I don't know why we're not allowed to meet, why we're not allowed to have perspectives, why we're not allowed to have jobs, why we have to be harassed, why our advertisers have to be called, why we have to be censored from YouTube, why they have to smear us and libel us. I mean, look at what they are doing to Megyn Kelly right now.
Yeah, real.
What did Megyn Kelly do? I
real.
can't figure out what her crime was that caused this reaction, other than she simply told the truth that what she is going through right now is what Charlie was going through in the end. Okay, that is what Charlie Kirk was going through. It is what Johnny Yep is getting a very small taste of. Like, he's just like, hey, I just want to have an event and a prayer with Catholics, and they are harassing him in a way. And he's just such a good person. And through a lot of prayer is just standing strong. And I guess just knowing that to see so many people going through it lets you know that you're not alone. And like I said, bravery and
I posted about this on Twitter, but like, Zionists really do not understand that their psychotic behavior to try to destroy anyone that does not want to support Israel, like, it's waking a lot of people up. A lot of people are seeing, holy shit, you assholes are acting like unhinged lunatics. This is not a matter of disagreement. When someone disagrees with a Zionist Jew, especially, although the Zionist Christians can do this too, but the Jews really fucking do it, they try to bite out a section of your fucking throat. They literally will, there is no length, and I mean no fucking length, that these people will not go to destroy you. There is nothing they will not say. They lie as easily as they breathe. They make shit up. They doctor evidence. They have specific blackmail that they're waiting to put out on you because, God forbid, do you guys know that some people in their personal lives, they have sex, and sometimes people make bad choices in their sexual relationships? They just do. And I think most of us have done this, but really imagine what it would be like if you were like Glenn Greenwald, who Glenn Greenwald, like on par, has done way more positive things for humanity than he's ever done negative things. And Glenn Greenwald, you know, fucked gay hookers in his private life and dressed up in, you know, costumes and stuff like that. But like, how long did they have that blackmail on Glenn Greenwald just to wait to drop it? And it's just like, how, like, I cannot, it's like, it's so fun. And everyone knows that, right? Everyone knows that the reason that Glenn Greenwald's sex tape got leaked on the internet was because Israel was trying to blackmail him. It did not work. Glenn Greenwald told them to go fuck themselves, that he wasn't going to stop talking. And so they released his sex tape on the internet in order to destroy him. They've done shit like this countless times. They placed a hit piece on me in Newsweek because I said Hitler went to heaven because I don't believe in hell and I think God loves everyone unconditionally. I wasn't even saying he was a good guy. I wasn't even saying Hitler was good. I was literally saying Hitler was the worst person in the world and he still went to heaven because God loves everyone unconditionally. They placed a fucking hit piece about me in Newsweek calling me a fucking anti-Semite. Any opinions on James Lee? Is he that fake professor? Or I don't really know who he is, so I guess I can't offer any opinions. But if he's that fake professor, then I don't like him. So anyway, my point is that I think a lot of people are seeing just like, you don't have to like Candace, okay? Here's the thing. You don't have to like Candace. You don't have to agree with everything Candace says. But you have got to understand that a lot of the attacks that Candace is experiencing isn't because Candace is saying crazy shit on the internet. Candace has always said crazy shit on the internet. Candace, her entire fucking career, has said crazy shit on the internet. But now Candace is saying crazy shit on the internet that is offending Israel. And so that's why everything has gotten so vicious. Megyn Kelly is saying things that Israel doesn't like. That's why they're going after her. Literally every single person. Nick Fuentes was silenced for years and years and years and gatekept for years and years and years until he became so successful that they couldn't deny him anymore. You know? It's like they do this over and over again. And I think people are like, normie people are starting to see, holy shit, you assholes are attacking an event about Catholics talking to other Catholics? Like, what the fuck? Why do you go unhinged every single time someone says something you don't like? Guess what? This is the internet, sir. People are going to say shit that you do not like. Oh, is he that guy from Google? Yeah, I don't know then. I guess I don't have an opinion on him. No, we are Nick's. No. We are Nick Fuentes respecters here. If you don't like it, keep it to yourself. Yeah, people get very unhinged and it exposes them to everyone that's watching that they're like, this is ridiculous. Well, Candace isn't backing down because Candace has fuck you money because she married a British lord, so she doesn't have to.
Inspires bravery. And I am, even if I'm feeling like down, I will go through and I will see your guys' comments. You guys crack me up in the comment section. I'm like, no, like this person, like they're fighting for me. I'm fighting for them. And truth is going to win. That's, by the way, it's already been decided. We are going to win. And they're growing more increasingly radical in their demands because they know Christ is king, right? And that's the reality of things. Anyways, I want to share that with you. On that note, when we come back from break, we have got to discuss this Turning Point USA thing.
Yeah, let's discuss Turning Point USA.
Values. Prior talk to whether or not foreign actors could have been involved. Said, oh, there's no evidence for that because that would have shifted the investigation into Tulsi's office, which is where Joe Kent was working. He just blocked that, which makes entirely no sense, obviously. So he was always a good guy, I think, there, which is why it doesn't work out unless you are corrupt, unless you are part of the mafia, so to speak. Wanted to show you also, let's get to this ERIKA story because it's pretty incredible, which is amazing. So yeah, obviously we have been...
I agree with this. You know what? Listen, I think that Candace is crazy with a lot of the shit that she's saying, but honestly, good for her for keeping going. Good for her. She's probably dealing with way more bullshit than any of us have any idea about. So good for her. It's good. It's good when people stick to their guns. And listen, I'm not saying stick to your guns just like with a stubbornness where it's like you're not going to change your mind no matter what, because you can always take in new information and you can always adapt your perspective. You can always change your mind. You should always be open to new information. But like, good on Candace, man. She's not backing down. And you know what? That's entertainment for the rest of us. So even though I think Candace is a massive narcissist personally, good for her.
Unpacking everything that is happening right now with just the changes, the sea changes, the messaging that is coming out of Turning Point USA. None of it feels like it makes any sense. We're going, okay, that's the opposite of what Charlie believed. How are you getting here? Like, it feels like they are...
The only people who think that the choice is between Zionists and Islamic extremists are people who consume too much conservative retard media. Have you heard me say anything about supporting Islamist extremists? By the way, you've been brainwashed to hate Islam by Israel. I hope you understand that. You have been brainwashed to hate Islam and Muslim countries by Israel, who wants America to go to war with basically all Middle Eastern countries so that Israel can take their fucking land. It's not that Islam is good. It's not that Islam is preferable. Obviously, I don't support Islam. I don't like it. I'm not going to say anything. But we are not in danger from Iran, or we weren't in danger before all this bullshit. Now we probably are. But you hate Islam because of Israel and Jewish propaganda that you have consumed through conservative media probably for decades. That's reality. There is a reality in which you can reject all Abrahamic religions, which is generally speaking what I do. I reject all organized religion in general. You can do that. Every American should be able to say fuck Israel with literally zero consequence. Just like I can say fuck India, fuck Haiti, fuck what other countries don't we like? I don't know, Somalia. I don't know, like Nigeria, fuck Nigeria. Like I don't like any country. China rules though. China's the fucking best. China, don't ever fucking besmirch China. Like I will have my high-end knockoff handbags. But France. Fuck France. Fuck France.
Simply directing the ghost of Charlie Kirk. I think we could all agree that it's easier to control somebody, or maybe their mentality was, when they're dead. You can say, this is what he would have done. This is what Charlie Kirk would have said. Well, so despite the fact that ERIKA KIRK went down to Arkansas, what was it? Arkansas last week, a couple of weeks ago, she made that sheepish appearance next to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders was signing the proclamation on behalf of Club America, which is Turning Point USA's incursion into high schools. Buyer beware.
On this hill.
The Turning Point USA University of Arkansas chapter announced that it was actually going to disaffiliate from the national group altogether. And this is not a small deal. It's a very big deal. Take a listen to this brief local news segment, and then I'll explain a little more.
A Turning Point USA chapter at the University of Arkansas announcing it is rebranding and disaffiliating with the national group. The chapter's president said in a statement posted on social media, the executive board had become concerned with the direction of the national group. Says the chapter will now be rebranding to Young American Revival, focusing on advocating for Christian conservative values. Comes a week after Turning Point's CEO, ERIKA KIRK, paid a visit to Arkansas. Governor Sanders signed a proclamation endorsing TPUSA chapters in schools statewide.
So this is fantastic news. It's great news. But beyond that, you should know that this was a unanimous decision. Everyone on the board agreed that they wanted to move away from Turning Point USA. And the chapter president, his name is Dino Fontegrassi, he published a letter onto Instagram, which you should read in its entirety. I want you to know that he's been with Turning Point USA for more than 5 years. So this matters. Okay, so let's park aside all the neocons who are trying to tell you how amazing and how this is definitely what Turning Point is. These are people working at Turning Point. These are people like the person who's working in Andrew Colbett's office who's telling you something has changed here and something is not right. Stop gaslighting these kids, okay? And so Dino, I'm going to read you this portion of the letter because I think this is the most powerful portion of it. He writes, "We have many grievances with Turning Point USA, which we will shortly make known to them in private, but I will share only one. We are generally put off by how Charlie Kirk has been used by Turning Point USA since his assassination. Statements like, quote, Charlie would have said, and quote, Charlie would have wanted, have felt in many instances disingenuous and manipulative. Charlie Kirk cannot speak for himself anymore, and we do not recognize the way others have attempted to speak for him. Though the one thing I always took away from my interactions with Charlie was the importance of being your own man or woman. Sometimes that means making tough decisions just like this one." Okay. And like I said, Dino, he's not just a person that just signed up and is causing some drama. He's been there for 5 years. And incredibly, he would very much know, and I'm going to guess it's going to be him understanding how Charlie was pulling away on the topic of Israel, because Dino Fontegrassi in July was a part of that sit down that Charlie did where he discussed Israel and Gaza. He sort of just set it up with a bunch of students and tried to get their opinion to show donors, like, you can't treat these kids like this. It's the direction, the direction of wind. It's just changing, right?
Bro,
and
listen, if you're offended that I said fuck South Africa or wherever the fuck you're from, you need to understand that I'm an American. I'm an American. I care about America first. If that means putting you guys second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth, I actually don't really care. And it is my right as an American to say fuck whatever country I want. And the point is, and you may not understand this because you are in South Africa, where, by the way, you guys are murdering white people for being white. So can we hinge into a reality for a second? I'm sorry, isn't South Africa where people with my skin color get murdered for that skin color? I'm just saying. You're not exactly, I am in no offense. I am in literally no hurry to visit South Africa. I'm sure you're a very nice person. You're hanging out with us. We're going to, that's nice and all fine, well and good. But you guys murder white people for being white and then bury them in giant white people murder burial grounds. And we know that because we've seen the footage. So I am an American. I will say fuck whatever country I want to say fuck to. And in this case, we are required in America to not do that for Israel. Well, yeah, no, you do. Yep, no, you do. Yep, we've seen the footage, bitch. We've seen the footage. We're not stupid here. Come on. But it honestly doesn't really matter because it is my God-given right to say fuck Israel, fuck South Africa, fuck whatever the fuck country I want to say fuck to, because I am an American and I'm allowed to say that, and that is the point. And if you don't understand the point I'm making, perhaps move along and go to another channel where you can sell the bullshit that they're not murdering white people in South Africa for being white.
I want you to watch that clip of Charlie and you're going to see Dino is responding to him. Take a listen.
How many of you guys think when a lawmaker, and a man I respect like Ted Cruz, uses the Bible to justify aid to Israel, doesn't even know the verse, do you guys think that's not the best way to approach this? Raise your hand.
I find prophecy as policy generally to be theologically problematic. I mean, there's plenty of things that the Bible says that have been done throughout parts of history that certainly a nation state doing today we would see as a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
When it
off
comes
North
to
Sentinel
sending
Island,
these,
too.
what you said, 300
primitive
billion
motherfuckers.
just with
dollars
inflation. Yeah.
to any foreign country, all I can think about is across our own southern border, we have an actual military in the form of the cartel that kill thousands of people, and that's leaving out the hundreds of thousands of Americans that have died to drug overdoses due to drugs that have come across our southern border. And it's insulting that that money goes anywhere else because we have such a huge problem here.
Never shit talk the
And so
sunglasses.
they know how
Mhm.
Charlie felt. Actually, he was also on the Charlie Kirk show. I believe he was on it actually after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So when he is coming forward and he is saying something is not right, they are pretending Charlie would want stuff that I know that Charlie would not want. People need to listen. And I am just getting so tired of all of these frauds out there that are, like I said, gaslighting us. Just gaslighting us and telling us that Blake Neff now somehow holds the keys and knows what Charlie would have wanted. Mikey McCoy, this like kid who came out of nowhere, knows exactly, like we were his best friends, so much so that we won't even help the public investigate what happened on that day. Things that in no way would transform the ongoing investigation. Answering basic questions would actually remove some of the rumor and innuendo. No one can explain to me why these tapes were removed, why there's so many lies. The public can see this. And at this point, like I have said before, I find it to be utterly immoral for people to be pretending that everything that ERIKA is doing right now is normal, that it is moral, that it is righteous in any way, that it is excusable, that she has lied through her teeth, been caught so many times that it's some like stage of grieving that nobody's gone through. Like, yeah, you never hit the stage where you just pathologically lie about everything and you just like, hit the world tour and reverse everything that your husband said. And it sickens me, especially because of how much I love my husband and thinking, God forbid, of anything ever like that happening. And me knowing who his enemies were, me knowing who put him through grief, knowing who stressed my husband out. And suddenly he dies and like give it 3 days and they're like sitting in his studio opening Amfest. Like there is something deranged happening here. And there's no amount of propaganda that is going to convince these students, these employees who are fired for even asking simple questions about, hey, why does this feel weird? Get out. We don't care. Work like dogs, worship ERIKA. This is now suddenly a monarchy. There is no amount of social engineering that is going to change this. Okay. You are not, we are going to continue to stay on top of ERIKA KIRK. By the way, to let you guys know, the reason why I need to pause the series is because learning about, I'm in a deep research hole right now regarding that cult that Renee Crossman, who ERIKA partnered with over in Romania, was in the Family International. Think like the Charles Manson, like the Family International, and Child of God, Children of God is what it was called before that. And I have made contact with ex-family members, and it's getting really interesting in terms of me just wanting to learn a bit more about this cult. Like they said that they had said it's plausible that ERIKA could have been raised in this. And they said there's certain things that they learn, and the saying, God bless you. And that's the whole child of God thing. It's like you are saying certain things, the Lord this, the Lord that. So I wanted to make sure, as I always do, that I'm doing a thorough examination and having these conversations. And I'm just making a lot of research right now because it feels like it was just a random area that I didn't expect, or I guess a random clue or hint that I didn't expect to stumble upon. And it gets even deeper than that. I didn't know that there was a connection between the family or that's how they rebranded, the Family International, and Epstein. So I always want to be thorough in research that I present. I don't want to make any mistakes. They wait for you to make a mistake, by the way. The frauds wait for a mistake to be made. They'll ignore all of the stuff that's out there that has been proven. I mean, we have done so much research. Our team has not made any mistakes. We have offered so much research, documentation, all this stuff. And then there's an account on X that shares audio of something that's not ERIKA, which we did not share. And then they just all start, see, investigation over. Somebody got something wrong, so nobody should be looking into ERIKA. It's like, that is just, I can't deal with that sort of obvious social manipulation. Like, why don't you respond to what I did? Why don't you respond to what I said? Why don't you go point from point?
See,
why don't you sit down and
this is why I think that Candace never got a cease and desist letter. Candace is fucking wow. Holy shit. Guys, Candace is pissed off at that guy on Twitter who got the cease and desist letter from Turning Point USA telling him to cut the shit. She's pissed off because he got a cease and desist letter and Candace has not gotten a cease and desist letter. I promise you, someone said that Candace's website manager got a cease and desist letter or something. No one ever said it. So Candace was saying they sent one to us, but it wasn't really to Candace. It was to Candace's website manager or something. So it wasn't really to her. She hasn't gotten one yet, and that's why she's pissed off at that guy on Twitter, because he got their attention. Candace is like desperate for Turning Point USA to respond to her so that she can have something to pick apart. You guys understand this? Because if they're sending a cease and desist letter, they have to spell out what is wrong with the behavior, and they have to explicitly say why it's wrong. And so they did that with that guy on Twitter. They haven't done that for Candace. In fact, Candace is probably getting more and more and more belligerent because she's trying to get them to send a cease and desist letter. Wow. You guys all see this, right? I'm not just making this up. Hang on, I got a super chat from Naruto. Thanks so much, Naruto. Appreciate it. We need to create a Zionist upset over Candace and Tucker section in the land of Retardia. That's we'll have to think about how to do that, Naruto. I think that's a really inspired idea. We haven't updated the map of Retardia in a while. Again, Candace. Listen to how mad that Candace is at this kid on Twitter.
Mistakes we made, they'll ignore all of the stuff that's out there that has been proven. I mean, we have done so much research. Our team has not made any mistakes. We have offered so much research, documentation, all this stuff. And then there's an account on X that shares audio of something that's not ERIKA, which we did not share. And then they just all start, see, investigation over. Somebody got something wrong, so nobody should be looking into ERIKA. It's like, that is just, I can't deal with that sort of obvious social manipulation. Like, why don't you respond to what I did? Why don't you respond to what I said? Why don't you go point from point? Why don't you sit down and debate me? If anybody would like to, with the platform, who makes videos about me, would like to actually sit down, or especially people at Turning Point, like I keep saying, and your best get is basically like an I'm with her campaign. Like, Hillary Clinton's a woman, so she, let's leave her alone. Who cares if there's some bodies? Who cares what happened in Haiti? That doesn't work with me. It doesn't work. I'm impervious to that. I am a woman.
Does everyone know what the map of Retardia is? Have we gotten so many new people that people don't know what the map of Retardia is? One in the chat if you know what I'm talking about when I say the map of Retardia. 2 in the chat if you don't know what I'm talking about because you have no idea what the land of Retardia or the map of Retardia is. Shit, I'm gonna have to go find it. I'm gonna have to show people. Oh man, we may have gotten too many new people. Map of Retardia. Let's see, is this the full one? No, I need the most recent one. Shit, latest. Okay, I think this is the latest map of Retardia. Hang on one second. Save image. Okay. For everyone who missed the map of Retardia, the land of Retardia is a real thing. To some people, this might look like Australia. There's probably a reason for that. What we have decided to do is we have colonized Australia. We have kicked off all of the smart people. And Australia is now a quarantined land of Retardia. Okay? We are colonizing the continent. It was formed as a prison continent. It needs to continue to exist as a prison continent, okay? So we've colonized Retardia, and we are in the process of exporting all of the retards on the internet to the land of Retardia, where they can be quarantined and happy forever. And we already have a plan for them. We have mapped out the different aspects of Retardia. We have the woods of Retardia. The woods are where people get initially banished to when we decide that they are too stupid to exist in our company, and we banish them off to the woods of Retardia, just like I banished Leonardo Gianni off to the woods of Retardia. Because let's just be honest, Leonardo she's far too stupid to ever interact with our community. She's a dumb bitch, and she's not funny. And so we banished Leonardo Gianni to the woods of Retardia back in the day. You can find me a clip of me talking about this on the internet, because she was being a dumb cunt on the internet. We have also banished King James Lindsay the First to Retardia. It was at one time available on a t-shirt, and I'm thinking about bringing it back. We have banished James is actually the king of Retardia. James reached a level of retardation that was so high that there was just no choice but to make James the first monarch of Retardia. And along with James as the monarch of Retardia, we have the Retardia School of Gnosticism and Wizardry right next to the Gnostic sex cult, both of which James created in his own head 3 years ago when he started saying that everything the left was doing was about Gnosticism. Does everyone remember this? Like before James Lindsay started attacking Catholics and getting all Zionist and Jewish crazy, he went through this phase where he was saying that everything the left was doing was about Gnosticism. And so we created for him the Retardia School of Gnosticism and Wizardry, and also the Gnostic sex cult where he can occupy himself with. Then we also deported Konstantin Kisin to the land of Retardia, and we have a cave for him where he is called Constantine the Deluded. So Constantine is like a golem-like figure where he is off in a cave somewhere in the land of Retardia because he's just too deluded to exist in polite society. So now he exists in the bowels of a cave and all that stuff. And then we also deported Colin Wright to the de-evolutionary Isle of Wright because Colin Wright, poor Colin Wright, he married a porn star that I don't think he knew was a porn star when he got engaged to her. Like, it's really too bad that Christina Buttons was a secret porn star called Rita Lovely, and then she grifted her way into being a conservative commentator and got hired by all these conservative places, including the Manhattan Institute. And like a week after Christina Buttons, who goes by the porn name Rita Lovely, just like a week after she got hired by the Manhattan Institute by Christopher Rufo, who is best friends with Colin Wright because Colin Wright is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. So I'm sure no funny business was going on there, because they found out a week after they hired Christina Buttons, who was engaged to Colin Wright at the time, that she was a hardcore porn star that had been in like dozens of porn movies, and her porn is all over the internet. Don't believe me? Just Google Rita Lovely and you'll find some things. And then we deported Colin Wright because he's an asshole, essentially. So this is the land of Retardia. This is lore on the channel that I thought everyone would like to know about because it's Friday at 10 p.m. at night. Are you guys happy we did a deep dive into the lore of the land of Retardia? You guys happy? Okay, let's go back to Candace. 1 in the chat if you appreciated the tour of the land of Retardia. 2 in the chat if you think it's dumb. Let me know. I'm actually curious about how people are going to vote. Because I feel like the land of Retardia is a great fucking idea myself. I feel like the land of Retardia is awesome. But some people might frown on things like deporting retards to their own island in the middle of the ocean. Some people might frown on... Some people might frown upon concentrating all of the retards in a camp. I mean, that's what we've really done, isn't it? If we just go back to the land of Retardia for a moment, some people might frown on the idea that we have decided to concentrate all of the retards in a continent-sized camp. We're giving them enough room to move around. They have ocean. They can go in the pool. They can do whatever the fuck they want in the land of retardia. We've just concentrated all of the retards on the internet into a camp where they have to stay and they can't hurt anyone or cause problems. I think it's a good idea. It's a visioning exercise. We're going to write a fan fiction about the land of retardia at some point. That's actually a really good idea. We should actually do that. Can we actually write a fan fiction about the land of retardia? Can John Morgan get on that idea? It could be, we could do a whole choose your... We could do a whole choose your own adventure series through the land of retardia, and people get to go on adventures through the land of retardia, and we just keep adding more and more characters from the conservative retard sphere. We just keep, we build out the fan fiction and we make it like a choose your own adventure, and we just keep adding more people to it as more people start going retarded on the internet. And it's like, and it'll be like a never-ending series of stories where just eventually every retard on the internet is going to get featured in a land of retardia choose your own adventure. See, this is the type of creativity that conservatives don't have. This is the type of creativity that is required to dictate culture and to create art. This is what is required. The level of, we are creating an entire land where we are deporting all the retard conservatives on the internet, and then we're going to write a fan fiction about that that's a choose your own adventure that'll keep adding new characters every time someone needs to be retard shamed on the internet. This is actually a fucking awesome idea. I wonder if we can use AI to help us do this. I wonder if some intrepid warrior could take the lead on this project and really spearhead the choose your own adventure fan fiction about the land of retardia and come up with some story outlines. And then we just feed it into AI and we get the AI to do it. That way we could come out with a bunch of episodes really quickly. And then someone could take the lead and start doing like AI animation. So we can make a whole cartoon series depicting the land of retardia. This is actually, this is a great fucking idea. This is probably one of my top ideas of all time. For your artistic skills, thank you. Bot actually is the one who created the map. I didn't do the map. Bot made it. Yeah, instead of drunk history, we're doing retard history. I think this is a really good idea. We're gonna need, just let you know what, let that idea marinate. Everyone put it in your back pocket, give it some thought. We'll come back to the retardia idea another day. It can be a prequel to John Morgan's Midsummer fanfic. That's right. John Morgan's fanfic could fit right in there. John Morgan's fanfic, in theory, was located in the Gnostic sex cult. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it will expand to its own universe. Retardia will become its own universe. The universe of retardia. Soon it'll have its own major motion picture. Can you guys imagine when James Lindsay and Constantine Kissin get made into King James I of Land of Retardia and Constantine the Deluded on the internet as part of a major motion picture or something like that? Like some leftist wants to smear them and they actually end up making Retardia into a movie. Peter Coyote is narrator. Yep. Yep. Well, James is the king of Retardia bot. James is already the king. Okay, we got to go back to Candace. Focus, everyone. Focus. I know we're all excited now. We have a new idea, but let's just focus.
So the whole leave the women alone thing doesn't work on me. I know what women are capable of. I watched a lot of IDTV when I lived in New York, by the way. I really know what women are capable of. That's real life. Shout out to everybody who watches IDTV. It's real life. Who the bleep am I married to? You're not going to emotionally condition me by calling things evil and immoral. I can't think of anything more evil and immoral than accepting the Fed slop that is being administered to the masses over what happened to Charlie Kirk. Nothing makes sense. You can't even debate what evidence we have regarding what happened in Charlie Kirk Day. You have nothing. I know you don't have nothing.
Yes.
Because Erika has nothing. I sat down with her.
We are
Okay, I actually-
absolutely 1,000% going to do Occupy Libraries. I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about like what is a reasonable schedule. What I'm concerned about right now, Seeker, is I kind of, first of all, I wanted to start planning for Occupy Libraries in January, but all of the anti-ICE shit just knocked out every fucking plan I had. So everything had to get shifted around. And I'm just like now getting back into kind of like the swing of things with where I wanted to be at the beginning of the year. So we got a little bit delayed on that. But now what I'm thinking about in regards to Occupy Libraries is that I want to see how the next month shapes up, because I'm curious about how far the left is going to go. In my ideal, yeah, it's a great freeze frame too. We'll get that freeze frame. In my ideal world, I want to do Occupy Libraries in the fall. And I say the fall because it's like back to school time, or maybe even there's the potential of doing something like in the summer, kind of like, you know, a summer school thing. I don't know exactly what it would be, but like my like I really want to do it in the fall. I think is like when things are getting back to school, because I want to make sure the college students are actually in the cities, because then there's more opportunity for chaos and stuff like that. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking. I do absolutely want to do Occupy Libraries, where basically we're going to do a thing where we're going to enable people at libraries all over the country to talk about the radical revolutionary far left and stuff like that. I'm going to try to do a library tour. So I do have a whole plan for this, and I'm targeting the second half of the year because I want to see how things shape up, especially between now and May Day. And I'm just curious about how far things are going to go.
I sat down with her and was like, oh, maybe they do have more evidence. They don't. So you're all a bunch of frauds. You're all a bunch of frauds, and you dishonor Charlie Kirk every day while you pretend that you're honoring him by putting a bubble around his widow, who is not acting like a widow at all. Okay? What is she supposed to do? Like, oh, cry every... Yeah, actually. Yeah, I do. You know what? I would be okay with somebody who cried every day for a bit after their husband died. Like, what kind of a question is that? Why are you gaslighting us like it's weird that we expect a widow to meaningfully want to stay home and crawl up and cry every day after they lose their husband? Like, again, it's like, where are the humans? They're like, well, what do you want her to do? Cry because her husband died? Sorry.
Listen, I mean, I really do think Candace has a point here, if I'm being honest. Like, after my dog died, I was a wreck for fucking weeks. I still can't think about my dog without wanting to cry. Like, it's like, you know, it's like the struggle is real. And like right after my dog died, it was real bad. I was extremely upset. But like, you know, it's not that you can't function, but like Candace is right that like ERIKA, it does feel like that's my dog. I was talking about my dog. I cannot imagine what would happen if Victor died. I cannot. If I'm that upset about my dog, I cannot imagine what it would be like if Victor died. That would be... So Candace does have a point. Like, why isn't ERIKA KIRK crying in a ball like all the time, especially right after it happened? That doesn't make any sense. And I understand like ERIKA wanting to honor her husband's legacy and all that, but I said this from the very beginning. It was irresponsible to put ERIKA KIRK in charge of Turning Point USA immediately. They should have appointed an interim CEO. Candace was also right about that. That was an excellent point that she made very early on. They needed to appoint an interim CEO to actually allow ERIKA to grieve. And it's like maybe one of the reasons that ERIKA's acting so weird all the time is because she hasn't allowed herself to grieve, and that's really fucking her up. And by the way, that's going to explode at some point if that's what's actually happened. But Candace isn't wrong that her reaction is very weird, and it has been from the beginning, and either she's suppressing it or she's not upset.
I don't even have my hair in a bunch today. I was like, I just got fired up about that. I'm sorry. It does annoy me every time I just think about it in the context of just the amount of gaslighting that's happening, the obvious, oh, everyone go, 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 go. Yay, somebody got something wrong. It wasn't Candace. They literally were making videos wrapping me into what somebody else published. That had nothing to do with me. They don't want to respond to what I'm saying. They just want to keep saying it's immoral. Okay. I'll keep ignoring somebody who's got like 13 adjacent sex trafficking scandals. Oh, no, it's fine that ERIKA's working with Harvest Church and they're currently being sued for trafficking children from Romania. That's fine. Look the other way. Everybody grieves differently. Like, these people are just disgusting. I said earlier, a friend was here. I said, Steph, did you ever think that we get to this point where, like, I thought we all agreed on the topic of like pedophilia, sex trafficking, like the kids. Like, I thought that was like, okay, I hate you. Okay, I hate you because of this. Okay, LGBTQ stuff, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we can argue. But then if it came down to it, if you were like, oh, kids are being harmed, like everybody suits up and goes to war. Nobody looks the other way. And this year has been the year of really recognizing that people are so despicable that they would take money to look the other way, like to pretend it's fine. Like it's a totally normal thing for someone to constantly be running adjacent to sex trafficking scandals in their life. It's not normal. You're not going to ever convince me that that is normal, okay? That is normal, that you would not find that to be problematic, to say, I am not going to partner with Harvest Church until I see an outcome, because this is another lawsuit pertaining to children being molested, harmed, trafficked from Romania. How could you be this connected to this random country in Eastern Europe? Like, the gaslighting, it's the gaslighting for me. It's just, they're all sickos. Everybody's a sicko. I'm going to have to start unfollowing people. I can't even look at the filth of people pretending like they have the moral high ground when these people could not be more beneath us. Like, we should be looking down to these people. Genuinely, I want you to know that. I wouldn't even.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, we're just gonna back up. We're just gonna take a couple. There's gonna be more than one. I promise you. I'm getting a whole sequence for the next thumbnail right now. This is going to be great, guys. Wait until you guys see the outcome of this. Okay, a few more. Okay. One more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Ever convince me that that is normal, okay? That is normal, that you would not find that to be problematic, to say, I am not going to partner with Harvest Church until I see an outcome, because this is another lawsuit pertaining to children being molested, harmed, trafficked from Romania. How could you be this connected to this random country in Eastern Europe? Like, the gaslighting, it's the gaslighting for me. It's just, they're all sickos. Everybody's a sicko. I'm going to have to start unfollowing people. I can't even look at the filth of people pretending like they have the moral high ground when these people could not be more beneath us. Like, we should be looking down to these people. Genuinely, I want you to know that. I wouldn't even spit in their direction. Like, they're so despicable to me. If you don't have the courage to stand up and ask questions at the very least about why she is so adjacent to so many sex trafficking scandals, you are useless to me. You don't deserve to have a platform, okay? Go away. Just go away forever. Like, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with the stuff with the kids, man. What are we talking about the Epstein files? Yeah, Trump, we're still talking about the Epstein files. Like, why are you disgusting? Why are you so disgusting? What a disgusting question to ask. Kash Patel, no evidence of any sex trafficking. They're just, I can't, honestly, man, the news is that, there's some rumors that BB might be dead. I don't know if it's true. It's news. Didn't say good news. I said it's news. It's a bit of a conspiracy theory going around.
Number 2, Candace freeze frames the gift they keep on giving. Yeah. Yeah. This entire episode could conceivably be just a freeze frame. Should we just make a stop motion of Candace? Just take as many, I'm going to have to do a project later where I just go and take freeze frames of this entire section just to make some stop motion animation or something. Candace, what was that about Bibi Netanyahu being dead, being boring news?
Man. The news is that, there's some rumors that BB might be dead. I don't know if it's true. It's news.
You know what? Here's the real bitch of it. Here's the real bitch of it. The reason Candace really should unblock me is because I'm like the friend that Candace needs. I truly am. I'm like not that Candace and I are friends. We're obviously not friends. But I would be like the friend that Candace needs that goes, Candace, this is fucking retarded. Stop doing this shit, when she needs to hear that, because obviously Candace has no one in her life that reins her in, least of all her husband. And Candace really needs someone in her life to say, okay, Candace, you have a point about A, B, and C. The rest of this shit is crazy. Just focus on A, B, and C. Those are valid questions. Okay, ask those questions. Go down the fucking rabbit hole. Figure out what the fuck was going on with all this Epstein, Romania, sex trafficking bullshit. Okay, that's fair point, well made. Go do that. The rest of this shit is crazy, though, and you need to let the rest of this shit go. See, I feel like I'm right down the center, and I feel like I call a spade, and I feel like that Candace needs that in her life. I'm not going to be unfair to Candace, but I would say, Candace, you're making a fair point here. On this one, you're making shit up, Candace. You're making shit up, and you need to stop. Her husband really should be doing this, but her husband is obviously not doing this. So Candace needs a best friend like me to say, no, don't do that. That's a bad fucking idea. Now, is that ever going to happen? No, obviously not. Candace is never going to unblock me on Twitter, but it would be the best decision she ever made if she were being smart about it. But, she's black, so what can you really expect?
Didn't say good news. I said it's news. It's a bit of a conspiracy theory going around. And if you think about children being harmed, and the nation of Israel and everything that's happening, do people make excuses for that? They probably will. I mean, how do you have a microphone in your face at all and not say something about Gaza? Take it away. Take it away, especially men. We don't need you talking. Go outside, go do something useful. I don't know, chop a tree down or something. That'd be better than you taking a microphone and not defending children. How about that? That'd be better for me. Don't have a mic. Let the women do the talking. Let the women gossip and speak about things and worry about the kids. You go chop some wood. Okay? I gotta get, I'm honestly I don't know what just happened, but I'm now seeing red, thinking about all of the men who are just on YouTube gas.
Can you envision Candace's husband chopping wood? Everyone knows what Candace's husband looks like, right? Hang on. Let's find a good old picture of George here. This is Candace's husband. That's Candace's husband. That's Candace's husband. That's Candace's. Does anyone think that George is going out and chopping wood? Does anyone see George as the child? Oh, look at Candace is standing straight up there. He seems to be leaning into her. Does anyone think George is out chopping wood?
Sliding us about everything that's happening at Turning Point USA. Like, it's so disgusting. And it's like the courage of people that work there that are coming out, they're telling you this stuff, they're saying these things, and they're just like, well, Turning Point has money. They got money. So I'm going to look the other way and just call things immoral and evil. You're immoral. You're evil. Get out of my face. Anyways, the good, not good. The news is some people think Bibi Netanyahu might be dead. And it is not verified, but there's some weird videos going around. I'll very quickly take you through what happened. Basically, on March 10th, Bibi had a very verified visit. It was very Bibi Netanyahu. I obviously watch a lot of his stuff by nature of the fact that he is the president of the United States. And he visited the National Health Command Center. And I will show you that here. And there's the clip of him, if you guys have, of him with kind of sitting at the health center. I don't know if you guys have that. You can run that. And yeah, so anyways, he was there. Can you guys pull that up? Try and pull it in. Yeah, there he is. Perfect. It's muted here, but you can see like Bibi just looks worn and torn, and this is the Bibi I'm used to seeing. And then there was a rumor that at some point later that day or on the 11th, the next day, that he got hit with an Iranian missile. Okay, that's not confirmed. But what then happened next is after that rumor floated, Scott Bessent,
Hang on. We got a super chat from Naruto. George is doing something to wood, but not chopping it. I think that's probably much more likely than the chopping, Naruto. Thank you for the super chat.
The Treasury Secretary of the Treasury, was in a meeting and got taken out of the meeting quite abruptly and taken to the Situation Room, which people thought was very strange. So I'm going to show you that because it was very weird.
I listened to you on the...
The president wants you. Sorry, the president wants you right away.
Oh, okay. Okay. No problem at all. See you shortly, Mr. Secretary.
You can work that in.
Mr. Secretary, I have to say, it's a first, I'm sure a last as well, that an interviewee's been pulled away to go to the Situation Room. How was the president? Was he stressed?
No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule. And I have to tell you, Wolf, that I've a teenager who's considering military service. And I could give this team my highest compliment, from President Trump to the head of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of War. I would say that I would trust my child's life in their hands.
Very strange. 2-hour Situation Room gets pulled in. Again, that's on the 12th. Then on the following day, on the 13th, something very strange happened. DCA, both Ronald Reagan Airport and Dulles Airport, which is in DC, plus Baltimore Airport, which is the nearest, plus Richmond Airport, which would be also just outside of DC. All of them just got shut down. And they said, because there was a strong odor coming from the Potomac River. What? It was shut down for about 2 hours, 20 minutes. And then when they came back, they said that there was a circuit board that overheated. They didn't say where that circuit board overheated, but that was the reason they shut down 4 airports around the White House.
No, it wasn't.
No, that's obviously a lie. Something happened. To me, it's like they were trying to get somebody in or get somebody out. They didn't want anybody else in the air. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Obviously not a fact. Then people were going, I really think Bibi's dead. I think he's dead. And then came Fingergate, essentially, on the 14th. They then posted this video. I'm referring to Israel, posted a video, the Prime Minister's official account, and it just feels AI, is what I would say. It feels AI.
I think listen, I don't know if Netanyahu is dead or not, or what the fuck is going on, or like, I don't know. But I have felt that the videos coming out about him now, it looks like someone wearing a skin suit. I'm not trying to do like a conspiracy theory or say he's a reptilian or something like that, but just like that's been my gut instinct the first time I've seen these videos coming out about him. He looks like he's wearing a skin suit. And that's the best I can quantify it.
Look at his forehead. He's like totally cleared face now. It's supposed to be like live. It's not. People thought that they saw 6 fingers. Some people dispute that. They think it's just a fat pocket. We can definitely say is he's smoothed out. And what's also notable is that despite being there, allegedly, he missed the Security Council meeting, which is purportedly highly unusual that he would miss that meeting. They sent somebody else in his place. I think Israel Katz ran it. Then somebody noted that his son, Yair Netanyahu, who normally tweets or retweets about 30 times a day, like he's constantly retweeting, he went completely radio silent for 7 days. 7 days, which was definitively atypical. You can go and look up his pattern of tweeting. Very strange. And then finally, like Bibi Netanyahu 2 days ago on March 15th posts a video, and it is highly produced, like using HD cameras, a boom mic. They've got a film crew that's being used. I mean, look at this. It's crazy. Now he looks younger than me. He's now, he went from Benjamin Netanyahu to Benjamin Button. Okay. He's going backwards. A time to soak up. I've never seen anything like this. You're in the middle of war. People are in bunkers.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be in Jerusalem.
Real, actually. Yeah. So true. When Chuck Norris chopped wood, he used his hand. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris, a legend, a god among men.
But he's doing this to prove he's alive. He gets this like coffee shop thing going on, and it's just weird. I mean, the reality is it's just very weird. You don't have to work this hard to prove you're alive. And then they drop this video, which you're seeing, it's in Hebrew, and he's like making a joke about having 5 fingers, but it's giving Joe Biden going to get ice cream. Again, strange, just given the context of, hey, you're in the middle of a war,
Hey there,
and
fellow
like you're
kids.
getting coffee. What, like,
All right, I gotta pee again. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
And this is how you're trying to prove that you're alive. It just was weird. The whole thing is very strange. And I started thinking, I don't know if I think he's dead, but I think he's injured, maybe. I thought maybe he's injured there and they're using these HD, highly produced cameras because they're making his face. I don't know. I don't know what to think, but I know that that's not normal behavior for Bibi. Like I said, when we showed you that first thing, he's just sitting down. That's how he normally is, like riffing on the side. There's no glam going on. But I don't know. It's very strange. And I should mention that he also then no-showed the military council meeting today, a critical military council meeting. And they said that he has never missed that ever. So that happened today. I obviously can't confirm if he's ever missed it because I'm not exactly keeping up with his day-to-day schedule. I don't have a BB tracker. But what we can confirm is that despite missing that meeting today, he did show up to post another bizarre, hyper-produced video of him and Mike Huckabee joking about him being alive again. Like, it's very strange of showing you this video. Here it goes.
Mr. Prime Minister, I wanted you to know the president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that. But he wanted to make sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand.
I'm back.
You know, but I have to tell you, I'm alive, but I have this card.
Oh.
And yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I erased 2 names on the punch cards. And you see how many more to go on this batch.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And what the president, the U.S. forces
What is this?
are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. And getting rid of these lunatics who would like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel. They ain't going to do that. We're wiping them out.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Wow.
Thanks. Take care.
They ain't gonna do that. Like I don't say ain't. That's a unique dialect, regional. Ain't gonna do that. I don't know why these hyper produced videos feel very strange to me. You know, you don't really have to prove you're alive. Just be alive, you know, just be alive. Just go to a press conference, do what you used to do. So that's where this is going. This is kind of all this is going on. Skylar said they're like posting more content now. Where'd you say he was, Skylar? Like at the Air Force Base today, greeting people. I think that's happening while we're live on the show. but I wanted to give you guys a little background on where those rumors are coming from. Okay. Yeah. People think that they've killed Bibi, or that Bibi was killed, and that they're using stunt doubles and AI. And
That doesn't look real.
They're now doing a lot to show that he
I'm sorry. Again, I'm trying to be like conspiratorial. This doesn't look real. This doesn't look real at all. It looks like he's been like CGI'd in or something.
live. So there's the background of that, guys. We will be right back after a brief break.
Operatives on the
All right, you guys. A lot of people owe back taxes. Maybe that's you. Maybe you have unfiled hire and suddenly got hit with a tax bill that you didn't expect, or you pulled money from your.
All right, guys. We're at the penultimate episode. We have the next. I guess the other episodes didn't count as Bride of Charlie. We've got one more. Why would they want to hide his death? Because they're Israel. Like, what don't they lie about? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Again, I don't really have an opinion on if he's dead or not. I honestly don't know if I think it matters, honestly. But we'll find out someday. Anyway, let's watch the last episode, guys, in our marathon. I did not expect the marathon. This is like an epic marathon. This is not going to be over till midnight. A 7-hour Candace commitment today. Damn. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's keep going.
All right, you guys. Happy Wednesday to everyone except Andrew Colvett. Yeah, because yesterday he went on to Dave Rubin's show and he said that ERIKA was not seeking the spotlight. Take a listen to this.
ERIKA has always been tremendous, and she never sought the limelight. She was always very happy to sort of be doing her own thing and just be supportive of Charlie.
Turned out to be how fucking disappointing.
I gasped when I heard that. What? Wild. That is wild. I mean, at this stage, I could probably write a biography on ERIKA's life, and my conclusion thereafter would be that I have never seen someone throughout their life demonstrate such a consistent interest and make such a concerted effort to become famous. I say that truly. And you know what? We just now have to get back into their story, Charlie and ERIKA's story. You should know more about how they met. Plus, later on that same topic, Matt Walsh tweeted a thing. He's a staunch defender of ERIKA, which made the thing that he tweeted last night ironic, to say the least. Welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing to hide.
Okay, so first thing I want to say at the top here is that this ERIKA KIRK story would not be complete if it did not also feature a few questionable Catholics, right? I'm sorry, Catholics, but it does. We cannot deny the facts here. And it tracks. I mean, we've been going through this journey. We've got filthy evangelical pastors. We've got shady Mormons. We've got terrible Jews. This is like a game of Pokemon at this point. We have to catch them all. Anyway, we had explained to you guys on a previous episode that wherever ERIKA and Lori go, accusations of financial fraud tend to follow, right? Throwing it back to the Erpenbeck brothers, Uncle Rick Erpenbeck, that brand new glossy Tesseract school, ultimately a charter scam in which money inexplicably vanished.
You want an ounce of silver on Whatnot? Whatnot is fucking, man, I have won 2 laptops in the last month on Whatnot. I gave them both to Victor. I don't know what he's doing with them. I won a Samsung Galaxy watch. I have won no less than like 2 dozen like full size fragrances. Like I have now fragrances in like every room of my house. I have won so many fucking bag charms. I have a whole like little thing of bag charms now. I don't even fucking use bag charms, but I have them because like people on Whatnot keep sending them to me. You can win so much shit on Whatnot. I've seen people give away Rolexes on Whatnot. I've seen people give away TVs on Whatnot. Like you can win so much shit.
Evaporated into thin air.
I want a Burberry scarf on Whatnot. I want a luxury little pouch bag on Whatnot. Like, so much free shit.
The school went bankrupt, and that's where ERIKA went for elementary school. So it's like literally Ohio, and then she goes to
free
Arizona.
Burberry scarf right here.
Financial things kind of just surrounding them. And then we happened upon some interesting information. We learned that Tesseract afterward became Notre Dame Prep. And I was like, well, how?
Cool. There we go.
Well,
Bougie.
it turns out, and I was asking, like, how did the Catholics get involved with that? Tesseract school was definitely a very Jewish school in general.
You want the link?
Well,
Okay, hang on.
it makes sense because I guess in this story, because ERIKA can be at various times Catholic, evangelical, or Jewish. It just depends on.
Guys, if you want to join Whatnot and also win free shit, join via my link and you will get a credit when you join. And I will also get a credit. I will get whatever credit you get. And we all get free stuff. There you go.
The audience that she's trying to get a check from. But there we have seen there is a current to Catholicism that is floating in this story. Obviously, as I told you, the church that Charlie was attending, the priest that she takes with her everywhere, despite denying that she's Catholic or whatever. She took him with her to Utah when Charlie died. Well, the story goes regarding Tesseract that after they filed for bankruptcy in 2001, they put their old campus up for sale, and it was purchased by the Diocese of Phoenix when they then turned it into Notre Dame Prep, where ERIKA then enrolls for high school. Now, this decision and the process was overseen by Bishop Thomas J. O'Brien.
You don't have to spend any money on Whatnot. Okay, so for instance, I'm watching a Whatnot show right now, okay? This is a Whatnot show where they're selling bags. They do these things called giveaways. So I am right now, that's Omi, he sells bags on Whatnot. I am right now entering a giveaway for free. I'm not buying bags on this show because I don't have the sound on. I mean, if he showed something I wanted, I would probably bid on it. But I'm just watching the show to see what bags he's showing. And if something comes up, I bid. But I can always enter these giveaways. Anyone can enter the giveaways. You can just be sitting there. I have won 2 Gucci straps from his giveaways. I've won 2 laptops from him. I've won fragrances from him. I've won all sorts of free shit just by watching his show. That's it. You just have to sit there and enter the giveaways. And anyone can enter the giveaways. You don't have to spend any money. Whatnot rule.
I was like, oh, this is interesting. I want to learn more about this. And I should note that he was very significant in building up the Catholic community in Phoenix. I mean, under his leadership, which began in 1982, 15 additional parishes were founded, including the one that ERIKA is very close to today.
Copy, Sarah.
But, not close enough to publicly acknowledge in front of the evangelical donors. Charlie was evangelical. Doesn't matter if he was going to mass every day. Go after Candace for telling the truth because donors. Okay, weird. Anyway, he was the bishop until 2003 when he received the distinct honor of becoming the very first Catholic bishop in America to ever be charged with a felony. I was just like, how could this be possible? I'm just doing a little bit of research. How is everybody just going to be involved in scandals? We're wondering what he did. He killed somebody accidentally, he says. He was arrested for a hit and run in 2003 that killed Jim Lee Reed. But by a hit and run, I mean that he did not bother stopping or calling the police. He went home, had some dinner, had a sleep, went to his sister's house the following day. The police were able to capture him because of the very obvious damage that was done to his car, which included a cracked windshield. And when he was discovered, he said that, well, I didn't report the accident because I thought I hit a cat or a dog. For clarity, the person that he hit was 240 pounds and over 6 feet. So big cat or a big dog. Remarkably, Thomas O'Brien only got 4 years of probation for this. The Vatican, of course, then accepted his resignation. He staffs, though, the school that ERIKA then attends. And that, by the way, is not going to spell the end of his legal trouble because then in 2002, this is Maricopa County, you guys. I'm going to just assume everything that happens in Maricopa County is problematic at this point. But in 2002, prosecutors initiated a grand jury investigation into charges of sexual abuse by Catholic priests, priests that were staffed by O'Brien. He became a target of the investigation for allegedly covering up the allegations of the priests who he had staffed. It's sounding a bit reminiscent of when we talked about Calvary Chapel and how they were kind of intentionally going around and finding these pastors and rehabilitating them and moving them around who had connections to sex abuse, right? Well, he doesn't want to go to prison again. He didn't go the first time, but like he's worried. And in exchange for immunity, he just comes clean. He admits that several times during his 22-year tenure, he had placed children in harm's way by transferring priests who had been accused of abuse to his parishes, and that he did not inform the parishioners of doing that or his new superiors. So again, I will ask the question, what goes on in Maricopa County? It's obviously not anything good. Why does it seem to me that there happens to be so much corruption? It's just like an established colony of corruption. It is, I believe, factually the most corrupt county, and I'm talking about in politics in America. Who is driving that corruption? We get closer throughout this series. Anyway, I wanted to just pop that in and tell you that because it's just remarkable that the most basic fact checks, you're in Arizona, you land upon these things nonstop. Now we're going to jump right back into our ERIKA timeline because, boy, do I have something to share with you regarding 2018. Let's jump in where we left off. So in 2015, ERIKA is 27 years old. Okay. It is entirely unclear what she is doing for work. And it's important to stress she's 27 years old. This is not 18, 19, just got out of the house, don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wondering, how is she affording to live? Okay. She's still dating JT Massey during this time. We also have that on July 11th, Lori Franzfey and Tyler Boyer and ERIKA are going to be behind Donald Trump for his presidential campaign rally. Now, you'll recall, this is when the story gets pretty fuzzy. ERIKA thinks that she met Tyler at that rally, but Tyler tells the story that she called him up before that rally and offered to help. So the details get murky. She can't remember how she met him, kind of thinking it was years earlier when her mother was doing deals with the Farnsworth family for EMPs and getting money again from the government for fear mongering. There's going to be these EMP attacks. Anyway, in mid-August of that year, ERIKA goes to Canada. She travels to Montreal, through to Estrel, Quebec, again, not knowing how she is affording this lifestyle. She is traveling with Nicole Rothstein. We have that in November. Her mother establishes G Tech Industries LLC. I know you're going to say, what does it do? It's Lori. So it's like this. She's doing this whole EMP thing and she's getting money and she's saying this is the threat and she's working with people that she knows and she's going to get your tax dollars for doing that. And so that's what she's doing with G Tech. We have then thereafter that ERIKA soft launches another charity that's called For the Cause in Phoenix. And yes, the cause is always going to be children. It has something to do with children at a hospital, but it looks like it never really gets out of the gate. I mean, that's today. It says coming fall of 2015. It looks like it never did arrive, but she was associated with that project. That is all that we can find in terms of what ERIKA was doing for work in that year. We jump into 2016, and now you should know that ERIKA is 28. She's going to be 28 years old, and we still have no idea what she is doing for work. And now she's living in New York City, one of the most expensive cities in the world. So the question you should ask yourself is, how is she making money to afford this lifestyle? And I'm going to remind you that these are the years that the people at Next Model Management remember that she was at Next Model Management and she was in charge, or the point person for the quote unquote model apartments where they put the models that were coming from Eastern Europe, and that she was attached in particular to a building on the Upper East Side. So that would track if she was getting paid that way. Otherwise, I can't figure out what she's doing. On May 9th, she shares that she's location scouting in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. For what? It is unclear. In the past, she's made statements that she was a casting director. Casting directors are not the same as location scouts. So this is kind of the Jane of all trades thing that she is consistently selling. Later on in the future, she's going to claim that this is the year that she launched Bible in 365. On a future post, she says, in 2016, I started Bible in 365 in my New York City apartment. That is objectively untrue according to corporate filings. Okay. That just did not happen, but she alleges that in a future post. This is also a year that her mother is just going to receive an honorary degree conferred upon her at the university I've never heard of, AATC University graduation program. That is Lori, not ERIKA. To be clear, the picture is a little blurry, but they're, they just get things. They just get things handed out. And it's AATC, to be clear, stands for Advancing Achievers Technology and Cybersecurity University. In August, Lori will then go to Utah and attend an expo, Utah of all places, for G-Tech industry. So she's kind of looking for people to buy into what looks to me to be a scam. Okay. Protect yourself from an EMP attack. It's this constant fear mongering that she's going to do. I've said
you would know about constant fear mongering.
So I will leave that alone.
You would know about
but
that,
that's what she is doing. And in August, we find ERIKA somewhere in the Mediterranean. I could not figure out where she was. My guess would be Croatia or Italy, based on the water that certainly is the Mediterranean Sea. Again, unclear how she's affording this lifestyle to be able to travel the world and do these sorts of things while living in New York City and not having a job that is apparent to us. Lori then releases an intent to sell G-Tech Industries to Saxon Capital Group. A little fun fact here, Saxon Capital Group is actually Lori. Lori is an 86% owner of Saxon Capital Group. They released this onto PR Newswire. And then it turns out that years later, Saxon Capital Group, with Lori as a minor partner, they're going to file for an IPO. And they're like, yeah, no, we actually never did that deal. So just a little bit more of Lori trickery, oh, I'm selling my company, but then she doesn't actually sell it to them, according to them. In 2017, ERIKA is going to get busy, but once again, we're not going to really understand what she's actually doing, okay? She's doing everything and nothing at the same time, always reminding you, this is a 29-year-old woman. She's about to be 30. Okay, you can't just not do something in life unless you're unspeakably wealthy. I guess that could be the lifestyle, but that's not the circumstance for ERIKA KIRK. On January 12th, she establishes the Elm Group LLC. Okay. No idea what this company does. Nothing makes sense in terms of what this company does. I could not figure out what this company does. If you know, please let me know. Maybe you've worked with the Elm Group. I'm going to go with ERIKA's kind of doing what her mom does and just creating a lot of LLCs. There's no description that is offered on those documents. On February 1st, as you guys may have seen, she then appears in this documentary that's called Black Start by Patria Patrick. The documentary also features the CIA director, James Woolsey. Now, I want to say this documentary is about EMP attacks, right? How the government needs to prepare for them. So it's a bit more of her mother's propaganda, so to speak. And she is going to present her mother's business model. I'll let you take a listen to a quick clip of this.
We have 5 major threats that make our grid extremely vulnerable that we've presented to congressional officials. 1 being cyber, 2 being hackers, 3 being physical threats, 4th one is solar EMP, and the 5th one is man-made EMP. So the concern that we have is that we put out this critical information, and when we go over this risk analysis, they hear what we're saying, but they don't want to take action.
When she says we, I don't know who she's speaking about. I don't know why she...
That was weird. I understand her being in a video to help her mom out, but the whole thing is... But why is ERIKA KIRK involved in that? It's just it's weird. That doesn't pass the sniff test, I don't think.
As the background to be featured in this documentary, there were a lot of people online that were kind of trying to minimize this and be like, oh, well, it's not, the CIA is not involved in this. It's just the director is featured in the documentary. You can't just ring up the CIA and ask them to be in your documentary. I want you to know that's not a thing. So think through the common sense there. If I want to do a documentary on EMPs, and I'm just a random girl that is in pageant world, that's pretty much all she's accomplished at this point in her life, right? How am I getting the CIA involved in that? There's obviously a connection there, and it just annoys me when people are constantly trying
Candace is right.
to offend us. We're just so stupid that, no, nothing to see here ever. That's just the CIA director just normally does that. He's got to hit him up, call a 1-800 number, and he'll be featured in your random documentary too. And again, what qualifies her for that, nobody knows. On July 24th, her mother then opens that mysterious LLC, Desert Spirit Tech LLC. That is the one that should not especially be ignored. Opening up tech in the middle of and I hope I'm saying this right, the Tohono O'odham Reservation, Indian Reservation. Nothing good happens on Indian reservations that Americans get involved in, okay? It's basically you can do whatever you want. No rules apply. People are trafficked. There's drugs trafficking. In fact, when she gets involved, I think they had just shut down. It passes to Mexico. They had the San Miguel Gate on the Tohono Reservation, which passed through to Mexico, and there's nothing the feds can do. Like, what is Lori doing with a Native American reservation? Can anybody tell me what tech she's doing that she's involving herself there? Is she involved with casinos? Is Desert Spirit Tech casino stuff? I don't know. The fact that she has all of these LLCs and we don't know what she is, I would like to continue to stress, is exceedingly problematic, especially given her relationships with the government. Okay. I don't like this area. I don't like what goes on in Arizona, down by the border, and the people that Lori Franz-Fay involves herself with. This year, ERIKA is dating Cabot Phillips. By the way, I told you she has a boyfriend every single year. Cabot Phillips is her boyfriend. At this time, they're painting together. Cute. Very cute. Yeah, anyway. And per her LinkedIn, she begins attending Liberty University for her master's degree. So you can see that there. Again, she's going to say she attends for 2 years. Obviously, it's online, her attendance. And she is randomly pictured at a celebrity dentist this year as well, Dr. V. And Dr. V says she's gorgeous and that she's going to be in the Ocean's 8 movie. She got cast in there. ERIKA was not in the Ocean's 8 movie, as far as I could see. She was not in the credits, but that is what this post says, and that is that. Just sharing that with you. Again, we reflect on that year, and we have no
We're gonna
idea.
watch it. Do you guys know we're gonna watch this on my birthday, April 12th, which is a Sunday. We're gonna have an America marathon because at least of the first season. I don't know if it went beyond that, but we're gonna do a whole binge watch party. That is the plan for April 12th. Mark your calendar.
What the heck ERIKA KIRK does for a living? Okay, what is she doing for a living? Who's paying her? How is she getting paid? What is she doing? The only clue that we have is that she's involved with Next Model Management, perhaps managing apartments for Eastern European models. And I'm not entirely sure what qualifies her to do that even. Again, we went out and did not get an answer for that.
Yeah, prepare your birthday super
2018,
exactly.
we have got to talk about. Because I actually had to calm down.
Everyone will be expected to send me at least a $29 super chat on my birthday, when I will obviously be 29 and not 1 year more. So everyone is obligated April 12th. Everyone's obligated to come with a $29 super chat. That's the rule.
After learning this, because it's okay, I'm gonna calm down again. 2018 begins with ERIKA ringing in the new year with Cabot Phillips. Her boyfriend and Lori are going to ring in the new year together. So they are, it's just stunning when you just consider her saying she never dated while she was in New York. It's like, you mean, somebody I think made actually the joke, like she never dated somebody who wasn't famous or somebody who didn't have a platform. Like she wasn't dating no bodies, you know what I mean? Which I thought was hilarious. Anyway, I wanted to put this into the timeline, that it's on April 7th that Charlie predicts his own death and says that he knows that it is going to be associated with Turning Point USA. I just find that point to be very interesting. And he says, if I tell you the true prophecy, I know in my gut it's really sad. I hope it's wrong. He goes on to say, I'm not sure I will live to see the end of this revolution. I believe you were the peace that God meant for me to meet. That will finish the fight. Since the beginning of TPUSA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Anyway, that's depressing combo for another time. And then he says, I'm not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true. there's something sobering to me when I look at that on the timeline and realize that he messages that to me on April 7th, 2018. And then so much happens. I told you, I had said to you that there was something about Kanye's tweet that sort of ripped a hole in reality. And I felt like agents were suddenly sent to us. That was me just explaining to you how I felt things changed. A lot of fake people started surrounding us, and it felt like they were trying to artificially pull us apart. It is then just a couple of weeks later, after predicting his death, that Kanye tweets, "I love the way Candace Owens thinks," which, like I said, you had to be there because we were just kind of rapping, and I kept telling him that he was gonna, Kanye was gonna come over. I'm telling you, like, I think he's conservative. And then we learn from ERIKA that her and her mother go to Israel on pilgrimage, or in Jerusalem, and they see Charlie at the airport. Like, that was just a natural thing. And her mother says, well, you should go up to him and you should say something. And then ERIKA ultimately decides not to. And, you know, I always thought that story was interesting because I was with Charlie at the airport, and I don't remember her mentioning that. She saw Charlie just by himself at the airport. Anyway, yeah, that timeline is interesting to me. On August 10th, ERIKA is then, well, just saw him in May, but then she's going to see him again at Turning Point USA's office opening. She gets invited by Tyler, who she doesn't know how she knows, but he introduces her very quickly to Charlie. I am there for the grand opening. I think I remember quickly meeting her at some point. And we don't really know why she's there, because remember, she's living in New York. I guess, you know, her family's there. You go back home, but don't you have a job? What is your job? What do you do for a living? And this is around the same time that ERIKA is communicating that she's doing deals, real estate deals with her family to various people. Then comes September, where once again, it is arranged by Tyler Boyer for ERIKA.
Do you have another place you suggest I watch it? I do have a YouTube playlist. That was what I was planning on using. If there's a chapter missing, there's a chapter missing, but
ERIKA to meet Charlie, this time one-on-one for a job. And in retrospect, this really bothers me because that's not how job interviews happened at Turning Point USA.
Dude, thanks for all the super chats today. Really appreciate it. Candace is about to compare ERIKA KIRK to Corey Richins, a Utah news anchor who recently went to prison for that's nice of Candace to imply that that ERIKA maybe potentially poisoned Charlie, or, you know, otherwise had him dealt with.
You were not taken to meet the CEO of the company at a restaurant in New York. That's just not how job interviews work at all, actually. Like, why would you do that? Like, okay. And they sit down and ERIKA says everything perfect and amazing and exactly the things that Charlie wants to hear. And there begins their relationship, you could say, right, in September when they meet at that restaurant. Then comes October 24th, and ERIKA somehow becomes a licensed real estate agent in New York and is immediately employed by Corcoran Real Estate Group. And we went back and people have reached out to us. ERIKA, it looks like, did a total of 3 possible rentals under somebody else. Like, she wasn't even the main realtor. I don't understand that. I don't understand how she's working for Corcoran Real Estate and doing real estate deals. And she does this on October 24th. I want to point to you October 30th. When I told you that suddenly people were trying to pull me and Kanye and Charlie apart, you just felt it, okay? And out of nowhere, Kanye, who did actually help me design the Blexit logo in Chicago, he was getting an insane amount of pressure and told that he could not get involved in politics. He was putting on the MAGA hat. Things were going crazy. I think Kim was threatening divorce at some point, if I recall correctly. And Kanye cracks and he tweets a series of tweets. He writes, I introduced Candace to the person who made the logo and they didn't want their name on it, so she used mine. I never wanted any association with Blexit. I have nothing to do with it. He then follows that up by saying, my eyes are now wide open and now realize that I have been used to spread messages that I don't believe in. I am distancing myself from politics and completely focusing on being creative. And let me tell you, this was one of the hardest things for me to go through. I mean, I love Ye, love him now, but like, it was just it was untrue, and it allowed people to then, I mean, every single article, CANDACE lied, and I actually have a photo of me and Kanye in the Trump Hotel in Chicago. And I didn't know what was happening. And I, at the time called a friend, and they were like, you don't know what he's going through and what sort of pressure he's going through. And Charlie and me were just devastated. We were devastated by this because it made us look like we were liars. Okay. And we were in a position where people wanted to see us fall. Okay. Why am I telling you this? I get reached out. Somebody reached out to me. I get reached out to by a young woman in New York. And she says to me that at this time, she said, oh, ERIKA knew Kanye. And I said, ERIKA didn't know Kanye. What are you talking about? ERIKA never knew Kanye. She said, no, ERIKA knew Kanye. And I said, oh, she wasn't even in the picture in April when Charlie and I were doing all the Kanye stuff. She's never been with him. There's no pictures, whatever. What are you referring to? And I just assumed that this was like maybe something that ERIKA said, she lies all the time. Maybe she was just like, oh, now I date this guy, now whatever. And then she says, no, I have like actual proof that when all that stuff was going down with you and Kanye and Charlie, that ERIKA was backdialing and telling people that she knew the people that were around Kanye, that she had family that was around Kanye, and pushed for that tweet to go out. Okay. So I said, can you get me some proof of that? And this young woman in New York got me the proof of that. Proof.
Okay. Well, maybe we aren't going to watch the whole thing on a single stream, but we are going to do a binge watch of it. So we'll it'll be what it is.
That at the very least, ERIKA was making that claim. What I can tell you is that neither me nor Charlie nor Kanye knew that ERIKA knew someone on Kanye's team and now who knows if it's her real family or her Nicole Rothstein family, or she just calls everybody family. But you're telling me she's playing like she's some cute new girlfriend watching us go through this entire thing, being absolutely heartbroken. And yet she's like on the side telling people that she knows like why that went out. She knows why Kanye, like his hand was forced. Let me tell you guys right now. I'll tell you something right now. I will find out who in Kanye's circle knew ERIKA when that tweet went out. I will find out. I will call Ye, and I will find out. I will figure out how duplicitous this woman is, that she is playing the role of, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that this is happening to you, while telling people that she knows the other side of it. People that are pressuring Ye to do this. Okay. It took me a lot to process that. Like I said, would not put this out here unless I was 100% certain of it. I am at 100% certainty that that is what ERIKA told. This young woman had receipts.
What are the
she,
receipts?
in my book, ERIKA is a whole fraud. Just a whole fraud. And then to jump back into this timeline, look at this. We don't know what she's doing. Suddenly she gets her real estate license. And I'm just going to say that it's long been understood that real estate is a really easy way, a really easy means to move money. Okay. So she sits down with Charlie. Suddenly she gets her real estate license. Kanye's tweeting, peace out, Blexit. ERIKA then filmed Summer House. But look at December 31st, though. December 31st, the end of the year, Feed Me Incorporated is formed. Feed Me Incorporated will eventually become Superfeed Technologies. Superfeed Technologies is the company that both ERIKA's mother and Tyler Boyer are on the board of. Okay? So that's interesting that company gets formed. Weird. As ERIKA starts dating Charlie, that company is formed. And these people know each other. These people all know each other. It's her one blind spot. She just can't, that's her one category if she can't remember is how she knows Tyler Boyer, even though he is in business with her mother and has her behind Trump in 2015 it is my personal opinion that a deal was done. When I look at the evidence, when I look at everything I'm looking at, when I see how duplicitous she was, and I know that Charlie did not know these things because I was there. I was the closest person to Charlie while he was beginning to date ERIKA. Okay, no one spent more time with him or spoke to him more. He did not know these things about ERIKA KIRK, or ERIKA Francevay was her name at the time. We had no idea that she was telling people that she knew the people that were in Kanye's orbit when he sent that tweet out. Something is not right. We all know something is not right. And I am just aghast at the people who are going to continue to pretend like all of this is perfectly normal. Anyway, we should take a brief pause before we continue.
That is bizarre. Candace is not wrong about that. Let's fast forward. We don't need to
check out yesterday.
No
I
about
was
beef.
like, question mark here. So he has very much been on the side of how dare you attack a grieving widow, kind of making claims that various data points being introduced, like, oh, ERIKA lied pathologically. There may have been this $1 billion motive to have Charlie KIRK killed, that ERIKA lied about the fact that her husband texted multiple people the night before he said he feared he was going to be killed. His overriding point is that these various points are not evidence, right? How a widow is behaving, whether she's grieving correctly, these things cannot be introduced in court. And yet yesterday, he tweeted this regarding a murder that took place in Utah. I was just very interested. He wrote, and this is regarding Corey Richins, a New York Post article that said, grief author Corey Richins found guilty of fatally poisoning her husband for his $4 million estate. And Matt Walsh comments and writes, there's no good moral reason why she should not simply be taken outside the morning after her conviction and hanged. This woman has lost her right to exist. Okay, that's strong words. So
Very strong words.
I was just stunned by it because I have to assume he did exactly zero due diligence on this case, a case that I actually followed because it was completely nutty. Now, I'm assuming he was not aware that after Corey Richins murdered her husband, fentanyl overdose, she at first played the role of a grieving widow for an entire year. She was not arrested, suspected in her husband's death initially at all because you know, she's crying. She called 911. In fact, she was so bold in her grieving widow stage that she wrote a book, a children's book regarding.
I know I was warned that this was coming, but actually listening to Candace make this analogy about the grieving widow who grieved for a year and grieved publicly and was real upset over her husband and wrote this book about him and all this stuff, and everyone thought she was so upset, and it turned out she murdered her husband with fentanyl. Like, I knew it was coming, but I don't think fully prepared for what was about to happen.
She should not simply be taken outside the morning after her conviction and hanged. This woman has lost her right to exist. Okay, that's strong words. So I was just stunned by it because I have to assume he did exactly zero due diligence on this case, a case that I actually followed because it was completely nutty. Now, I'm assuming he was not aware that after Corey Richins murdered her husband, fentanyl overdose, she at first played the role of a grieving widow for an entire year. She was not arrested, suspected in her husband's death initially at all because you know, she's crying. She called 911. In fact, she was so bold in her grieving widow stage that she wrote a book, a children's book regarding grieving. And she did a little local book tour where she actually repeats some of the things that we've heard ERIKA say, like, you know, the nights are the hardest. Take a listen to this ABC clip of Corey Richins, who had not yet been arrested, a year later, promoting her book.
Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Corey Richins, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Corey, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us. And he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, you know, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year. And, you know, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, you know, deal with this and kind of, you know, find happiness some way or another.
So you actually wrote this book with your children.
I did. Mm-hmm.
And it's only been a year. How did you process and say you go from processing death to I need to write a book and help others?
You know, I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through. And I actually, you know, I went on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, you know, dealing with anything. But I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night. And I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, you know, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace. And so, you know, I was like, let's just write one. And so, you know, I took things that my kids have said to me this last year and we kind of articulated it and put it into a story and, you know, just have hopes that it will help other kids.
I mean, I'll tell you guys in short, this woman was not actually a grieving widow. She wasn't a grieving widow. Matt, actually, one could argue that she may have even been a psychopath for doing this, being able to do this after she killed her husband. March 4th, 2002 is when her husband, Erik Richins, was murdered. And it took them until May.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually found that woman to be more believable as a grieving widow than I find ERIKA KIRK, if I'm being just totally blunt.
Of 2023 to bring charges against her. So more than a year to build a case. And do you know how they built that case? People who actually cared about Erik and offered various details, and you know, to the point that, well, none of these points and various details about how ERIKA is grieving would ever survive in the court of law. Ironically, in this case against Kouri Richins, for which she was ultimately found guilty, the prosecutors played the 911 call and said explicitly that it didn't sound like a grieving widow. Okay, take a listen.
We're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a Black widow.
Her own friend said she's not grieving right. She sounds like she's become a Black widow, not a widow. And it gets even crazier. They weren't even able to prove how she poisoned her husband. Check out this headline. Okay. Prosecutors in Kouri Richins' murder trial could not prove how she poisoned her husband. They didn't need to. So they literally did not know how the fentanyl got into her husband's body. The article tells us, quote, to prove their case, prosecutors relied largely on circumstantial evidence to tie her to Erik Richins' death. Cases based on direct evidence are not necessarily stronger than those that rely on circumstantial evidence, legal experts say. Unlike direct evidence, such as eyewitnesses or recordings of a crime, circumstantial cases require jurors to determine a defendant's guilt by weaving together indirect evidence. In Kouri Richins' case, prosecutors focused on potential motives for Kouri Richins to kill her husband, and the actions they said show that she had a guilty conscience after his death, both elements that can illustrate a defendant's state of mind. They also used digital records to corroborate key witness testimony, which strengthened their circumstantial case. Quote, all of these things together start to add up, and the prosecution builds this huge mountain, end quote. And you should know that in this particular case, they relied on things like the fact that she was in financial distress, that she had been having an affair, that he apparently wanted a divorce, that she was, as you heard, grieving differently or not at all. They also found a life insurance policy that they deemed to be fraudulent. Now, I'm sure her attorney argued that it was just a clerical error or whatever, but they found it to be fraudulent. And of course, she was set to inherit millions with him gone. The star witness of the case was actually a housekeeper named Carmen, who testified how Kouri would come to her and ask her to buy drugs on her behalf, which allowed them to then speculate that this is how she got her hands on an illicit street drug. Now, all that is not to suggest that ERIKA directly murdered Charlie, but it is to say that were it not for Eric Richins' actual friends, siblings, the housekeeper, even Corey Richins' friends who turned on her and said, no, something is not right. She's not behaving correctly. Something is off. People who were willing to stand up and do what you guys describe as immoral or evil and demanding a further investigation when nothing makes sense. If they hadn't compiled those other facts, were it not for their willingness to show text messages, private correspondences from Eric, showing those messages to the public, to the investigative team, and to refuse some foregone conclusion that spouses simply would never have a hand in the murder of one another, which actually flies in the face of reality. The reality is that you're most likely to be murdered by someone you know. That's just a fact of life. But were it not for those people who did not accept the narrative of his accidental ingestion of fentanyl, Corey Richins, the woman that you believe should be hanged for poisoning her husband on the basis of circumstantial evidence, would probably today be considered a brave single mother trying to clean up the mess left behind by her husband's untimely death. And so what I would say is, here is what I know. Grieving widows do not lie about threats that their husbands were facing the night before their death. They don't lie about that stuff. Grieving widows do not make up quotations that the surgeon never said about a Superman neck to manage PR, least of all on the day that they're burying their husbands. I know enough to know that those things simply don't make sense, and I refuse to pretend otherwise. So since you are now in the habit of calling people out publicly for caring, I thought that I should respond and encourage those people to keep going. It's okay if you get some things wrong, but keep going. Go Max, do it for Charlie. Believe me when I say that Charlie would want you guys to. We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys, this episode is brought to you by Native Path.
Right. Oh, is that it? That's it. That's it. Oh, shit. We made it to the end, guys. We made it to the end. We are caught up on the CANDACE, ERIKA KIRK gossip, almost 6.5 hour stream. Holy shit. Holy shit. You know, listen, I got to give Candace some credit, and I'm not necessarily inclined to give Candace credit because Candace refuses to unblock me on Twitter, which is really bitchy and rude and unnecessary, and she can go fuck herself. But like, I really want to call a spade a spade. I want to give credit where credit is due. I think Candace is making some really interesting points. I would like to see where this goes. I think ERIKA KIRK's background is weird. I think that there was like minimally hyperbole, but it's just like, listen, I've been involved in a lot of different stuff in my life. I'm older than ERIKA, but I've been involved in a lot of different stuff. I don't fault people for having multiple LLCs. I have multiple LLCs. It's just the way it goes sometimes. I wouldn't fault people for like for you know, trying some careers and then doing other things, because I've done that. I think a lot of people have done that. I think normal people do that. But like, the extent of what ERIKA KIRK claims to have done is really bizarre. There's also just really bizarre connections that she has that I don't understand quite why she has those connections. There's just a lot of weird coincidences. Now, you could also argue, if you're to pick apart any person's life, you might find a lot of weird coincidences that are literally just that, coincidences. But I think that Candace is making some really good points. I don't know that I agree that this was a conspiracy necessarily, but I'm curious about what the fuck is going on. Candace has got me curious, like genuinely curious. Like there is no denying that ERIKA KIRK is behaving very weird. That has always been the case in this scenario. And so is Candace's explanation the correct one? I don't know, man. But at least she's looking into it, I guess. I don't know, like, I really do have mixed feelings about it, because I don't necessarily think it's right and proper to go through the history of like a person's family. But since Candace is doing it anyway, and Candace is taking the bullet for all of us, I'm going to sit here and watch it, and I am very curious. It's like a reality TV show now. I'm curious about where this goes. And so, although Candace refuses to unblock me on Twitter because she's a massive narcissistic bitch that needs to fucking get over herself, You know, I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to keep paying attention. And if Candace makes an interesting point, I will do what Candace would never do and say, you know what, that's actually a really good point, and maybe we should consider that. So that's all we got, guys. Hey, listen, it's been real. The last 6.5 hours have been real. I really appreciate you guys. I especially appreciate everyone who donated channel memberships or sent in some super chats. I will be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. We will be watching Real Radical Revolutionary Socialism. And if you want to see what the real far left is doing, shit that no one else on the internet will show you, have it broken down for you so that you can understand it. We are gearing up for the No Kings protest, which is going to be next weekend. The left is about to ramp it into high gear, and we know more than anyone on the internet about what's going on. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thank you sincerely to everyone who supported the channel today by sending in super chats, channel memberships. You guys keep it possible for me to do what I do. I really, really appreciate it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.